everybody. I've decided to go a little bit early today. Good morning. And it is actually just morning here too. It's 12 a.m. Decided to go just a little bit early. Reason being that I thought for those of you who didn't catch the opening statements yesterday, I might run just a little bit of those whilst we're waiting for court to start. So, yeah, let's get into that. And I'm going out to Twitter just this morning for a little while, just so that people know that this feed is running. And so we're just going to get into that just for a little bit. And I'll send out some alerts and things so that people know that this feed is running. And I know that I did say that this wasn't going to be on until 1:15, but I figure this gives people a chance to filter on in. So here we have the opening statement, and I'm just going to, I'll pop this up on screen, and I'm also going to, I'll add this to stage, and I'll run it. And hello, Snivels, how's it going? So this is opening statements from yesterday. Whilst we wait. And I'm going to run it at playback speed. I'll even run it at 1.5 for now.
Callous and casual was the first murder. The two that followed were calculated and cruel. In May of 2016, Brice Rhodes snuffed out the life of Christopher Jones, Larry Ordway, and Maurice Gordon. The evidence is going to show that these acts occurred basically as two acts. And so if this were a play, these would be the characters that are involved in the first act. We have Maurice Gordon and Larry Ordway. Despite having different last names, these two are brothers that live together. They went to school at Olmsted. They liked playing basketball. They enjoyed rapping. They were always hanging out together. They had a home. They had a family. But from time to time, they would be out of the house for a few days. That wouldn't be anything unusual for them. They were born 2 years apart and a day, so they almost had the same birthday. And unfortunately, they both died on the same day, which we'll get to a little bit later. So these two brothers that were always hanging out together, 16 years old and 14-year-old, were friends with several people, one of which was Jacory Taylor. Now, Jacory, you're going to hear testimony from him. He's going to testify. He had a rough go of it. He had lost his job at White Castles. He was in and out.
And I have my coffee.
Stay in the stairwell.
How's the sound?
Kind of on the boundary of things.
I might turn it up a bit.
He was friends with both Larry and Maurice. And Jacory goes by Corey also sometimes. And Maurice Gordon also goes by Maurice. And they were mutual friends with Brice Rhodes, the defendant here, who went by Rambo. Brice Rhodes, was 25 years old at the time in 2016 when he was hanging out with 14-year-olds and 16-year-olds. Jacory was 17 years old. And there's one more person in the spring group. Antoine Carter, right here. And he goes by Buddha. And he was just a friend of theirs that would hang out. So as they were hanging out, an idea came about. This is a picture of Larry and Maurice, Mr. Rhodes, the defendant. It's a picture of Antoine and a picture of Jacory. Now I'm going to leave this up here just as a reference for you all, so when the names start going, you can look back. So one night with Brice Rhodes, we came upon an idea. The idea was basically to hit out somebody. they were going to kill that person and collect on it. Brice Rhodes was aware of this hit and knew who would pay on it and knew who the target was. So on May the 4th, 2016, now keep in mind, all the events from this case happened in May of 2016. So when you see witnesses on the witness stand, they don't look at all the same as they looked back then. And also people's memories are a little bit different because this happened a while ago. So the idea was this. They all hopped in a car on May the 4th, and Maurice was driving the car. It was a blue Mazda that was owned by the defendant, Mr. Rhodes. The front passenger seat was Larry. Brice Rhodes was in the back behind the driver's seat. And Corey Taylor was on the right behind the passenger seat. Trailing in a different vehicle was Antoine Carter. He's in a truck that's following behind his car. So it's nighttime, and they're driving around looking for this guy, looking to collect the price on his head. As they approach, picture of Antoine, who's the follow driver, who's 17 at the time. As they approach 41st Street, there's video of the car driving by, then video of the truck. What happened was a man was walking out in the streets, and he had long braids. So he looked like the guy that Brice Rhodes believed the hit was on. So Brice Rhodes rolled down his window. The guy was walking out of the street, cars parked in the road. He's walking out into this, away from the street, in between the cars. Brice Rhodes yells out the window to him, "Hey, get out the road, bitch," and then shoots him one time in the side. The bullet wound is going to go through his arm and into his side. Police are going to be alerted that there was a shooting and respond to the scene. The man on the pavement there is Christopher Jones. He had nothing to do with any hit or street business. He was just in the wrong place in the wrong time and ended up being shot. He was still alive, but non-responsive there at the scene. EMS took him to the hospital where he passed away. This is the intersection of the nearest street the police reported to. There's another picture of Mr. Jones. And this is a picture of from the body cam of approximately where his body was in the road as the car drove by. You can see this.
Okay, so I'm using a volume booster that was working yesterday. So it's on 590% and I'm on full volume. Hang on just a second. I'll reset it to normal and I'll try again. Hey, reindeer. How's it going? Okay. Problem is he's a long way from the mic. It's so loud in my ears, guys. So I'm just going to try and I'm going to up the computer volume because I wasn't even talking just now. Have you guys got your volume up full? Just wondering. And get ready. I don't want it to blast your ears.
It's the clothes he was wearing, some of the items that were on his person. And that's what he was reduced to after he was shot by Mr. Rhodes. You can see a single bullet wound in his arm, and then the entrance of the bullet wound that turned out to be fatal into his chest. So that's the end of what, if this were a play, if this wasn't so serious, we'd call the first act. Now, a couple different ways it happened. But essentially, Brice Rhodes became aware by overhearing a phone conversation with Jacory talking to Maurice, that they were talking about the murder that had happened, that the family knew about it. And as soon as Mr. Rhodes knew that the boys were talking even just to their family, he knew that they had to do something.
I just turned my own volume down really low so that you can turn your volume up higher.
Something about these boys to keep them from talking, to cover up this first murder. So this is a black Dodge Charger that Mr. Rhodes had access to and often drove. And you're going to hear testimony that on the 22nd of May, just a couple of weeks later, this black Charger picked the boys, Larry and Maurice, up at their house. And that was the last time that anybody from that apartment was going to see them alive again. So Maurice and Larry are obviously going to be the victims in this second act. And it's going to be carried out by a defendant named Tyrion Coleman, by Antoine Carter, who was involved earlier, and by Corey Taylor, and by Mr. Rhodes himself. So I'm going to leave that up there for your reference. So this is Brice Rhodes' apartment that he lived at with his mom. He had boys over there. It was 4 of them, well, the 6 of them, 4 individuals listed there, Maurice, Larry, and another individual. And as the night got on, boys started wrestling around, and there was a little bit of a skirmish that broke out with Maurice. And so Brice Rhodes said it's time to discipline Maurice. Maurice had pulled out a knife on somebody, and so Brice hit him upside the head pretty hard, took him out. Then said, it's time for you to be disciplined. So he went up to Maurice, put a toboggan on his head, and pulled it down over his eyes so he couldn't see. And he tied his arms behind his back so that he couldn't move. And he made him beg for forgiveness and plead for his life, which he did. He was begging everyone in that room to spare him and apologizing, saying he was sorry. So Larry, his brother, was taken and held in a different room. And from Larry's room, he could hear his brother pleading for his life. He could hear what happened to his brother. And what happened to his brother is that he was punched a few times by Mr. Taylor. And then Brice Rhodes took a knife and began stabbing him over and over and over again, in the chest, in the midsection, and in the genitals. He was screaming and crying out for help, and his brother was helpless, a room away to do anything about it. When they were finally done, they rolled Maurice over, and then they brought Larry into the room. And then they repeated the process. They took the toboggan off, they put it on Larry's head, they put something over Larry, and they started stabbing him until he died there in that apartment. Brice's mom and sister, who shared that apartment with him, were out of town that weekend. So he had the place to himself. He had the people involved help him take the body of the boys and put them in some totes, which he then carried down and put in the back of his Mazda. Some in the back seat, and one of them in the back seat, and one of them in the trunk. And then he drove off. Now he left Antoine and Jacory at the house to clean up, because there was blood all over the carpet. He gave them cleaning supplies, and he gave them towel. And just for good measure, because his mom was out of town, he had them also do his dishes while they were scrubbing up the blood. He and other individuals went and dropped the body of the boys off, dropped the bodies off. He also set fire to the items that were associated with the stabbing and left it in a dumpster. Dropped the bodies off around 4028 River Park Drive, which you can see from the area is near the park, near Ronda Park, where they play ball. So on the 22nd day of May, this is what somebody in the neighborhood discovered. 2 boys, mutilated, stabbed, set on fire, and left like trash. So the boys' parents are starting to wonder where they're at when they don't come home after the first day. And so mom gives them a call. Well, the person that answers the phone isn't Maurice, it's Antoine Carter. And he tells her, kids are fine, they're doing something else. Just borrow the phone. So police discover the two bodies. And eventually they have sketch artists come out. They can't get fingerprints because the bodies are too badly burned. They have sketch artists come out, draw a picture of how the boys looked, and they're looking for, checking news stories for missing boys. Eventually, they find that there's two boys that are missing from Olmsted School, and they have the boy's mother come out, and she identifies that, yes, that's them. From there, police realize a couple things. They know who the boys left with that night. They know that it was Mr. Rhodes. They also know that they left with Antoine Carter and Jacory Taylor. So police track the phone, and eventually it leads them to Antoine Carter. And Antoine Carter eventually ends up talking to police and explaining what happened after some little bit of give and take. He finally got to the story of what happened. About the same time, police pick up Brice Rhodes. He gives a short statement, which you will hear. Police go out to Brice Rhodes' house once they heard what happened, and they start pulling up the carpet from his house. And when they do a DNA analysis on that carpet, of course, they find the blood of the two brothers is there on the carpet. Police also learn that after this event, after that night, when Brice Rhodes comes back from dropping the bodies off, he picks up the two boys that were left to clean up the house. Jacory had with him the boots that he wore in the house. And he left those boots at a girlfriend's house. And so police got a search warrant. They go to that girlfriend's house, and those boots, the DNA on those boots, comes back to the police as well, corroborating what was said earlier. He also gives a statement to police, and it pretty much matches the statement of Antoine Carter that I've just relayed to you. So this picture of the apartment, how cleanly the flooring was stripped from Brice Rhodes' place. Another thing that police did once the investigation got underway was they went and looked at Brice Rhodes' blue Mazda that had transported the two victims in the tote sacks. And you'll notice this is a picture of the back seat of the Mazda. All the cloth seating has been ripped out of it. And this is a picture of Jacory at the police station giving his statement. You can see, I want you to remember how young he truly is. At this point in time, he is 5'5", and weighs 122 pounds. Brice Rhodes is a 25-year-old grown man. This picture of the boots that were recovered from the girlfriend's house. You're going to hear from a lot of different people that are going to come through here. The police that were involved with both of these investigations that had to piece together that the two investigations were connected and take over. So there's going to be two different lead officers. You're going to hear from experts, and you're going to hear from the medical examiner. You're going to hear from CSU professionals. You're going to hear everything that the police did to make sure that the three victims in this case get justice. And I hope at the conclusion of the Commonwealth's case, you will give them that justice. Thank you.
Council, could you approach for just one moment?
Can you hear me, guys? What we are doing is we're watching this on 1.5 speed whilst we're waiting for court to start. And get ready, because we're about to watch the incredibly surprisingly good defense opening statements.
I stabbed him.
Oh, she's loud. Did she sound loud to you?
I stabbed him.
Ah!
I stabbed Maurice in his side.
Does she
I
sound loud
drove
to
on
you?
him.
Oh, yeah.
I ran him over. Ladies and gentlemen, these are quotes from someone involved in this case, but these are not quotes from Brice Rhodes.
She's loud?
These statements were made by Antoine Carter. Antoine Carter talking about killing his best friend, Maurice Gordon, and running over a helpless Christopher Jones. Antoine Carter is the prosecution's main witness in this trial. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm thankful that you're here. I know Brice is also grateful that you are here, because he has waited a long time for you all to hear the evidence. The evidence, or the lack thereof, will show you that Brice Rhodes is not guilty of these accusations. The burden of proof being beyond a reasonable doubt, why do we keep talking about that? I know you've heard that many times already. Our system, our government makes it so difficult to take someone's freedom that we can't let the government make any mistakes. And we want to be sure that no one is ever wrongfully convicted, especially in a situation where the stakes are this high. The government has made some very serious accusations against Brice. And I'm not here to undermine the loss that the families and the community have suffered as a result of these senseless deaths. But I'm here to make sure that nobody is wrongfully convicted, and that's why you are here. As jurors in this case, you guys have a great responsibility. But with that responsibility also comes a great power. You all have the power to hold the government to their burden of proving Brice Rhodes guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the power to say no. You have the power to say we are not convinced. And the power to know that that decision is okay. So how do you make that decision? As Ms. Jones-Brown told you earlier, none of us can define reasonable doubt for you. That's up to you as a juror. That's up to you as an individual. So what are you going to use to make this determination? You will hear evidence over the next several days. You will decide what evidence you find credible, what witnesses you find believable. So what evidence do you all expect to see to help you make this decision? It's a very important decision. Eyewitnesses? That might be good. I think you'll find that there aren't any eyewitnesses who were not themselves involved in these crimes. There are no neutral witnesses. Do these witnesses have a motive to lie? Can we trust them? You might expect to see a murder weapon. There's not one. Is there physical evidence? Yes. Can it be trusted? That's up to you all to decide. Let's talk about the physical evidence. The Louisville Metro Police Department found tire tracks and footprints at the scene where Larry and Maurice's bodies were found. The tire tracks could not be linked to Brice's vehicle. The footprints did not match Brice's shoes. Brice's fingerprints were not on any evidence. Brice Rhodes' DNA was not found on any evidence, except for on the steering wheel and the gear shift of his own vehicle. Let's talk about Brice's car. The Commonwealth showed you a picture of the Mazda. Louisville Metro Police Department searches Brice's car and claims that the entire backseat of Brice's light blue Mazda had been removed in an effort to conceal evidence of these crimes. No DNA linking Brice to those crimes was recovered in that car. You'll hear that Brice borrowed Chris Jensen's black Charger to drive these boys around. And when you hear from Mr. Jensen, note that he is not going to be able to say that anyone was with Brice when he picked up that black Charger, nor was anyone with Brice when he dropped off that black Charger to Mr. Jensen. These are things to consider. I want to give you an alternate perspective, if you will, than what the government has. Have they accused the right person, or was Brice an easy target to blame? Has the one who already committed these crimes pled guilty? I ask you all to listen to the evidence, observe the witnesses, and ask yourselves if something isn't quite right here. The evidence will show that there is a reasonable doubt that Brice Rhodes is guilty. Let's talk about the detectives in this case. As you all know, the Louisville Metro Police Department was the agency responsible for investigating both of these murders, both scenes, or excuse me, both incidents on May 4th and then again on May 22nd. And there were two lead detectives, as the Commonwealth told you, Detective Griffin and Detective Tonelli, and you'll hear from both of them. But I want you to think about how many hands were involved in this case. When it comes to handling evidence, interviewing witnesses, executing search warrants, mistakes were made. And I want you to think, can we rely on every person that works for the Louisville Metro Police Department? You will learn that the Louisville Metro Police Department investigated these homicides. And once again, this is the same force that murdered Breonna Taylor. Yes. Oh.
Come on, guys, let's go. Now, yeah, that bringing up of Breonna Taylor was not, oh, sorry.
Detective Griffin, the two lead detectives in this case. As I mentioned, there were so many hands in this case. Can you rely on everyone else that works for Louisville Metro Police Department? Detective Tonelli lied under oath about one of the biggest pieces of physical evidence that the police possessed. He told the court under oath not once, but twice, that law enforcement had a piece of evidence that they did not have and do not have. So you might be asking yourself, I can see how some evidence could be lost. Maybe it was a tiny piece of hair. Maybe it was a speck of DNA. That seems reasonable. Ladies and gentlemen, no, it was an entire back seat of a car. It's gone. You know how I told you earlier that the police stated that Brice's back seat had been removed. Detective Tonelli told a judge and then a grand jury that the Louisville Metro Police Department had found and collected a burnt back seat from a dumpster that matched Brice Rhodes' back seat. And now it's gone. I am mystified as to how you lose a piece of evidence that big. It's huge. It's a huge piece of evidence, not only physically, but to the case as well. So in an effort to get Brice charged, the court was misled, the grand jury was misled about a piece of evidence in the LMPD's possession. Did they lie under oath about having it, or did they dispose of it because it didn't help the case? You all decide that. The Louisville Metro Police Department searched the home of Brice's mother, where he was residing on Hyde Avenue in Louisville, 2 times. The first search, officers found nothing incriminating. They even commented on how clean the apartment was. The crime scene unit was there, detectives were there, officers were there. It was a big search. Nothing was found. And then they decided to just go back. The officers go back, decide to search the home again, and now claim that they have found evidence that Larry and Maurice were killed there. Now there's suddenly blood there. First of all, is that how search warrants work? You keep going back until you find something, and if you don't find anything, you find a way to come back and find something. If at first you don't succeed, try again, huh? But that's not how search warrants work, ladies and gentlemen. Despite all of those officers being there, I've never seen a video recording of the search at Hyde Avenue. There's nothing for you all to watch to see what actually happened. I want you to consider that when you hear about how the evidence was collected. Consider that reasonable doubt as to the guilt of Mr. Rhodes. I want to talk to you all about the investigation in this case, or the lack thereof. I think it's fair to say that you all could conclude that the police had tunnel vision in this case. And when I say tunnel vision,
Court is on. Court is in session, people. We are live. Not much happening just yet, but we are most definitely live. Are you frozen, mister? Not doing much. Hello, David. And hello, online. Yeah, that thing on the back of his head's not looking too good. You think it was a stick? I'm watching the law and crime chat in the background. Yeah, he sure has a massive bench on the back of his head. But one of the messages, the chats is like evil hand rubs.
Are you all ready to get started? Please try to be
evil hand rubs.
I really hate keeping jurors waiting. Hate it. Okay, so you say you have an issue that needs to be raised.
Judge, I don't know this is
Not that sound. No, not the sound. We're joining you at the car dealership online. Are you buying a car? Ooh. What state is it? Kentucky. Kentucky. I wonder if he has had Kentucky Fried Chicken lately. All I know is he has a massive bandage on his head. We think he might have had a lobotomy. Not sure about that recently. Who knows? I don't know how much of the opening statements you guys caught, but let's just say that his defense attorney thinks that he has been very wrongfully done by, and that they lost a giant piece of evidence, which is the backseat of the car, which supposedly had the bloodstains on it. And how do you lose a backseat of a car, people? That is quite a large piece of evidence, physically. I will be going back to the openings during the breaks. I have that paused in the background. And also, oh, here we go. There is some testimony from yesterday that I'll be running through as well. We did
Yeah, that's what I was told by
we may lose some
Ballinger.
witnesses.
Numbers today should be confused.
Hello, catch up. It is 12:32 a.m. in this neck of the woods. Good morning, Paige. So it is morning here too. She ain't frozen, she's just sitting there.
Oh, please, it's nothing.
Yep, I am up and I'm competing with the big guys. Check me out. There's Vices or there's me. Which do you like better? Thanks for being here with me. I could screen snipe you. That'd be fun. You got me, Gail. Oh, thanks, Sue. I just said there's Vices and I just lost 3 viewers. Fine. Go check out Vices. It's cool. This is a nice, cozy little chat. You'll be back. I haven't put a live alert out yet. I should do that. Or maybe Dali will do it for me. I lost more viewers. Come on, Court, catch up. My internet is actually really good now. Everything's working beautifully. It's all lovely. Internet's working nice, computer's working nice. Everything's smooth as silk. You're staying, Erin? Oh, thank you, Dali. You're a sweetie. You are staying. Thank you, Erin. Evil hand rub. He's good working with his hands. And duck lips. Yep. I think he loves that suit.
This way,
I haven't gotten to wear a suit like this ever. Oh, Dave, you're just jealous. You think he's hot. You think he's a hardie. Have you seen, actually, that reminds me, have you seen his music videos? Have you seen his music videos? He's a rapper, by the way. Well, a rapper. So his music videos, he has his belly out, and like he wasn't at the time. I don't know about now, but he wasn't a thin man, and he had his like gut hanging out, hanging on out. I need to find actually some. I'll search it up while we're waiting. Yeah, there's video of his rapid. In fact, the two younger victims, they're actually in a couple of his music videos. Is that scabs on his head? I wouldn't be surprised. It looks like eczema or something. Yeah, it does. It does look like some disease. Hey, Dee.
Would you mind to tell the Commonwealth I need to see them?
You got some smoke called Hella? Nice. Hey, Excoma. Alopecia? Maybe. Come on, people, let's go. I've got to say, Law and Bad Crime, they are doing exactly what the major networks aren't supposed to do. Now, I know we're having a good old time looking at the defendant, but isn't this exactly why? Isn't this exactly why the major networks have been kicked out of the courtroom for Daybell and Koberger, for example, because they just sit around focusing on the defendant the entire time, right? Now, I know like nothing's happening right now, but this is exactly it, right? Like they're not supposed to just sit around. Look at him. He's like looking at the camera going, dude, what you looking at? Right? And like this is antagonizing you in a way. This is that like clearly they're hoping that he's going to like lash out because that's going to create better TV, right? But is anything going to happen?
Disarming is the wrong word.
No, I understand what you're saying. I have a 70 to 200.
Come on, guys.
Is it going to make noise?
We already know he can't control his emotions. Hey, Sean Bird. Just going to turn something off over here. Catch up. Come on, court. This is court problem. It's not mine. What? What's the problem? Is the audio terrible for anyone? Yeah. Yeah, well, nothing's really happening at the moment because they're not talking into the mics or anything like that at the moment, Sean. So, yep, see, law and crime are being dicks. And if I were to take my brand thing off right now, see, law and crime are being dicks. There you go. They're being dicks. Um, no, he's not done crazy things yet. Supposedly Aaron 70 IQ, but didn't really try too hard on the test. Oh, yeah, they made me turn myself down because we had to crank it up to hear court. Do you want me to turn myself back up again? Am I too low now, or? I am on a absolutely stupidly fast connection. I'm paying ridiculous amounts of money, and it's actually working now because I have a brand new Mac. So it is I am okay. It's the court is the problem right now. Yeah. And I can go back to opening statements until it sorts itself out. That would be fine. Let me just, what I'll do is I'm just going to bring up the court feed, make sure that it doesn't come back up. Yeah, I've got the court feed on my separate screen. You know how I have mission control going on? I have mission control. So therefore on my other screen, I can be sure, oh, it's colorful.
And has everybody put their phone over here? Okay, great.
Good.
Anybody have anything that they need to talk to the court about with regards to the admonition? Come on up.
I have a complaint.
Attorneys.
You all are wasting time.
Good morning. Let me just get everybody up here.
Yes, Dave, I have many new toys, and my little girl has not got a school to go to next year because I can't pay for her schooling anymore. But I do have a new Mac. Hey, this way up. Oh dear. Shall we play pub quiz? How about I Spy? I spy with my little eye something beginning with C. That's not it. $129 a month isn't exactly cheap, little pill. Chrome tone. Close. Waiting. Yeah, that's close. How about, what's that? Otani, 250K. Okay, no, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Are we
Anybody else? All right.
Finally.
Is the Commonwealth ready to call their next witness?
Yes, the Commonwealth calls Antonia Jones.
Thank you.
Chair, no. Baseball, no.
Good morning. Can I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Good morning. Could you tell the jury your name?
Antonia Jones.
And are you related to Christopher Jones?
Yes.
How are you related?
I'm his sister.
How old was Christopher in May of 2016 when he died?
He was 40.
Okay, and can you just tell the jury a little bit about him?
Well, he was the middle child of 3. I'm the youngest. He has an older brother, Sean Jones. Chris has 3 children, a daughter and 2 sons. I don't know.
How old are his children?
I'm not quite sure their ages, but I know his daughter, she was an adult when this happened. And his youngest was maybe around 6 or 7. And then his middle son was probably around 8 or 9, somewhere around in there.
And does your family live in Louisville?
Yes, yeah.
And did Christopher work?
Yeah, he had jobs. I think he worked at the Three Brothers that was like right there at the corner of 41st. At one time. He also worked at was it Rallies on Broadway? So he had like little jobs like that.
And was his murder a surprise to you all?
Yes, it was a very big surprise.
As far as you all knew, did he have any enemies?
No.
You were wrong.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other questions.
What?
I think what questions from the defense?
Oh, sorry, Judge.
Go ahead.
Roach.
That was fast.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is my brother Chris.
Your Honor, if I'm welcome to introduce this is 21.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
I can just show the jury.
You may.
I will mark that as 21.
Any questions from the defense?
Ma'am, I'm sorry for your loss. We don't have any questions.
Feel free to go, Ms. Jones. Thank you for being here.
Okay.
Commonwealth could please call their next witness.
Your Honor, that should have been 22. I'm sorry.
That's fine. 7:22. Thank you, Ms. Jones.
The Commonwealth calls Jesse Silveria.
Thank you.
People keep asking why they say the Commonwealth, and I don't know. It's the state, isn't it? I mean, I don't know why it's Commonwealth in Kentucky. Very interesting.
Good morning, ma'am. We'll just come right up here to the witness stand.
Is it just another name for state? Sounds like you guys are part of the
If I could please have you raise your right hand. Please swear to tell the truth
British
and the whole truth.
monarchy,
I do.
like us.
Thank you. Have a seat.
What is your name?
It's Jessica Hoffman, formerly Silveria.
And where do you work now?
I'm the Commonwealth's detective at the Commonwealth Attorney's Office in Bullitt County.
In 2016, where did you work?
I was a crime scene technician with LMPD
And how long were you a crime scene technician?
since 2004.
Okay. When did you leave?
I left in 2018 just due to an injury that I couldn't work that type of job, hazardous duty, anymore.
Can you tell the jury what a crime scene technician does?
Sure. So as a crime scene technician, we work under the discretion of officers. We will be called out to runs either from dispatch. We'll hear that on our radio. Officers will call us, or they'll come down to our office and say, hey, I need for you to come out to a location with me. So we're a secondary responder. So for example, if I was called out to a scene by a detective, we would go out, document everything when we got there, take pictures of the scene as is. We may videotape the scene if it needs to be videotaped. Example, if it was a homicide or other type of major crime. Then with the direction of the detectives and with them, we would take measurements if need be, which is also documenting the scene. Like I said, the videotape, we may do some presumptive tests. We'll collect the evidence, make note of the evidence in reports. We will measure where we found the evidence. Some people in the unit would scan the scene. So that part is collecting, documenting, preserving the evidence. After that, we may go to an autopsy. After that, evidence is going to be logged into the property room. We may photograph it further at the crime scene office and do further development of fingerprints or presumptives, which could be for like blood and other items and other materials. Then we would place the stuff in the property room and we document that. And then I would say like our final step that the crime scene unit does is taking the evidence to the KSP crime lab for analysis. We bring it back, secure it back in the property room. And then finally, like I'm here today, it's been years, but we have our reports and then we testify as to what we done.
And how do you, when you find a piece of evidence at a scene, how do you ensure that from collection to lab to courtroom, that it's the same piece of evidence?
Right. So we'll also put markers down. I forgot to mention that. So there will be a marker down at a scene so that later we can recognize, hey, exhibit 1's at marker 2. You can look at it. You can see exactly where it was at. So that piece of evidence, to ensure that it's been packaged and secure and in the same thing, like it might get put in a paper bag and we'll write on there 1, because we're just doing preliminary documentation. So it would say 1, I'm just making up shoe. We're going to record 1 shoe. It was at this marker. We know where this location was. It was photographed. It's in this bag 1. When we get back to the office, it may, if it doesn't need to be dried or anything, it can stay in that bag. And then we're going to put a label on it. 1 shoe, all the case information. Or if it needs a new, most stuff is packaged in paper to preserve the evidence. If it needs a new packaging, if it needs to be dried, that gets labeled so that we know what we have, but then it'll get put maybe in an envelope and you'll see like yellow envelopes or a bag with a label on there. It says evidence, you'll see evidence tape. That's how we assure that that's that item.
And why is paper a good substance for storing evidence?
Well, especially when you have items that might have at one time been saturated with any kind of material, and I'm not speaking specifically to this case, but say you had, it was wet with water, it had blood, suspected blood on it or blood or any kind of other thing that was wet, you don't want to create mold. Everybody knows you can have a piece of moldy clothing if you had left a bathing suit out too long. You can have moldy food. If you put it in plastic, that's just going to create more moisture. So you want to put your evidence in paper bags so that it's breathable a little bit, but it's protected, and then it stays dry. It doesn't deteriorate further.
And why do you dry some evidence?
Because biohazard evidence, for example, blood, just in general, you don't want it to saturate that bag and then later get on some other evidence because it's going to the property room. So you need to make sure it's safe and secure. It's been packaged properly in that bag and it's not going to contaminate any other evidence. So you want to make sure that that evidence is staying contained to that bag.
So how do you dry evidence?
We have we call them the CSU drying cabinets. Basically, it looks like a big refrigerator, but it's open and it has shelves, has a glass little window where you can look in there, and it has a contained filter. So we changed the filters. We put butcher paper, which is like the brown paper that people put meat and different things on. The reason we do that is because we line the shelves. That makes cleanup easy, gives a little extra protection. And what we would do is we make sure that cabinet's clean with bleach. It's always sprayed out before and after with a bleach solution. I believe it's 10%. And then we have a hose. There's like a little hose that's connected to it. So basically you're spraying it out. Then you're going to hang your clothing or your items in there that are wet. Like you can put stuff on the shelf on top of the paper. You hang your clothing up with the hangers that are plastic, and then you close that. And then you're going to put a little note on there. Case number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 initials. And then you don't get in there until you get them out to package them, and you may photograph them before or after.
And you mentioned evidence tape. What is that?
Sure. There's evidence tape, which you might hear is the crime scene tape from the crimes that's yellow, do not enter, but there's also crime scene packaging evidence tape. And you'll see it's either yellow, blue, or red. It's very thin. There's little edges. So say this was the package or the envelope, I would seal it here. I'm gonna initial it. I'm gonna date it. If anybody opens that or even tries to, it rips so easy. So like at the lab, it may be cut through the envelope just so that they don't have to mangle all the tape. But if somebody tried to open it where that seal is, you're gonna rip that tape. So it comes in a box in a roll, and we just basically secure our evidence to show it's been properly sealed.
So that way you can see if it was tampered with.
Correct.
And then does the lab put their own tape on after they open your tape?
Yes, the lab will have their own tape, and then they'll put their initials on there.
Turning to May 22nd, 2016, did you get called out to a scene?
Yes, I did.
Where did,
May we approach?
Oh, here we go. I know, right, Paige? Like, then we put it in a bag, and the bag was not able to be moved. And if you tried to touch the bag, you could tell. You could tell whether or not the bag had been touched. Oh, we're still talking about the Commonwealth? Yeah, this is interesting. You guys know a lot about this stuff. All right, so what's this? Virginia, go back. This is far more interesting than this woman. Okay, so originally Commonwealth was sort of a socialist type state. That's the way I read history. Yeah, okay. Here at NC, we brag first in freedom. Really? Oh, North Carolina. Right, cool. It uses the bleach or it gets the hose. That's not the thing about the Commonwealth. Okay, that's all right. SC, definitely not Commonwealth. Massachusetts, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, and Virginia are organized as Commonwealths. It's legally different from a state, but I don't remember how. Massachusetts, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. What do they have in common? Besides being called Commonwealth.
on May 22nd, 2016, did you respond to a crime scene?
Yes, I did.
And where did you go?
I'm gonna have to refer to my notes if that's okay, because it's been a while. So these are my reports, and it looks like I was called out to the rear of 4028 River Park Drive in Louisville, Jefferson County.
When you say the rear, what do you mean?
The rear of the house.
Is that an area with alleys?
Yes.
Okay. Were you responding right off of an alley?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know to go there?
Detective Jason Vance called me, and that was how, like I described, sometimes they call us. He called me to respond to that scene about 13:10, which is 1:10 p.m.
What did you see when you got there?
So when I got there, I would have to specifically refer to photos for exact scene details, but there was 2 victims at the scene and other items of evidence that I collected.
While you were there, did you take a video?
Yes, I did.
Is that what's known as a scene video?
Yes.
And when you take scene videos, what are you looking to put in the video?
So the scene video, we walk around with one of the detectives. I know that I walk around with them, and what we do is we document the crime scene. For example, if this was a scene, I would walk to the front of the house. I would show the address, might show any street signs. We're going to follow around to where the scene was, which is actually the majority of the scene at the back of the residence of the alleyway, which we're calling the rear. And you would document everything as is before you start, collecting things. I have not reviewed all of the photos yet today, but usually we don't put markers out until we've done that. I'm not sure if there was ones put out at this time, but we try to document it as is when we get there first.
Would the scene video in this case be a fair and accurate representation of how the scene looked that day?
Yes, it would.
The Commonwealth moves to introduce the scene video. I think so it is.
No objection.
Oh, here we go. We have video. Oh, I hope this isn't nasty. Eek. Okay. Just to warn you guys, apparently there were unalivings found in the backyard. That's not me typing, by the way. I don't know why we're hearing typing. Because, yeah, look, hands. Who's typing? Only keyboards. I know, right? This is supposed to be like professionally videoed and like there's supposed to be professional audio and video technicians in there. Isn't that why LNC are there? Yes. There's keyboard ninjas. Yeah, they do have that keyboard mic. Keyboard mic is spot on. Spotty oddy. Have I met a professional? Not for a while. Bobby, you're always late. What is that? Looks like some leaves, some sticks. Very overgrown backyard. Some weeds. Nah, it's you, Bobby. I'm early. I got up in the middle of the night for you to do this, and you could not even be here. What? 2 hours earlier? For what? Why are we away? Is it gross stuff? Are we not allowed to see this? Is that what's happening? Fair enough if we can't see it. That might be what's going on. I'm looking at the LNC chat. Did they put on his shot cuff? If it was a bench trial, this is the moment they would have sealed his deal. Look at her face. This new judge is so beautiful. Okay. Each to their own. Oh. So you have something to listen to when you get to work. Just for you, Snibbles. Pretty window. Hmm. It is Bobby, hey. Imagine being a next door neighbor. Is that the next door neighbor over there? Eek. No, Sue. So there was a 40-year-old man that was shot prior, and what is that? What's that? Oh, okay. Ugh. We need to know. We can't be watching that.
Now that street we could see beyond the boys there at the end. Was that the alley that you spoke of earlier?
Yes.
Were detectives already working the scene before you were called to the scene?
Yes.
I might need to go back and blur that later.
How long is it before you start taking video?
Basically, we do a quick walkthrough. Just this is what we have. Make sure you don't step on this. Make sure you're aware that this is here. We make notes who's there. When we get there, we get the basic information, and then they're going to give us a basic little walkthrough.
Thanks,
And
Lauren.
then the video is usually what we do first. According to my notes, I videotape the scene first, even before I photograph the scene, just to show it as
Great.
is.
So that would have been, as far as you know, how
So
police first found the scene.
Correct.
that was fun.
Did you then take photographs?
Yes. After videotaping the scene, I photographed the scene.
I'm going to show you what we've marked as 24.
No,
Thank you.
And let me know.
What did I miss?
Okay, you're lucky you missed that. They just that you think the weeds were blocking it? I'm pretty sure they just showed some unalived remains.
Oh, am I hot?
Yeah,
Here, sorry.
I know. But welcome. How are you today, love?
Good. Sorry.
Good. And I was sure that they weren't going to show it because they, at one point,
Yes, these are the photographs that I took.
moved away from the screen to show the judge.
No objection.
And it seemed that they were panning away when there were, nasty bits. But then they panned back and it was like, well, okay, we're only showing the bits of grass. Okay, great. But then all of a sudden there was something in the grass and we were just
Okay.
looking at
What
it.
are we looking at in this photograph?
This is going to be the front of the location of the scene, showing the house 4028, which is where I responded, and then the house to the right of it, 4030.
Sure, Paige.
As I flip through, feel free to start describing. the
Sure.
next photo.
So basically, due to media arriving, more people showing up, just trying to preserve dignity. We've already taken the video. We are allowed to put up privacy screens, and that's what this black screen is at the scene.
So beyond that screen, would that be where the bodies
The
are?
bodies are behind that. And this photo is showing from the alley of 4028 looking towards the back of the residence.
Hey, Brandon.
And as you can see, the privacy screen, the back of the residence 4028, and then the bodies of the victims. And this is the victims. We have put markers at 4 or 5, and I think that corresponds so that we could say which piece of evidence was with them. So
Okay, so we're just not blurring stuff.
actually, it should be 5 is
Oh,
one
what
of
the
them,
hell?
and then 6 is one of the victims.
Is it still
my
pretty loud? I
God.
turned me
Just as
down.
leaves obscuring
Yes.
6 markers.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
kind of see it too at the foot, the left foot of them facing down, the lime green in there.
So, and these markers are obviously things that you all brought and put at the scene, correct?
Correct. They're sanitized and packaged back up in their case and brought to each scene.
Okay, so court audio. See, this lady here is super loud
This
compared
is
to
a
everybody else.
close-up picture of the victims.
And at this point, are they lying? How are
So
they-
Mo and I are turned down.
To the
and you
best
can
of
see
my
me just
knowledge, when I
twist
got
up.
there, that's how they were laying.
Is
And
she
this is
just
the
giving
close-up
up
of one
on
of the
hair
faces of one of
color,
the
or
victims,
is this a look
especially
that she's
to get a
rocking?
recognition picture.
Because I'm
This is
cool
a picture
either
of the
way.
other victim's face close up.
I just want the
And
backstory.
this is a angle from
Uh-huh.
the head torso area of one of the victims, the one on the right. And this is a mid-range torso view of one of the victims.
Were you able to determine what that white substance is on him?
I can't technically determine it, but there is obviously charring. This is a picture of the legs of the victims with what looks to be like charred items. And as you can see here, with common knowledge, it appears to be charred items of clothing and skin, the leg waist area. This is going to be a close-up of one of the arms of one of the victims, and there seems to be a belt or leather material tied around the arm and knotted.
And at this point, have you all moved the victims to see their backs?
I believe they have been turned. That would have been like after we got all the photographs. And normally the coroner would be present and the detectives. This is all with their discretion. This is a back photo of one of the
Oh.
victims. Just showing the laver, which is like the discoloration of the skin, and just showing if there's any defects in the skin, picture of their back. This is another angle further out of one of the victims showing their torso and the back of their skin on their legs appears to be charred. This is going to be a picture of,
Do we know if the mother's in the
defect.
courtroom?
I don't know to get into what I'm allowed to say,
Who's in the
but
courtroom?
appears to be a defect.
The mother
in
of the boys.
By
Yes.
defect, you mean where?
She's in
Yeah.
the
And the
courtroom right
grandmother.
now?
Yep. Yep.
Oh, this poor woman.
I know.
This is
I mean,
showing
and
at
she's
Marker
waited
2.
so many years for
We've got a scale
justice.
down, and I believe we suspected it might be some partial like tar prints and some other types of evidence. So we put markers down and a scale so that we could show where it was at in relation to the scene. So you see 1 and 2, and then you've got the big scale with some suspected tar prints in the middle of that.
Is this between the alley and the victims?
Yeah, this is like the alleyway, but you know, still kind of like where the weeds and the dirt are, not necessarily like the big concrete alley. And here you can see we've got that big scale. It's used for photography purposes so that later you can tell the exact how big it was, and then it's like an L scale so that you can see the measurement this way, you can see the measurement this way, you can triangulate, coordinate where specifically something might be that might be important.
Did she just say specifically?
And again, that's just a 90-degree angle of that suspected tire tread impression. And also you can see like there's debris, you know, pressed down as well.
Look, I'm not trying to
And then we've got
derail us, but
Exhibit
specifically
3,
might
there's a
kill
White
me.
Castle's box. And you can see now that in relation to where Exhibit 3, 4, and 5 are by the victims, it just shows you like how close that evidence we collected. Where it's at, that's why we would have collected is it's that close to our victims.
So you don't know at that moment what's important, right?
Correct. Just using common knowledge and, you know, working knowledge from having done scenes like that, we know to collect that type of evidence. This is just another angle, and it's showing 5 and 6. Earlier we referred to, like I was telling you, the victims like are at marker 5 and 6, and then we later identified them. That way we can show which piece of evidence was by them, and we can refer to that later.
Were you able to edit your report to say which child is by which marker?
Yes.
Who is by 5?
So we have marker 5. So marker 5 is on the bottom or the right, depending on how you have the photo rotated.
I'll go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So we'll just start on the left. So marker 6, we have identified Maurice Gordon Jr. And then marker 5 at the foot, we have identified Larry Ordway.
At the time that you were at the scene, did you all know who the victims were?
To the best that I can recall, no, because fingerprints were taken or it had to be positively identified. I know that fingerprints were taken and then they were taken off for identification. This is just another, and that's just to the best I can recall on that. But on markers 4 and 5 is just showing these White Castle boxes and how close they are to the bodies of the victims. And then at marker 4, you've also got what appears to be suspected shoe print impression, like how you would see on the heel of a shoe. So again, there's debris in the way. We put a scale down just so that you could see in relation, like for future purposes, where exactly that was at in relation and with the inches of the L scale. And this is also a further out photo of Exhibit 4. It shows some other items to the left of it that we collected, and then to the right of number 4, where the suspected shoe print was, you can see we took a little casting. So that's a dental stone that we poured into, where you can see it's marked number 4 on the underside of it. We let that dry and then we collect it.
What substance is that?
It's basically dental stone that we use, that dentists use for hardening for like when they
God.
make dentures and take impressions. So this is also an impression underneath of it, an impression of tire tread, impression of a tire track. Like if you push something into the mud or Play-Doh. We try to photograph it just in case, because sometimes these don't turn out so well. So then after photographing, you've got the scale. We went ahead and mixed it up. You mix it up with distilled water, and then you pour it. We used just like a little box, since it was the small area, as like a border, like a buffer. And then you pour the material in there. It starts curing. It gets a little warm. You have to leave it for a little while. It depends on the temperature outside. And then once it's dry, then you pick it up. You don't peel it off. You don't clean it off. You package it, let it dry a little further, and then that's going to eventually go to the crime lab. So here,
Hold on, I'm just gonna flip this around,
so now you can see, if you remember where markers 5 and 6 were, is where our victims were. They've been removed. And now we're going to look for any other evidence that could have been underneath of them. We've got a little bit better view of that area, so we may put additional markers out now. It shows exhibit 4 still in relation to where they were at.
So are those markers exactly where they were when the victims were still present?
Yes.
And who removes victims from scenes?
The coroner's office. They will call either ties or a pickup service, but they'll be there to supervise that along with the detectives.
What is that?
I'm not sure of the exact acronyms, but they come and transport bodies to the coroner's office for a medical examination.
What was marker 7? What was that marker?
Let's see, marker 7 is going to be our exhibit 8, and I have it labeled as a white burnt handkerchief with suspected blood located west of the head of
Oh, see, I
victim
thought that was a
located
hip
at marker
bone.
6.
I'm terrible at this.
And let me flip this one around. Is this showing the distance
You're
from the bodies to the alley?
Yes, it is.
Okay. After you took photographs, what did you do?
So after I took the photographs, I know that the castings were done, a lot of cassette, we collected, me and one of the other technicians, Sparks, collected, I believe I was the lead in it, all of the exhibits. And then as far as what I did, let's see, I collected some more exhibits.
Can you tell us what was collected from the scene?
Yes. 4 was an empty white and orange White Castle box located in the grass near the victims. We have number 5, empty white and orange White Castle boxes located in the grass near the victims. 5A is a wet napkin because it came out of that box. We labeled it an A. It was a wet napkin which fell out from one of the boxes of exhibit 5. We didn't want to just, guess where it came from, but so that's why we labeled it 5A. So exhibit 6 is a cast of the suspected partial shoe impression east of the victim located at marker 5. Then we have exhibit 7, a torn piece of a brown bag with blue appears to be a White Castle's bag located in the grass. And then we have, of course, again, our victims located at marker 5 is Larry Ordway. Victim at 6 is Maurice Gordon Jr. 8 is a white burnt handkerchief with suspected blood located west of the head of the victim located at 6, which was Maurice Gordon Jr. 9 is a cast of a suspected partial shoe impression. Remember me talking about the impressions. Northeast of the victim located at marker 5. We have exhibit 10, a wet mainstays washcloth with suspected blood located between the victims. And then we have exhibit 11, one partially burnt empty white and orange White Castles box with suspected blood located between the legs of the victim at marker 6, which was Maurice Gordon Jr. We have exhibit 12, a broken piece of a red plastic jar ring located in the grass. 13, debris from under the victim at marker 5, which is Larry Ordway. It was burnt with suspected body fluids, suspected blood. 14, debris from under victim at marker number 6, which is Maurice Gordon Jr. And it was burnt with suspected blood, suspected body fluids. Exhibit 15, a piece of blue plastic located under the victim, located at marker 6, which is again Maurice Gordon Jr. That was the exhibits I collected.
And would you have packaged them as you described earlier in the brown paper and taken them back to CSU?
Yes, I would have put them in their initial bag. They may have remained in that bag and then labeled, or they may have been packaged further.
Did you take fingerprints of the victims? Or did you
I
observe your
I
partner?
observed the technician Sparks that was there with me taking them.
And is that because you all didn't know who they were at that time?
From what I can recall, they did not know, just from what I can recall, they did not know who they were at the time or had to verify, but that's why he took them to be examined.
And how long were you at the scene there at River Park?
So I have that I got there, my time's listed at 13:10, which is 1:10 p.m. And actually, I'm sorry. I got the call at 1:10 p.m. I got there at 1:38. So 1:38 p.m., 13:38 hours. And then I cleared the scene at 17:15, which is going to be 5:15. So from 1:38 to 5:15.
And did you do anything on this case the next day?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
And I'm sorry, it's been a while, so I have to refer to my report. So the next day is going to be the 23rd. I responded to pathology, which the location at that time is 810 Barrett Avenue still, to the autopsies of both victims.
What is an autopsy?
An autopsy is a medical examination of someone's that's deceased, and often with circumstances that are other than a normal death. The medical examiner will, and myself will take pictures, observe and document the body and collect any evidence, take weights of organs and different things, and then so that they can make a determination of death.
And does CSU attend all autopsies of suspected homicides?
Yes, we do.
Did you take photographs during these autopsies?
Yes, I did.
And were they done simultaneously or one at a time?
What do you?
Did the doctors do one autopsy and then stop and do another, or do you?
I did both autopsies, so I would have had to done one at a time.
Okay. May I approach you? I'm going to show you what we have marked as 52, 64. Those are photos that you recognize.
Yes, they are.
And what are those?
These are photographs of one of the victims from the autopsy. And we always start out taking pictures of like the face shot just for identification, both sides of the face. We'll take
How am
pictures of
I?
any wounds. We'll put scales. Am I allowed to
Audio-wise.
show anything or no? That's okay. We'll put scales down. It's a little ruler. Sometimes they're a sticky little ruler. Sometimes they're a large ruler, just so that you can get a good view of the size of something. For example, if it's a wound, if it's a laceration, if it's, a piece of hair. And then also we'll show like if there's any defensive wounds, any damage to the tissues, any clothing. But that's what the photographs would be. And then we'll also lay the clothing on the brown paper again so that you can get a better view of it before it's packaged and transported again.
What I said, 53 to 64.
All right, so admitted.
No objection, Judge.
Thank you.
If you could now tell the jury specifically about each photo.
Yes, and I don't have the ME number on here, so I don't know which one, which victim this is, but this is gonna be a side view before they're cleaned and washed up, because that does happen after initial photographs. So this is looks like the right side of one of the victims. And this is a face 90-degree angle showing one of the victims.
It would, I may approach your honor. If you looked at the,
That was the, with the marker.
yeah, if you can tell from the marker which victim this is, referring to your photos from the scene.
It's kind of hard to tell that way. Is it the red?
Yeah.
5.
So that would be-
So number 5 is gonna be, let me refer to my notes again.
this is the other.
This one is at marker. Kind of hard to tell from here.
I'll pick a different picture.
Yeah,
I see the
thank
problem.
you. I just don't wanna guess.
Okay, so referring to exhibit 45, which shows the markers
Okay.
by the feet of the boys. Is 5 in the red shirt.
The red shirt is 5,
Okay, so
which
it-
is Larry Ordway.
and then the other boy who was not in the red shirt.
The other boy who's not in the red shirt is Maurice
And
Gordon.
does his photo, which is 30, match the photo from this autopsy?
This is
This being the autopsy.
number 5. I'm sorry, it's hard to tell from
Sorry.
here.
If we walk back and number 6 does not have the red shirt.
Then number 5 has to obviously be Larry Ordway,
Right, and number 6
is Maurice Gordon.
and the victim who is not in the red shirt, being Maurice Gordon, does his photo from the scene, exhibit 30, match the photo that I just showed you from the autopsy?
The one that's up there,
Uh-huh,
I'm
sorry.
is the one in the, not in the red shirt.
Right.
So that is Maurice Gordon Jr. I'm sorry. it's
I'm
just hard
sorry,
to
that
tell
was
from
really
pictures. I don't want to
confusing.
guess. Yeah.
Right, so
So this is
Here's my
Maurice
hobbies.
Gordon Jr.'s autopsy photographs. Better correct than guessing.
oops, sorry, let me go back.
Okay, so this is gonna be a photograph of the hand of the victim. And if I'm looking down at it, you can see it appears that the thumb is this way, so the left hand, and it's got charring on the fingers and skin sloughage and a removal on it. And you can see with the scale just gives an idea of like how large that is. That's a 2-inch scale, I believe.
Is this another view of the hand?
This is another view of the hands, and it just shows the extent of the charring. And this is a defect of a wound that I won't say how it appears to be, but these are, this is another L scale, and I've just got a picture of these 3 wounds in the middle of it before it's all cleaned up.
Bobby.
Were his organs out of the body when found?
Yes, they were. If you look above that scale, that's gonna be intestine. This is another picture of the photographic scale. See where it says ABFO, it's a photographic scale. It's got 2 wound defects in the center of that.
Are those centimeters or inches on your scale?
They're millimeters.
So broken up into centimeters or?
It appears to be, but like, for example, if you looked at the 1 millimeter, you know, I'm not gonna guess on that. It just says 1 millimeter. This is a rear photo of the torso showing defects or wounds.
And has the body been cleaned at this point?
Yes, it has.
Why does that happen?
Because that way, now that we've already got the photographs at the scene that you saw what they look like as is, and then you have photographs as is at the medical examiner's office, they want to clean the body up, the victim, because it'll show more wounds, it'll show bruising, it might show patterns. You can't see it as good when there's a lot of blood, you know, with the coloring, everything just kind of runs in together. So this way you can get an ideal of exactly how the edges of everything looks too. And this is going to be another photograph of the wounds cleaned up. Another photograph of those 3 wounds. Now you can see the torso. To me, that appears to be the navel. So you've got, you know, just here I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a large 5, and then a large mass of possibly more than one defect together. This is a picture of the clothing that was on the victim. As I talked about, we put some of that paper down, just that way we could lay the clothing down as soon as we got it from the autopsy. That way you could get a good view of it. With the charring, you know, it could further deteriorate in a bag, and it's nice to get a picture before further deterioration. This is a picture of the boxers that was collected, Lucky brand, and then we've got a scale down just for a reference. Here we've got some debris and pieces from the clothing that have come off, and charring, and again the scale.
Is this listed as a white t-shirt?
Let me look.
Suspected white t-shirt.
Let's see. We're still on Maurice Gordon Jr., correct? So I have his items collected as several charred sheet pieces, Lucky brand boxer shorts, 37 starter pants. Let's see. So it just says several charred sheet pieces, and then the shorts, starter pants as far as clothing.
So safe to say it was so burned we couldn't know it.
That's correct. That's just what we observed and just note for our notation.
Did you collect the clothing
Yes.
and store it?
Yes.
Did you collect anything else?
As far as with Maurice
Um,
or in total?
with Maurice?
With Maurice, of course, I photographed, I collected exhibits, I obtained his fingerprints, and then I forwarded them to the LMPD latent analyst, and then I placed those items in the drying cabinet like I talked about.
Do you or somebody that you observed take nail scrapings from victims' fingers?
Looks like on this one, at the scene, the hands were bagged to preserve any trace evidence. That way, on the way, nothing falls out from the nails. So what we did was we took fingernail clippings from the victim's hands. Those are packaged as evidence in case we want to send those off to the lab. And then, so those would be included with the fingernail clippings.
What evidence are detectives looking for when they take fingernail clippings as evidence?
For any trace evidence, for any sign of any struggle, like say you were in a struggle with somebody, you might have scratched somebody, you might have got some material from somewhere else under your fingernails. You know how like when you're putting on makeup, just if everybody looks at their fingernails after doing anything, you can see you might have something that might be trace evidence, might be matched to something later, or DNA.
And do you also collect blood standards from the victims?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Did you do that in this case?
In this case, yes, I have a victim blood sample 31 that the medical examiner would have got. We would put it onto like a little blood stain card, and then that's sent out for future comparisons and elimination. So we could say this came from this person, this one's not from this person. It's just a standard that's used.
After Maurice's autopsy, were you present for Larry's?
Yes,
And did you take photographs? of that
yes.
too? And we'll get to those through another witness, but what did you collect from Larry?
From Larry Ordway, I collected, along with the doctor, hair sample. Of course, they did the blood sample, put it on the card that I brought, and it's going to be labeled. Again, the bags, it preserves that evidence from his hands, the fingernail scrapings like we talked about. This time it was fingernail scrapings. Sometimes if your nails aren't long enough to cut, they'll do a scraping, opposed to just clipping the whole nail and presenting it as evidence. Then we collected several charred, what we believe to be was sheet pieces from over the victim with suspected blood. Then we collected, I collected a KA Knights short sleeve polo shirt. It was size medium 3840 with a W logo, W as in William. And actually it said Wisconsin on the back neck area. It was charred with defects, which would be like holes in suspected blood. Then there is a pair of black Mars and Ditch cargo shorts, size 34, charred with defects and suspected blood. I collected a red pair of Hanes boxer shorts that were charred with defects and suspected blood, and defects again are me referring to holes. 2 metal D rings, you know, the little D rings that you'll see on clothing, usually they're like metal. 2 metal D rings from within the body bag. Appears to be similar to the D rings on the shorts of Exhibit 25. So they could have just came off because of the charring and fallen apart. And then a suspected hair that we noticed on the victim's buttocks area, and it was put onto a trace lift. And then that would be it for those items.
On May 25th, did you collect from Detective Holland some items?
Yes, I did. On May 25th, Detective Holland came to our CSU office because sometimes detectives will bring stuff down to us. Like if they've collected it or they need processing, they'll just bring it on to us for further photographs or collection. I collected exhibits 88 through 98 and then 99 through 106.
And what would those be?
So I have
Right,
exhibits.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I
Okay.
didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, you're fine. I have exhibits 88 and 98 coming from, the detective said they
D-ring.
were from Brice Rhodes. So 88 is going to be a pair of blue and white Nike
Not
tennis
that.
shoes, recovered at 736 Fulton Street in Jeffersonville, Indiana. I have 89 fingernail scrapings from Brice Rhodes. Obtained at an address on Height Avenue. 90, a gold tone Saint or street strill cross pendant on a gold tone chain, so a cross pendant. And then I have 91 control swabs, which is like a Q-tip that I'm gonna use to take a buccal or DNA standard. Then I have 92, the actual buccal swabs, which is taking the swab to get a DNA standard on somebody's cheeks. So they had 92 and 93 buccal swabs from Brice Rhodes.
Can you describe more in detail
Sure.
what buccal swabs are?
So if you had a Q-tip and you wanted a DNA sample, you're going to take a control swab, one of those Q-tips that's not used, you're going to put it in a box. Then you're going to take a left cheek and a right cheek, and it's okay to keep them separate or together. You're going to take basically that Q-tip, and a lot of people have been doing the DNA ancestry stuff or the COVID test, the ones in the mouth. Basically, you're going to rub that Q-tip all over your mouth, the inside of your cheek. That's going to pick up buccal cells, which is used for DNA. They're going to process that to get your DNA profile. So they have those collected from Brice Rhodes. And then 94 is a white short sleeve Hanes t-shirt, size large. And then we have 95, a black HDMI laptop tablet. The serial number, I'm not going to read the whole thing off, ends in 14627, 14627. It's in a black case with a charger cord. Then we have exhibit 96, a black 47 brand hat with the LA logo on it. 97 is a pair of snakeskin like Nike tennis shoes, size 9.5. And then finally, we have 98 pair of Trevero jeans, and that's all from Brice Rhodes.
And we've skipped some numbers. Is it safe to say there are other CSU analysts collecting other
Oh,
evidence?
in between.
in-
Yeah, so there's a lot of things going on at the same time. So like, just because I'm at the autopsy, there could be search warrants being served, there could be cars being processed, you know, as more things come to light, you have detectives and other crime scene techs, like basically could be all over the city working on this case, collecting stuff. So when we get back, we check in the evidence. We have a computer and you put your exhibit numbers. And so I'm like, oh, this person ended in exhibit 10. I picked up at 11. They'll look up later and say, oh, I picked up at 15. So there's multiple people working on multiple things at all times.
Okay. And did you also collect items that Detective Holland brought you from Ja'Cory Taylor?
Yes.
And what was that?
I have from N1.
Oh, sorry. from
Carter.
Anwar Carter, yes. Sorry.
I have exhibits 99 through 106 from Amwan Carter, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. 99 was a control swab, what we talked about, didn't have anything on it, the Q-tip. Then we have 100, a buccal swab like I talked about from Amwan, and 101, the right swab from Amwan Carter. So those are the buccal swabs for DNA purposes. 102 is a pair of black socks. 103 is a black Ellison shorts with red RCHS Lions with basketball logo. 104 is a pair of black Nike pants. And then we have 105, a pair of black and neon red Jordan tennis shoes, size 9. Then lastly, we have 106, a gray short sleeve Levi Strauss t-shirt, size medium. I believe that's it as far as exhibits.
As far as in May, is that conclude your involvement in this case for the month of May?
For the month of May, yes.
A couple months later, did you get called back to
Yes, I did.
what day was that?
July 11th, 2016. And that's a Monday, I believe.
And what did you do?
So on that day, would have got a call from Detective Tonelli from Homicide. And he wanted me to respond to the auto theft garage with him to process a vehicle.
Is the auto theft garage where all vehicles involving crimes are brought, not just stolen vehicles?
So the auto theft garage is a secured padlock facility, and it's coded, it's secure. It's in the same area as the LMPD tow lot, but it's a special area for processing vehicles, and that could include if there was an auto theft, if there was, you know, a homicide, just say somebody messed up the car and you want it fingerprinted or anything. So we process any vehicles there.
And what did you do at this garage?
So at the auto theft garage was located at 1547 Frankfurt Avenue. I met with Detective Tonelli, and then we photographed the car again as is. It was a 2007 Mazda 3 with a Kentucky license plate of 484 N as in Nora, T as in Tom, T as in Tom, 484 NTT. And then the VIN, I'm just going to read you the last of it, is 82818, 82818. Since I photographed it, then I collected some exhibits from the vehicle, exhibits 139 through 142.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? If you could release 4 photographs, which I've marked as 65 through 68. Did you take those photographs that day?
Yes, I did.
65 through 68.
No objection.
This is going to be a picture of the back of the driver's side seat of the car, and then a little bit closer picture of below the headrest. And this is going to be where there was this red suspected blood, and I'm just saying suspected, and we took a cutting of it so that it could be sent to the lab. This is showing the cutting, and it's got the scale in it again. It's a 2-inch scale, a 5-centimeter scale, showing relation to the size of the cutting.
And was that then packaged?
I would have packaged it and then the possibility of it being transported to the lab, that would be at a later time that I don't have things with, but that's common practice.
And are you always working at the direction of the lead detective or somebody working with the lead detective?
Yes, at their direction and together, yes.
Further questions?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions. I'm not going to walk back through everything.
Sure.
If any of my questions are confusing, just let me know.
Okay.
I'm going to start with the house and the scene of the alley.
Sure.
Okay. Were you part of determining who owned that property?
No,
Okay, so you don't know anything about that location and the property ownership and all that sort of thing,
correct.
because that's not your job.
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to flip now all the way to the car.
Okay.
Fast forward. You said that was in July, so that's 2 whole months later, right?
Correct.
In the time your earlier testimony had a lot of activity by you for about 2 days, right?
Correct.
But between May and July, you weren't really working on that. You were doing other stuff. You have other cases.
Correct.
Okay. In July, you went out to I'm going to just call it the warehouse, the car warehouse. I know has a different name. And when you got there, you weren't the first person to examine that car, were you?
I don't know who else examined it. I just have my report as to what I did with direction of the officer that day,
Okay.
to the best of my knowledge.
And specifically, the officer who was giving you direction was Detective Tonelli?
That's correct.
On that particular day, you don't know how that car got there. Like, you weren't part of transporting the vehicle to that warehouse.
Correct. I would know common procedure.
But you don't know literally how that car got there on that day, do you? If you do, you can know it.
Common procedures of record taking it, but I did not witness any of that part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My point, you didn't have I guess I'm probably being confused. My point is, it was there. You didn't have anything to do with
That's
putting
correct.
it there.
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Yes.
And you didn't have anything to do with processing it before that day in July.
That's correct.
So you got there, you did what you were told to do, asked to do.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were examining the vehicle, am I correct that it had no back seat?
I have to refer to the pictures again. Is that okay? Let's see. If I'm looking at the pictures, it looks like you can see, can I show that?
Sure.
Um,
Go ahead.
This is just my observation because this is how I would determine that. It looks like there's a lot of metal here. So it looks like maybe there's a cutting or no, and it looks like there could possibly be no seat just by seeing this metal. But I don't recall any further than that unless I see more pictures.
Okay. So looking at your pictures, looks like there's no back seat in that car.
That's correct.
All right. And you, on that day in July, 2 months after this happened, approximately 2 months, you weren't asked to examine the car seat.
The back car seat where it previously was.
Well, there was no car seat that you were asked to examine in the back, right?
I only took cuttings and samples of what I was told and recorded here.
Right. So you were never asked to examine the back car seat.
That would seem correct, but I just don't recall the whole specifics without like further detail, just because my mind is
Okay.
scientifically thinking about the car, you know what I mean?
Okay. But you also have your report, right?
Which it wouldn't have said each seat, but I only took the samples from the ones that I said from that back car.
Right.
Yes.
And so looking at your report, it's okay.
Yes.
If you want to. You did not examine any back seat of that vehicle.
I did not take any evidence from any back seats. Correct. I'm
Okay?
just,
And if you had, it would be in your report.
that's correct. Yes.
Additionally, you did not examine any car seat somewhere else. Like for example, at a different location, at
So-
CSU headquarters, anyplace else.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and I'm
Ninjas
just trying to be
took the
clear.
back
So on that
seat
day, in the
and
back of the
framed
car,
him.
there was no back seat that you examined.
Okay.
You also didn't examine a back seat anywhere else.
Correct.
Okay.
You're muted.
You did your examination on the 11th of July. I think you said you thought that was a Monday.
Yes, sir. It's July 11th, 2016.
But you didn't put your results into evidence until Wednesday, 2 days later. Is that right?
So on here it says I photographed the pictures, and then I on 7/13 placed them in the property room. They would have been secured. We had an evidence locker area. They would have been secured in the evidence locker area that you have to use your ID or code to get into, just because sometimes you're on other runs in between other things. So
Okay.
they're secured until you can get to them to package them to take them to the property room.
This back seat is a
And
big
if
deal.
there had been a car seat that was
The defense is saying,
removed, that would also be kept in that evidence room, right?
It could be kept in the evidence room or the secure CSU evidence area. It's only people, it has like, we have cards that we have to use. Only the text can get in
the back
there.
seat supposedly
I
won't
can't
miss.
say
Oh,
where that was
okay.
stored. There's
Thank
several
you,
areas
Hayden
that could have been
Harris. I
stored, but
did
they're
miss
all
the opening
secure.
statements.
Okay. And that's, you already jumped to my very next question. Those areas are secured so that people can't get in who were off the street, for example.
That is true.
And in fact, you have procedures set up so that anyone who does access evidence has to log it in, right?
Any evidence logged into the property room?
Yeah.
Yes, so we get a property room report, we take it to the property room, it gets checked in, so there is dates and times that all of that occurred.
And even if someone is working for the police department, those rules are still followed. You have to log in, access to evidence, right?
Yes,
And different people have different sort of clearance, they have different cards and things like that. There's a procedure.
yes, but as far as once it's in the property room, they are in charge of that. You just can't go walking about in there just because, even us.
Exactly. Even the folks whose job it is to take care of the evidence, they still have procedures and still follow them, right?
Correct.
Thank you. I
You're
have no further
welcome.
questions.
What big hairy butt?
No redirect.
All right, ma'am, you're free to go.
Thank you.
I think this is a good point for us to take a break as well. Let's see, it is 11 o'clock. You can go ahead and go. Thank you so much. I will go ahead and do a 10-minute break and we'll come back outside the courtroom doors at 11:10, please.
All right. Oh, we're not going to see any only feet. I want to see the only feet. Oh, that's sad. Okay, well, we get to have a chat with Mo. Yay!
He's remained relatively calm this morning. No outbursts or
He's been calm. I think he's well medicated at the moment, but maybe I could turn you up a little bit, actually, Mo. Now that you are now that we're not listening to the court, I find you a little low. Does that mean Sal's about to join the stream? No, because he's at work, unfortunately. Once he finishes work, he can come. He'll be there. He'll be here. How's my audio and Mo's audio? Mo, can you talk for a bit?
yeah. That's
How do we sound, guys? Because without the court
Alright.
on, are we a little
May
bit
I
low?
speak to you for a moment operating the camera? Just a moment.
Oh, hang on, what's you gonna say?
oh, are they getting in some are they taking a break or
They are taking a break. However, she was just talking to somebody. She was just saying to, can I talk to the people of operating the camera? they might be getting a little talking to. Maybe about
Yeah.
focusing on the defendant the entire time because they were doing that before. We're all good mic level wise? Very good. They'd be
Well,
getting in trouble.
yeah, but also, I mean, they weren't supposed to show the pictures either. So what were they supposed to focus on? The seal of Kentucky? You
That
know?
could be it too, actually, because yeah, they were focusing all over the evidence, and also yeah, it might be that. It might be that. So,
Yeah, I mean, it could
hello,
really be.
duh. Yeah,
Well,
it's they haven't exactly been behaving themselves. And this is the thing. This is exactly what I was saying before about like them LNC and Court TV and that getting thrown out of the Koberger case, and then Daybell. They're not exactly behaving themselves. These big MS
well,
and yeah.
at this point, you'd think that they'd have a dedicated team that would be aware of certain standard protocols. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, probably they don't want you showing, body parts.
No.
Probably they don't want you, focusing on the jury. Probably, you know, have a standard operating practice for court TV and law and crime, and that, above and beyond what the court orders, just to keep your butt safe. But far be it from me to tell Dan Abrams what to do.
Yeah. Yesterday they showed 2 jurors.
They're amazing.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
I've had to go back through yesterday's video and blur out the jurors. That was fun. So yeah, I've already had to go do that, and that's like, yeah, awesome for all of us. Yeah,
Wonderful.
awesome. It's wonderful. How have you been, Mo?
Pretty good, pretty good. Way behind on all Christmas, planning and such.
What's Christmas?
Yeah. Well, it's this thing we do over here. We pretend Jesus was born in the middle of winter, even though it was probably spring.
It's winter.
And,
I didn't know that.
well, allegedly.
No, they didn't show the holy cow. All right. So whilst we're on break, what I thought we might do is continue watching the defense opening statement, which is
Sure.
really, really interesting. Hey, Christine. Cool. Because a lot of people didn't get to see yesterday because it just got sprung on us. Basically,
Well,
we
yeah,
didn't think it was going to start till today.
I thought it was going to be tomorrow or today too. Yes, tomorrow,
My
today.
volume's really low all of a sudden. Well, it probably has been really low. It's just that the court was really low. So I'm going to now turn it up. That's fine. That's fine. Let me do that. My audio. Yeah, my mic volume is at 23% right now. How is that? Is that better?
Yeah,
that?
yeah, that works. I thought it was
Okay,
low
good.
for me, but I turned my volume down lower because sometimes.
Yeah. It's just been a matter of balancing it out all day,
Yeah,
depending
for
on
the
who's
love
talking
of.
in court. Yeah. That last lady was quite loud, actually. Goods? It's all
Yeah,
goods? Lovely.
yes.
Cool. All right. So how about, because I do have, where are we? I have yesterday's opening statements. So I'll share that one. And this lady here was pretty awesome. And so we can go back into this mode. Cool.
Okay, so she was the defense, correct?
Defense, yeah.
Or
Yes,
okay.
she was. And I might just put her on normal speed because I had her on 1.5.
Why was I thinking he was going pro se? But
Oh, we
it's the
wish.
other. It's the other one. It's the July 4th
Yeah. Yeah.
parade
Yeah.
guy.
Parade guy.
No,
He
Ashton.
does remind
He
me a
is
little bit of
just.
Daryl.
He is so unruly. That is a spit guard. He has been known to spit, fling
Yeah.
bodily fluids, go
Yeah.
absolutely uh ape poo on people. So
He does fling excrement on people. However, that was in
yeah.
prison.
Yeah,
Uh,
but
yeah.
in court situations that is a spit mask because he has been known to hawk loogies at people.
Has been
So
hawking things at people. That was his
he
lawyer that he
is
spat on.
yeah, so he is not allowed
Allegedly.
to
Yeah.
he is not allowed the well, he wasn't allowed the privilege of not having a mask, but apparently
No.
he's on good boy behavior right now.
Well, he
Oh,
likes his new attorney, and I'll show you why. She did a bloody good job yesterday. Watch this.
Focus in on Brice Rhodes, excluding all other possible suspects. Elizabeth Wren, the mother of Larry and Maurice, was the first to point the finger at Brice Rhodes. But why? She didn't see anything.
he's a
So
douche.
what was her
Okay.
problem with Brice? Was it
He
their
was a
romantic
40-year-old
relationship
hanging out with
that was good?
teenagers.
I feel for her. She lost both of her sons.
Christine, go do that.
She's a grieving mother, and you will see that when she testifies. But I'm going to ask you to look past that and think about the part that she played in this. Consider the reliability of her statement. Evidence will show that she is a known drug user who was aware that her juvenile sons were hanging with Ja'Cory Taylor and Ann Carter, were involved with guns, and even knew her son's friends bought a gun out of her own home. She was naturally distraught when she spoke to the police, but also very likely under the influence. And I'm not saying that to speak ill of her, but as a jury, you have to know that the police took her statement and did not investigate anyone else.
This is a very
Police
carefully
didn't
she
care
has
that
to
she
tread.
hated Brice.
Mm.
The police didn't care that they had a relationship that went sour. The police didn't care that she had
Oh wait, they were in a relationship?
anything.
Apparently.
Oh dear God.
Although
They already had a name, and she was happy to trash her
we had
ex-boyfriend.
someone in chat yesterday who knows these people, and she
Ladies
said
and
that
gentlemen, no other
she
suspects were
didn't want
investigated.
him. He wanted her.
Not a full
Ah.
investigation was done, as you
Mm.
might expect to see in a case of this magnitude. There were, however, other suspects to investigate. Just prior to the shooting of Christopher Jones, a Louisville Metro police officer reported a suspect in a white shirt, reported receiving a report of a suspect in a white shirt riding a bicycle and waving a gun around in the area. It's not a coincidence. It's a high crime area. It wasn't investigated. Another witness reported seeing a black Chrysler 300M near the scene of Christopher Jones's death, and even stated a person got out and messed with the body, but then fled before the police arrived. This was not investigated. Another possible suspect comes to light in the statements of Ann Carter and
Sorry,
Ja'Cory
I just
Taylor.
never heard that term before.
They both described two other men being present at and participating in the murder of brothers Larry and Maurice. Tyrone Coleman was eventually charged and convicted. However, the other individual was not charged or even questioned. There is a reasonable doubt that Brice Rhodes is guilty. There's no clear motive
You broke me,
for
dude.
Brice to have committed
Okay.
this crime.
Y'all, if you have cold feet, I'm just telling
police
you,
allege
Amazon
that
like $30.
Brice Rhodes shot and killed Christopher Jones in the presence of Ja'Cory Taylor, Ann Carter, Larry Ordway, and Maurice Gordon. And then about 3 weeks later, the police think that Brice stabbed Larry and Maurice because Brice was afraid they would go to the police and rat.
Mm-hmm.
but the other two who were present are still alive. Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor were there, and they are still alive. Does this make sense to you? And I would like to talk about those co-defendants. I stabbed him. I stabbed Maurice in his side. I drove on him. I ran him over. Anwan Carter was facing life in prison for his actions against 3 innocent people. He was facing life in prison. And the prosecution said, that's okay. We'll give you probation. But to get the sweetheart offer, you got to give us someone else. Anwan Carter pled guilty to the murders of Christopher Jones, Maurice Gordon, Larry Ordway. And in exchange for that, the prosecution was okay with probation, or maybe a little prison, left it up to the judge, if you testify against Brice Rhodes. Anwan Carter gave a name, the police took it and ran with it. Up to that point, all they had was kids killing other kids. They wanted an adult to stick it to. And here we are.
Right.
2 people have already admitted to killing Christopher Jones. Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor. 3 people have already admitted to killing Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon. Again, Anwan Carter and Ja'Cory Taylor, plus Tyrone Coleman. They have all pled guilty to their murders.
Right.
So why are we here then? Because in order for those men to get very lenient deals from the government, they agreed to testify against Brice. The evidence will show you all that those responsible for the murders have already been convicted.
Okay,
and are
then
now
why
trying to
does
put the blame on
the
Brice
government
Rhodes.
have a hate boner for Brice?
There's reasonable
Yeah, good
doubt
question.
that Brice Rhodes is guilty.
I do wonder. I mean,
Yeah.
Evidence will show
I
that
need
the
someone to explain to
testimony
me why the
of Anwan
government
Carter
hates
and Ja'Cory
Brice.
Taylor
Yeah,
will
me
you
too. Yeah, that makes no sense. Why do they hate him so much?
I mean,
Why?
I understand why they hated Gandhi and JFK. I need to
Yeah,
understand what acts of goodwill Brice is doing
yeah, like what's the
because
conspiracy against this man? Like,
what I know of Brice Rhodes is that
Yeah.
he's not the greatest guy ever, but that might be, psyops, of course.
yeah, it could be. Like I'm sure he's just lovely. His mother says so.
hear from is not believable.
I mean, other
Both of these
than
men are
wanting to
known
hang out with
criminals.
teenagers when he's 40
In fact,
years
Anwan
old.
Carter is currently
Yeah.
in prison right now in the state of Florida. Guess what for? Gun charges. He had a
Well, I mean,
loaded
who doesn't go
weapon.
to Florida to have gun charges?
So after
Who
he got his
among us
sweetheart deal
hasn't
here
gone
in
to Florida?
Oh, it's pretty hard to be in gun charges in Florida, isn't it? Everyone can have a gun no matter what.
Maybe he was transporting an alligator. You would be shocked how many people try to transport an alligator. Every other day, I am reading, man stopped by side of road to pick up alligator, received ticket for transporting illegal transport of alligator.
Yeah,
EU
right.
every other freaking day on Newsy News. It is not a joke. This
Never,
is yeah.
never. Yeah,
Kentucky for killing 3 people.
it's pretty
He
hard.
went to the state of Florida, joined a gang, and again got arrested. He changed his statement at least 3 times to the police that I can think of. At first, Mr. Carter even told police, I do not know Brice Rhodes. I've never been in a car with him. However,
Oh.
After having time to consult with Ja'Cory Taylor, a plan was concocted to point the finger at Brice
Hang
Rhodes.
on.
These two, Taylor and Carter, had a chance to get their stories together. There weren't any suspects initially after the Christopher Jones murder, but about 3 weeks later, Larry and Maurice are killed. And one Carter wasn't questioned until about 2 days after that incident. So all of this time, Carter and Taylor had time to get their stories straight, to come up with a plan of how to get themselves out of this. A plan to make themselves look less guilty.
Thank you, Deputy Mills. Everybody's phone up here.
All right, we're ready.
And does anybody need to report anything with regards to the admission over the break? Perfect. All right, Ms. Jones Brown, your next witness. Thank you.
Here we go. We're back.
Well, yeah, old line red. I need to understand. It's not that the teens made it. I want to
Okay,
understand
thanks.
why the
Ms. Rhodes, I'm gonna
government
take
has
the
a hard
motion.
on for this
Thank
guy.
you. You may have a seat.
You just worked that out,
Good
Dennis?
morning, ma'am. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Deborah Rand,
How do you spell your last name?
WREN.
Oh crap.
Ma'am, how are you connected to this case?
I'm the grandma.
You're on your way out.
Oh shit.
Grandma.
Do you recognize these photos?
It's recently Larry.
You know these photos you all gave us of the boys?
Yeah.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to introduce 1697.
No objection.
Admitted.
Oh.
Which one's Reese?
I'm Trace.
Okay. And obviously that's Larry.
Larry. Mhm.
And if you could, I know it's hard, can you tell the jury about Reese and Larry?
Reese and Larry were really good kids. They did good in school and they played sports and they were really good natured boys. They never been in trouble. And they were very loving. They got along with everybody. They were well liked at school. Their teachers really thought a lot of them. They were involved in sports. They were just good boys.
In May of 2016, how old was Maurice?
16,
And how old was Larry?
14,
Did they usually hang out together?
always.
What school did they go to?
Homestead Academy.
Homestead? What neighborhood did they live in?
It's around the Beachmont area.
Is that in, around Iroquois Park?
Yes, Iroquois Park area.
And how are you related to them?
I'm the grandmother.
Right, are you their mother or father's mother?
My daughter is the mother.
And what's your daughter's name?
Elizabeth.
Who are their fathers?
Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon.
So they were each a junior? And was your daughter involved in their lives?
Yes.
And were their fathers involved in their lives?
No.
At that time, was your daughter having a few issues?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe a little bit about what the home life was like?
She was just having a hard time, with just doing things and trying to make ends meet and things of that nature.
Were there times when there wasn't enough food?
Yes.
No, no,
Did they have,
Dennis.
at the
He
time,
needs
did
to go with Joel Guy Jr.
Yes.
It will be hell for both of them.
When each other sister.
Bryce
How
won't
old
get the
was she
adoration
at
he
the time?
he
Mhm.
wants,
I'm gonna say
and
about
Joel
9
won't get the
10.
quiet he
How old is
wants.
she now?
They will both
17.
annoy the shit out of each
And
other.
is there a new sibling that they would have met if they lived?
Larissa.
Larissa?
Mhm.
And when was she born?
September the 22nd, 2017.
Holy crap balls, the mom had another daughter?
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
For the defense.
I don't have any questions, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Redden, you are
Oh,
free to
that's
step
a
down. Thank you,
good
ma'am.
move for the defense.
Yeah.
This would have been a terrible witness. Though, why they stay, you were dirty for taking her pictures. Oh, sorry. Out of,
Hold on, next witness, please.
Calls Detective Officer Stephanie Spalding.
Thank you.
Hey, Stray.
Hi, Officer Spalding, you can come on up. Have you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you, officer. You can have a seat.
Good morning, ma'am. What is your name?
Stephanie Spalding,
Where do you work?
LMPD's 3rd Division
How long have you been with LMPD?
since 2009.
And when you say the third division, is LMPD divided up into a number of divisions?
Yes, I apologize. We have 8 divisions and then several other specialty units, but now I'm in the 3rd.
And does each division cover a certain geographic area?
Yes,
At the time of May of 2016, where were you working?
in the homicide unit.
Were you aware on May 22nd of the case on River Park?
I'm not positive of my work schedule that particular day, but I did not respond to that particular scene.
And how many people were in the homicide units back then, approximately?
Approximately 25 to 30.
Okay. And how do you all divide up responsibilities?
As a new case is called in or we're notified, then that particular detective would then take that case and we would fall in line right behind them.
So is there a rotation and
Yeah.
just your day, that's the case you get?
Yes, and we would often help others, but we may or may not be available to respond to every single scene.
So on May 22nd, when was the case assigned to Detective Tonelli? The case on River Park?
According to the case records, yes.
Yeah. So obviously, not all 25 detectives rushed to River Park, right?
Correct.
Because everybody has their own cases. Okay. But did you all help each other as needed on cases?
Yes, we did.
So at some point, were you asked to do some things on this case?
Yes.
And what was your first role in this case?
My first role was actually on May 24th. So it was a few days later, and I was working in the homicide unit at the time in the office, and I did take a phone call from JCPS.
And what were you directed to respond to a certain school?
Yes, I was asked to go to Olmsted North in regards to an assistant principal who wanted to speak with us more in depth about the 2 young victims.
And at that time, prior to this phone call, did you all have an identity for the victims?
No,
And did Olmsted give you names of children that they thought it might be?
yes.
How did LMPD put out information about the children?
There were sketches that were released to the media of the 2 victims.
And why sketches and not photos?
We were unable to identify them, and it would have been too difficult for anyone to have to see those things.
The actual photos of.
Yes, I'm sorry. the photo.
So after you responded to Olmsted North, did you then have an identity of the children? A possible identity?
Yes, we did, and then we went to the address of that was provided to us.
Who did you meet at the address?
I was with another detective who then interviewed their mother.
The mother of the children?
Yes.
After that, did you all get information that led
Really,
you to their
Daybell?
address?
Yes, and at some point during that day, again, we do go to several different scenes and help detectives on various things that I went to Haight Avenue.
And who did you understand that address to belong to?
Brice Rhodes.
Okay. What did you do at Haight Avenue?
First, I was sent there to keep it as a secure location to make sure nobody came in or out of it. while a search warrant was being written, so I remained outside of the building.
Was the search warrant completed?
Yes,
And did you all go into an apartment?
yes, we did.
Do you recall the address?
May I reference the letters?
If there's no, yes.
Okay, thank you. The address,
Yes.
763 North Height Avenue, number 2.
Do you recall the layout of the building 763?
Yes.
How many units are inside of it approximately?
So it's a building of, I believe 4, if it was only 2 stories. So you go in and into a main doorway where then you go downstairs for the units 1 and 2, or you can come back up and go to the upstairs for units 3 and 4.
And what type of apartment complex was it?
It was a gated condo type townhome community.
And were there lots of other units sharing a parking lot?
Yes, maybe 15 to 20 buildings or so.
At the time that during the search warrant, what was your role?
I was the person who logs the items. When maybe another detective locates an item, then they inform me, and then I write it on the log sheet to be sent back with the warrant during the execution.
So are you actively searching?
No, I'm usually stationary with the paper.
Okay. And did you write down items for the warrant?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what was found during the first warrant?
As listed on the log, there is a small knife and a large knife that was collected by another detective from a bedroom.
What happened after you all finished logging the search warrant?
Then we secured the location.
Pardon?
Then we secured the location and exited.
Okay.
The way she
And
ends a
at that point,
sentence
did you understand that you all were just leaving?
with the upward inflection
Yes,
makes
we did
everything
believe
sound
at
like
that
a
time that
question.
we had completed our
Yeah.
part at that location.
What happened next?
Then I left and I did inform Miss Rhodes that we were finished with the search warrant. And shortly after, approximately 20 minutes or so, I was instructed to return back to the location and remain outside again to keep it secured in order for a second search warrant to be executed.
And during this time, did you speak with the mother of Brice Rhodes?
In between,
At any point at Hyde Avenue?
yes, before the first one, and then I did inform her that the second one, or before the second one.
Did the second search warrant get executed?
Yes,
And what was your role in that one?
I was also the person who logged the items.
And what did you log that time?
May I reference the sheet? It's difficult to read because it is a copy, so I can't read all of it.
Would they not have brought the original so she could read it? They've only had 7 years. I mean,
I know, right?
So there's probably a better sheet that maybe has more things, but from what I can see, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items total that ranged from small to very large.
Oh,
If you'd like me to try to
be
read it, I
small,
can.
be
Sure.
average to be large.
If you
maybe?
could.
Okay, the first one says carpet from living room. The second says carpet padding from living room. The third is artificial
Hey, Stace,
plant
you can't find the link, David.
and
I sent you one.
says living room
It's in your
table
Discord,
and
and it's also in
artificial
Twitter.
plant from kitchen
It's
table.
everywhere.
Apologize, I
you
cannot
want to
read the
Mine
next
was
item
sent
other
to
than
you.
a lanyard
Or is that American
from within
Express?
the living room.
Dear
Can't
me.
remember. I don't have a credit
And the
card.
third, or the sixth, I'm sorry, is also a carpet from the living room. I'm sorry.
Detectives. Did you do a canvas while you were at
Welcome,
Heights?
Stace.
Yes, I did.
And what did that entail?
I went through to each of the units and attempted to make contact with the tenants for all of those that lived within the complex.
Did you also go to process a car?
Yes, I did with another detective. We went to the garage to process for a search warrant.
Was it the same day?
All right. I just sent it to you again, David. Again.
It was May 25th.
May 25th. Okay, the next day. What car was it?
It was a blue Mazda.
Okay, and what do you recall from that event?
I know we did process it and they took photos and that there was, I would say, evidence collected, but that doesn't mean necessarily a physical object.
Okay, that's fine. Well, and we'll have another detective to testify to that. So thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions. Okay.
Oh, there he is. Hello.
What did I miss?
Oh, you came in hot.
You were the last one to exit. the
Oh,
search
yes, my
of
headphones,
the
sorry.
Residence on Hyde Avenue, correct?
I'm always hot.
I can't say I was the last person
Yes,
to
you
actually
are.
physically leave the particular unit, but the
Where's
complex
your handsome
itself,
face?
yes, I believe I was the very last person at that point. driving.
My handsome face is driving, focusing on the road.
Oh, hello.
Bryce's mother, Mrs.
Oh,
Rhodes, that she
super
could go
cool.
back in and the search was over, correct?
Do I look like the expert?
According to my
Yes.
investigative letter, that I encountered her outside. May I reference that real quick?
Your ears,
Okay, thank you.
ears are destroyed. Okay, I'll just turn you down a little bit.
First, I'm blowing everyone's eardrums. Now you're blowing everyone's eardrums. It's just
Yes,
a
I'm sorry.
banner day.
Before I drove out of the gate, I did observe Miss Rhodes sitting in her vehicle,
There we
I
go.
and I
can't
informed her
control the
that she could
settings
go
here,
back
that's all
into
I
her
need to do.
unit. Yes.
And so then at some point
It's
later,
all
or shortly
it's all
thereafter,
on
Hang on a
EU.
minute.
Poor
20 minutes,
EU's
you told Mrs.
working on
Rhodes
zero
that she
sleep
had to
and
leave again
unfortunate.
because you guys were coming back.
I'm actually doing
It was
really
an
good
approximate that
so
I
far.
gave, and
I know.
I'm
I would
just going
have
to
within my
pause,
letter,
pause
I
court for 2
cannot say.
seconds. Hello, David. How are you?
I am good. I am good. I am leaving Oakland County Circuit Court, where I just wrapped up my client's motion and also got to pop that we're live in court. Chit chat with the prosecutor, Karen McDonald, and
Ooh,
I like good stuff as well.
ooh,
I have some
awesome.
updates for my evening stream tonight.
Oh, do you now? What's your evening stream
Yes.
about?
It's just a members only weekly news. We talk about various things, but I've got
that
some
one.
crumbly news.
Oh, you have crumbly
Ooh.
news. Ooh,
Yeah,
ooh.
crumbly news.
I
You guys
think
gotta check it out.
that's right. Hang on, tonight. Hang on, today is my Wednesday night, and tomorrow is my Thursday. That's
It's
right.
Wednesday
On
here.
Thursday mornings. On Thursday mornings is Wednesday night for you, and that means that that's the day that we all come together to praise David.
That's right.
That's right.
All members
That's what
come
we do.
together to praise
To
me.
praise David. That's right. That's what we do.
Yes,
I love.
it's the perfect
And
day for
for
my
your
day to.
Yes.
and
We
for
all
each
give, we all give
praise,
glory to David.
I give a little tidbit of news. Yeah.
We do for every bit of praise. That's correct.
It's
I'm
always a
enjoying
night
your
off.
weekly
Yeah,
ones. Yes, they're quite good.
perfect
Um,
day for my leg to be an a-hole, which is
yes,
apparently being.
but you need
I
to
feel like my
mention
news,
me
my
more.
little weekly things, they need to go. Well, I will, but they need to go longer. And see, that's the thing is, I think they need to go longer. So I'm going to do a longer stream today, and I'll have time
All
for
right.
the EUs, and you're good to hear about what's going on. So give me the rundown because I missed yesterday. I was busy with my trial, and then I've been
Well,
in court. So what's the rundown that we've heard so far?
Dave,
If you want to
About this?
ask
I know nothing
Jody.
about it.
Ask Jody because apparently they went 2 to 3 hours. Now, hopefully they found lube because the chafing. Yesterday we talked about 2 to 3 hour funness with Jody. You missed that. God bless you. I took your
Okay.
so you know, rewatch that, figure out how they did that, and then there you go.
Yeah. Tommy. Okay, so do you want to know what's happening with this trial?
Yes.
Yeah, with this
Okay.
trial, yeah, I know nothing about
Okay.
this case other than the guy looks like he should be chasing lambs or sleep
Okay.
or silencing them.
All right. So basically, the deal with him is this all happened in 2016. He's a rapper, but not like a well-known one or a successful one. He is.
Like me as a
He
rapper.
has he has an IQ of 76 apparently, but he wasn't trying very hard on the test. He is well known for acting up in court and in prisons. He apparently threw a piss bomb at somebody in a prison. He spat on one of his
Who
lawyers.
hasn't?
Yeah, I know who
Yeah.
hasn't. But we're not judging. Now, what he's charged with is unaliving a 40-year-old gang member who apparently he thought mistakenly that he had a price on his head, but he was wrong. But we all make mistakes.
So he was going to try to
and
take out the hitman? Is that the idea?
something like that. But and this is allegedly, right? And then there were two boys in the car, and he was hanging out with all these kids. He was 25 or so at the time, right? And that in itself is quite odd. But he was hanging out with all these kids, and allegedly, a week or two later, he was with all these other kids as well. There's all these kids involved, and allegedly he stabbied and blunt object force unalived these two brothers in this house, and then unfortunately there was incinerated them and left them in the backyard. Now there were other children involved, and they also have pled guilty to these unalivings. So three people have pled guilty to these unalivings. One of the 40-year-old was the one with the supposed price on his head, and of the two boys. So, but they pled guilty and got very sweet deals from the state, and they're going to be testifying against this man in this trial. It's taken a long time to get to this trial. All of these other people who have pled guilty have been to trial, and this has happened since. So,
well, yeah, 2016. That's
yes.
7 years
Now,
ago. Okay.
the
All right. I have a
defense-
question for you, though, real
Yes,
quick.
go.
So, what is the state's position on why, like, the motive behind it? Is he just an angry guy, or did he really think that these two brothers had a hit out on him or something?
The brothers. The problem with the brothers is that they're saying that they witnessed it, so therefore they had to go. So
the two guys that were unalived, I thought were brothers.
Yeah. The brothers. Yeah, they witnessed.
They witnessed the first unaliving. I get it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're saying that. Yeah, exactly. So that's what that's all about. But his defense is that he didn't do any of it. There's no physical evidence to show that he did it, and that all these other people have already pled guilty. So why are we even here?
You know what Benjamin Franklin said about this?
What?
I'm going to go all the way back to Benjamin Franklin. He said 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. That's an actual quote from Benny.
Well, that's the thing, but there's 3 people who are alive, and they're going to be testifying in this case. So there you go. I'm really interested to see. I'm interested to see how well he behaves himself when those 3 people come into court. So he's being really well behaved
so far.
He's been good so far. He's been behaving himself. Yeah, he's actually even
Now, like a
smiling
ship
and things like
business
that.
where there's all the antics pre-trial.
Yeah, but
Now,
that said,
allegedly, he has shackles on. For science, I believe we need to see them in action. Trademark the science.
You're talking about you know.
Bill Nye. Yeah. Well, Dave, can't you get white girl wasted and call the court and say we need a test run? I mean, use your bar number for good.
Oh, you want to see him action? Yeah, you kind of want to see him dab across the table just to see him in action. You can
Yeah,
at
I
least
want to
make
see
it halfway
bailiff.
across the table before they kick in.
I want to see bailiff wish he would just, tackle him a little.
Yeah. Well,
I'm
look, I think he is. I think nothing's really gone so wrong yet. Like everything's kind of
damn.
gone according
I
to
mean,
plan so far. There's been no real testimony that has angered him. He likes his counsel clearly. Like she's done a fantastic job. Nothing's really angered him. So there's been no reason for him to act out. But I think when those prison snitches come in, well, not really prison snitches, his former associates come in and start ratting him out, that's, I think, when things are going to go down. So also his ex-girlfriend, who was the mother of the boys, that could be when things get
I thought you were going to say
drunk.
ex-boyfriend. I got really excited for a second.
No.
Okay.
So he was dating the mother. And things could get really emotional and he could get quite angry at that point too. So yeah, I think there could be a lot of drama when that happens. So there's a lot to come and a lot of reasons why he could go off his rocker. Yeah.
Okey-doke.
So
Cool. Well, I didn't want to derail it too much. I just wanted sort of an idea of what was going on.
yeah,
I appreciate
but
it.
it's
Let's keep now. Who's on the stand? This is obviously an investigating officer. I would imagine by the badge.
This lady Stephanie Spaulding, LMPD homicide unit, and she's just about to finish, and we're gonna get another person on the stand really quickly. So I'm just gonna chuck her up to 1.25 and get back up to live.
yeah, these are the ticky-tacky, I picked up an item, logged it in kind of witnesses.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Thank you for being
Anything
here,
that's not
David.
in here because it was quite a few years ago. What I do know is that based on the times of when I was asked to return, so I left, according to my notes, I left at approximately 20 to 11 hours. So it's just before 11 p.m. And then I returned at 22:35.
Excuse me, sir. Out the
So
way.
within the 20-minute range or so. But I do not recall whether Miss Rhodes was still in the parking lot or in her unit. I do not recall.
But you did just testify that the search was finished.
Yes, we left after the first search warrant, and that was complete.
You said you found not much. It didn't sound like in the first search. You collected some knives, you said, I believe?
I did not collect them. I logged them.
You logged them.
Yes.
And those didn't end up having any evidence.
Oh yeah, he's been in jail.
I cannot answer to that.
Did you, in your duties, happen to video either of the searches of Mr. Rhodes' residence on Hyde Avenue?
No, not in my capacity as a detective, no.
And then you said that you were present for the search warrant of the blue Mazda, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall if there was a back seat in that vehicle?
I apologize. I do not recall.
No further questions. No.
All right. Officer Spaulding, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Almost like witness.
He doesn't know if there's a back seat.
That's actually a big issue because the defense says that the state lost the back seat, and supposedly that was something that would have had.
How do you lose a back seat from a vehicle?
And that was a big point of contention in the opening statements. How did they lose a back seat? Such a large piece of evidence.
Who hasn't lost a back seat in a storage unit where
Sir,
they're
what is your name?
Kevion White,
Could you spell that?
Keyveon, last name White, White.
Back in 2016, in May, where were you living?
I was living with my auntie, Miss Red.
Your aunt?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you all have roommates, housemates?
Not sort of. We was considered our family.
You were all family? Were
He
those
did.
people Elizabeth Wren and her children?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you related to them or just really close friends?
Just really close.
Okay. And did you all live together?
Yes, ma'am.
How old were you in May of 2016?
15, about to turn 16.
Were you friends with Larry and Maurice?
Yes, ma'am.
On May 21st, which would have been a Saturday, did you see them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you see them?
We lived together, so we woke up together.
Okay. Do you recall what they did that day?
I think that we went out to like Vagan Bush Lane, We had played.
Sorry, somebody coughed. You went to where?
We had went to like Fagan Bush Lane, a little neighborhood, and played basketball, I believe, that day.
Okay. Anything else you recall about that day?
Everybody in chat.
Not that really stuck out besides a bunch of phone calls.
Anyone catch
Did
his
you know
name?
who the phone calls were
No,
from?
ma'am.
Or were they phone calls that they received?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they both have a cell phone or just one of them?
They both had cell phones.
Were they both getting the phone calls?
No, just one.
Who?
I think it was Reese.
Did anything happen as a result of the phone calls?
No, we had continued to play basketball until we had went home later on.
At some point, did they leave?
Yeah, they did.
Barry White.
Who did they leave with?
Honestly, ma'am, I can't recall who the driver was or who was driving the car.
What kind of car was it?
I don't remember.
And do you remember telling Mrs. Wren at the
He
time?
doesn't
that
look
they
like
left?
he's used to getting up before the crack of noon.
Don't want to approach.
No. Oh, look, he's got his brothers or his friends on this little necklace thing.
So what were these brothers actually up to? Were they just hanging out?
They
cracking
were
wine?
okay. So they looked up to this guy. Like they really shouldn't have been hanging
How
out
old
with
were
him,
they?
but
They allegedly they played at being a gang, sort of.
yeah, I think they were 14 and 16.
He was the older
Right.
gang member, if you will. Like
Lessons here,
the
folks.
if the Crips and the Bloods came to you from Timu or Wish.com, this would be that.
Yeah. And he like let them be in his little music videos and stuff. Like they really looked up to him.
With them. You said
Every once in a
house.
while,
At
I
some
hear my
point,
son talking about like he's
did they
hanging
go
out
back
with.
to
Okay,
Lawrence?
stay away from that guy.
Did you have a conversation with her?
Yeah.
Honestly, I can't remember the conversation that we had.
Do you recall what you told her? Do you recall a statement you made even earlier today about recalling that?
Yeah, I did, but a lot of it's out of hurt. I can't honestly say that I seen them leave with that man over there.
Okay. Do you recall telling her anything along those lines, the mother?
Yeah, we had made phone calls and such after they hadn't came home to their so-called friends, and certain stuff just started adding up and going together.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Certain things started adding up and going together.
Yeah, Tali.
So was it your understanding
He's so quiet.
during the time they were missing that they had gone somewhere?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you think they had gone?
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation. if that's
Give
what-
us a statement.
I have no
Oh
further
yeah.
questions. Thank you.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, sir.
You're free to go, Mr. White.
Yeah. So Dave,
Almost next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Sergeant Jason Vance.
Thank you.
Jason Vance. Just a second. I just write this down. They showed body parts.
Ready to go, huh?
Parts.
Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you.
Good, huh?
Please tell the jury your name.
They
My
didn't
name is
show
Jason
the
Vance.
parts.
Where do you work?
I work for the Little Metro Police Department
What is your position there?
currently. Currently, I supervise the audit unit in the Accountability and Improvement Bureau.
How long have you been with LMPD?
Approximately 18 years.
In 2016, where were you?
In May of 2016, I was in the homicide unit.
Were you dispatched to River Park on May 22nd of 2016?
I was.
How did you find out that you needed to go there?
I was contacted via MetroSafe. It's our
Yeah. Earlier they had the forensic examiner, like the crime scene examiner there on stand, and they were showing footage from the scene, and we thought they weren't going to show anything because they were like panning away to the judge, and then all of a sudden they just panned back, and then they just started showing the bodies in the grass, just like that, and then they just kept
Well,
showing stuff.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because I feel like it's part of the case and it should be aired. And if people have a hard time, then just look away. I know Baker has
I'm
a
okay
policy
with
where
it.
he doesn't show that stuff.
I'm all right with it as long as my channel don't get yeeted.
Yeah, well, that's my point. If if it's okay for Law and Crime to do it, but they strike smaller channels, that's where I get
Yeah,
upset about it.
yeah,
Because if it's like Hella or you or me or, smaller channels,
yeah,
and you know, that's where I would get upset about it.
yeah. It wasn't particularly disturbing because you really couldn't see that much,
Yeah, it was hard
like
to kind of figure out
it
what
was
it
hard to make
exactly
out.
was.
Yeah, I mean, if it
Any
was, if
evidence in
the
the
parts
case
were intact,
should be presented.
yeah. I
Yes.
mean,
Can you hear me?
I don't really have that much
Okay.
of a problem with it. Yeah, I
Yes.
can hear you. Yeah, I don't have that much of a problem with it the way it was. It's just I don't want my channel edited. I don't want to have to go back through and spend hours and hours and hours blurring things out because it would take a long time with what was shown.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And I don't even know how to do that, so.
oh, I
I'm
yesterday
just
had
I
to go
don't think
back
that's
and
going
blur
to be
out
a
jurors.
YouTube Yeet problem.
Yeah, well, they showed some jurors
Uh,
yesterday, and I had to go back and blur that out. But yeah, annoying.
well,
So
that's different,
mm,
but
yeah, that is different. Yeah,
Dispatch
the
said
faces of the jurors
that
is not really.
yeah. They were from a distance, but yeah, I just did it just to be safe.
homicide was needed at that location for an investigation.
And what did you see when you got there?
I was met there by members of the Louisville Fire Department's arson unit. There was also some patrolmen from the second division, and there was 2 deceased persons laying in the back of a vacant property.
Could you describe the property?
It appeared to be vacant. It was a transient area. You could tell that it was in the back of the property. So there was an alley behind the property, and you could, in my description, or the way I would describe it would be is that people used it like as a cut through to get to other places.
Did you all observe anyone residing in the house in 4028?
No.
When do you need a wrench?
So you say arson was there.
Yes.
When do they come to a scene?
When there's a fire that consists of a criminal act.
Did you all have reason to believe that the fire had still been burning recently, or did you have any evidence of when the fire was?
I did not. No.
Were you the lead detective on this case?
I was not.
How does that work with the homicide unit?
So at the time of this notification, I was actually on another scene, which delayed my response to the location of River Park. But we work shift work. We also have a rotation about how we're assigned cases. So, if you are if you're number 3 on the list, as that third homicide, in sequential order, you would get that third homicide that occurred. And it could be months, could be days, could be hours. You don't know.
So what does everybody else do?
So we assist in investigations, but it's in this time frame we're talking about. We also do a lot of death investigations as well.
What are death investigations?
Suspected criminal acts, and at the time it was policy for the unit and the department that we would investigate all overdoses, which kept us extremely busy.
But this was obviously not a death investigation, right?
No, it was an obvious criminal act.
Were you, I guess, what you all call the scene detective?
Yes.
What does that entail?
So my job was to make notifications to our command, and then the command notifies the person that's going to be assigned as the lead investigator. Try to obtain as much information at the scene as I possibly can. Make sure that the scene integrity is there, that all the evidence that is identifiable is secured, and then subsequently calling CSU, our crime scene unit, to help me process the scene, collect evidence, photograph evidence, as means to collect all the evidence related to that incident.
What sort of evidence did you notice here?
There was obviously the 2 persons that were deceased. They appeared to have been burnt, at least their clothing and some of the tissues were damaged. There was, it was in the back of a vacant property, so the grass was tall. There was trash everywhere. There was one tire impression I remember that we end up plastering to get to compare potentially for as information in the case would progress.
Toxic.
We did try to identify there was tree branches that had been potentially damaged as a part of maybe a car. So we took photographs of that damage. Tried to identify as much evidence related to the incident as possible and collect it or photograph it.
Were you present when CSU Tech Silveria took photos and did the video?
Yes.
Did you all believe that the victims had been killed there?
No, we did not.
And why is that?
Because of their positioning, and they had obvious injury that would have resulted in blood evidence, and there was.
But you can hear okay, Brandon? Like you can hear the court?
After, so how long do you end up staying at a scene usually?
It depends. Typically, it takes, between 8 and 12 hours to do a scene. I'm not sure the duration of time I was on the scene, but it's usually a long time.
Were there other detectives besides yourself?
Yeah, so the process, the way it works is that initially, because I was on duty at the time, I respond, I make notifications, and then the command within our units first make notifications for other detectives to respond as well and assist in the investigation. There was a lead investigator assigned. So as the time went on, more people showed up to assist in, canvassing or other jobs, responsibilities, part of the investigation.
And at that time, did you all know who the victims were?
No.
What was your next involvement with the case?
I spoke to a few people on scene that day. I believe that I handled the initial, we were trying to identify who the victims were. So I communicated to the CSU Layton examiner and started that process.
What is Layton? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. So in an attempt, to identify the persons that were deceased, we use latent fingerprints. So we take fingerprints, and in some cases, and I believe it was this case as well, that because of the age of the victim, that we wouldn't necessarily have their latent prints on file. So we would not be able to identify them through that mechanism. But that's the first process.
Okay. What happened next?
Honestly, I don't recall what my next step was. I know at some point during my participation in this investigation, I was called to another location to assist in the location of one of the victim's cell phones.
Before that, did you ever go to the home where the boys lived?
Yes.
Okay.
Multiple times.
Tell us how you got, why'd you go there? What happened?
At some point during the investigation, their identities or were suspected, their suspected identities led us to a residence. And then we responded to that property and spoke with the family.
Do you recall where that was?
I do not.
Okay. Did you speak with Elizabeth Wren?
I did.
How many people were at the house, if you recall?
4 or 5, maybe.
Okay. Was her brother there?
Yes.
What was his name?
I don't remember his true name. I believe he went by TJ.
Okay. Did he have information that was helpful to you all?
Yes.
What was that?
Judge, I'm going to object to your side.
Don't want to press.
It never fails. When I get on stream, I get like 12 phone calls.
Sound right.
Is the court low or are we high?
The court's low, and we're adjusted for it.
Oh, okay.
So you all drove over there together?
Yes.
Where was that address?
I don't recall the address. It was off of, off North Height, maybe. But I'd have to refer to my investigative report to.
That's fine. What neighborhood is that?
It's kind of like Lower Brownsboro Road area.
And so you and TJ drove over there?
Yes, and Detective Mike Lauder from the homicide unit as well.
Were you all in the same car?
We were.
Oh, Brandon,
what were you
your
thinking
wife's
about?
not going to be on the jury?
Were you just going to write down,
That's
note
sad.
the address and leave?
Yeah, I thought it was important that he, one is identify the address, but once we got to the address, because of the way the multi-family dwelling buildings were kind of laid out, we actually were going to have to walk into the building to.
She wants to come across as too fair and
You're awesome.
So we're in the
Patrick.
process of doing
Thank
that.
you.
We were interrupted.
And what was the interruption?
The defendant arrived to his property, his home, and TJ identified the defendant because based off his vehicle. So we got in my police vehicle to not alert him that we were there.
What car was he driving?
It was a Charger.
What color?
I want to say it was black.
You're
But
awesome,
honestly, I
Ray.
don't remember. It's been a while now.
What did the defendant do at the residence that you observed?
think he walked in. I don't recall that as well, but he wasn't there very long. We were in my police vehicle, and it was a very short duration of time. And then we subsequently followed him to not alert him.
In my police vehicle, you weren't in a cruiser at that time?
No, I'm in a marked car.
So you followed
Excited. I got a
with
message
Detective
from my
Water and
judge.
TJ Wren?
Yes, TJ.
You gotta go.
We followed him. He got on
No,
down Zorn Avenue to
telling
get
you.
on 71. He took 71 to 65 South.
What'd you say, David?
I said I got a judge friend, but I forgot to follow up with him yesterday. Just giving you a heads up
Sorry, say
about
that
certain
again.
cases in Michigan.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
I got a message from my judge friend,
Yeah.
Ooh.
so we can start covering some Michigan cases. I got to follow up with
Yay.
him. I didn't.
Yay, Michigan
Ooh.
cases. Awesome. Good stuff. Guys, I've been trying to get access to courtroom stuff from Michigan. Because you know why? Because if we cover cases in Michigan, David will want to come on stream. And when David comes on stream, everyone joins. And also because I love David.
And at that point, I identified that.
As long as they're good
maybe-
cases, this
maybe-
one's interesting.
Cool. Sweet. Also, make sure they're salacious.
We'll coordinate good cases. Yes, we need salacious
Yes.
cases.
We need salaciousness. Egregious, salacious, outrageous.
He made observed me because it appeared that he was doing what we would consider counter surveillance. So the way he was driving his vehicle. So he took 75 or 65 South all the way down to Fern Valley over to Preston Highway, went north. He turned around, went south, and then he went back north, which in my experience in law enforcement would be we would describe that as counter surveillance. So it may just be that he's paranoid. I don't know, but I was concerned because I had a civilian in my vehicle that he thought that we were the police.
Judge, I'm gonna check. This is all speculation.
Did he have a ride along? Why did he have a civilian in his vehicle?
Without speculating, what happened next?
I had to
I
drop
think
CJ
to
off.
ID who he
I had to
was.
physically ask him to walk into the tire shop for his safety.
And did you continue following the defendant at that point? Did you involve other cars?
I did.
Um,
Stace, sometimes
And
that
were
is
you present when he was
strategic.
arrested?
I was.
Okay, can you describe what happened there?
We alerted other members of the homicide unit, and we made contact with the defendant at the speedway, I believe it was. But it's pretty close. It's on Preston Highway, pretty close to the Indian Trail intersection.
Did you go back and pick up TJ?
I did.
Okay. Were you also involved in a situation with the victim's phone?
I was.
Can you describe that to the jury?
As a matter of my tour of duty that day, and I don't recall the day that was, but it was late. It wasn't the same day as what we were speaking about. I was alerted that the U.S. Marshals Task Force was utilizing a ping location process to locate the victim's cell phone, and that they had located that cell phone at an address somewhere in Shawnee. I basically responded to that location.
Did you say it was in Shagley?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where in Shagley?
I'd have to refer to my investigative report, but I don't recall the address. But it was a family member, individual involved in the case.
So you went to the house?
Yes.
Was it a house or apartment?
It was a house.
What happened when you got there?
I made contact with the homeowner and her daughter. It was a bi-level house. So when you walked into the living room, immediately to the right, there was the second level was like maybe like 6 feet higher than the level you're standing on. And I had a clear view into a bedroom up a short set of stairs. And I observed an individual on a cell phone. And when he saw me, he took the cell phone immediately, concealed it under the mattress.
Were you able to collect that cell phone?
I was.
Who was that individual?
M1 Carter.
And to your
Yeah, right in front of
understanding,
him.
was
Put
this-
it under the
did cell
mattress.
phone
He'll
belong to
never
Maurice Gordon?
guess.
Yes.
What did you do with Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter went to the homicide unit office for an interview.
Did you do one more thing with this case?
Yes, I was alerted on another day to come to a location off of, I believe it was in Georgetown Circle, over on Berry Boulevard, to collect a set of shoes or boots that belonged to another one of the victims in this case.
Yeah, so they'll prep a witness, but you don't prep the witness with every question. You might also have a question on the spot that you just thought of. So it's not unusual for your witness to say,
boots?
I do.
What are those?
They're pictures of the boots that I collected at the location.
You're
Are
married
those
to a
a fair, accurate
liberal?
representation?
Yes.
Really?
The Commonwealth News introduced 71.3.
No objection.
Admitted.
Really?
I am shockest.
Me
Whose
too.
whose address was this?
I'm
But
married to a
I'm-
liberal.
I don't recall. I had to
I
refer to my
am
investigative
married
report.
to
I
someone
believe
who's
it
so
was
nice
the,
he's nearly Canadian, and
friend
I'm me. So
maybe a sister of a friend of
Go
one of the
figure.
victims.
Wow.
I don't recall exactly.
One of the co-defendants?
Co-defendants.
The
sorry.
votes are going to cancel each other out
And
whether
are
you're not.
these, is this boots as you found them?
Yes,
Was this woman, young lady, cooperative with you all?
she was.
Next one, are these the same boots?
Yes.
And what did you do with these boots?
How far
I
after
took
the
them to the
unaliving
Clemson
was this guy
unit,
arrested?
lab and had them processed and secured into the Louisville Metropolitan.
Hello,
Detention
cameraman.
Detention.
He did this before.
And I know you can't remember dates, but was
oh,
this
I
all in
thought I
the
was
same,
having a
like, 40
stroke.
period
Good.
or
I'm glad
so?
everyone
No.
else
This was
is
within days of the
seeing
initial
or not
notification.
seeing this.
No, cameraman just forgets to go from the VSC.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
I just said that.
they're getting
I wanted to
paid
break
for this
lunch before
too.
it's a cross-examination.
Awesome.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and break for lunch. I will excuse the jurors. I'm going to read the admonition one more time. Before
Is
you
the
go on break,
judge's
please recall
smoker?
my
She is
order. You are not
gone
to do
like
any
we
research
have
on
had
this case
18
or post
breaks.
information about
Oh,
this case.
that's
If
the
you accidentally
judge.
encounter
That's
information about the case from any source, it is your duty to bring it immediately to the attention of the court.
Okay.
We will come back here at, I'll have you guys please be outside the courtroom doors at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Cool, we can talk. Yay.
Woo.
Sweet.
Veet.
Wait, I found it. Damn cameraman. He's pursing his lips together like he's getting ready to kiss you.
He's getting ready to kiss.
He is.
All right, sweet. Yay, we can talk finally.
Yeah, he is doing that a lot. It is annoying.
He's been doing it the whole time. That's his thing. He does the pursy lips
If
thing.
only my camera worked, I would definitely.
Yeah, totally. All right. You're going to have a million questions during lunch since they didn't hire Vilhammer to fix the damn volume. Look, Vilhammer
Yes.
just needs to work in court audio all day, every day.
Yeah.
They need to hire.
The judge, I agree with Excel.
Yeah.
That's me. Look, just because maybe she's working on it and she's just smoking more. So she's not snacking. Look, maybe she's trying.
Maybe. Okay, so what I'm going to do is pretty shortly, I'm going to put on the rest of yesterday's defense opening. And then there were a couple of witnesses yesterday as well that you guys have missed. So, some of you guys have missed. So we will get into that shortly. But before that,
I missed it all.
you missed it all.
Me too.
Yeah. So we will watch a bit of that. But before that, we'll have a little bit of a catch up because we haven't really had any chance to chat. So what's this? Maybe he got big teeth and his lips naturally cover them. Maybe.
Yeah.
No, what's his name from? I'm thinking of, what was your? I can't remember.
Daryl Brooks.
That's
Yeah. The court
oh,
should
Bill
hire
Cosby
him.
cartoon, Saturday morning cartoon with, or after school special stuff.
Fat Albert.
Yes,
Mumble?
God, yeah, Fat Albert.
Mumble Mouth.
Yeah,
I-
Mumble.
She's okay. So Judge has actually only had one break all day, and she's been
I'm just
super
kidding.
efficient. I know, but she's been super efficient. She has just been like witness, very few breaks, very few anything. And yesterday,
The judge I was in front of this morning took 3 breaks to fill up her coffee.
Really?
Just so you know.
Wow.
Holy-
Yeah. That's
holy
a bit.
crap.
Yeah.
Did she take that break then right
Yeah.
after that? Because seriously, after
Bring
3
a-
coffees,
Bring a
someone's-
Keurig out to the bench with you. You know, I don't know what to say.
So what time is it over there? It must be lunchtime, obviously. So is it 12?
It's
It's
hey, you
12:10.
might need to turn Dave down just a
That might
scotch
be too high.
Oh, David,
I
I'm
can
going to turn you down,
talk
darling.
softly, but then I don't have the same emphasis if I talk softly.
I will just, you're on 50%. So I think Mo's on 40%. So I'll turn you down to 40%.
Yeah, I've been turning myself down.
All
Yeah,
I can't
that's
turn
okay.
myself down. It's all you.
I can
Do you
do
want to
that.
know how long it took Mr. Mo to realize I've got colored contacts now? A week.
Really? Oh, well, I
I
mean,
was gonna say.
a week. Let me make
My
you full
wife
screen.
can tell me she's going to get her hair dyed and then
Hmm.
remind me the next morning. So how do you like my hair?
How do you like my hair?
No. Well, I did this because he gets his haircut and I'll say, nice haircut. And he's like, you never notice when I do anything. And so I was like, well, fine, I'm going to trick him.
Yeah, your hair's very lovely and curly and beautiful too.
Oh,
So
well,
you got green
they're
eyes
normally
now.
blue. So yeah, they're green now. So he's hasn't, I've
Pretty.
been changing them. They've been purple and brown and all other different colors because I got like 6 for 30. So I've just been changing them out.
Okay. I was very low beforehand, Brandon. So I'll turn
It's
myself up. Hang on a minute. Okay, let me see.
Eh,
Where's my
it's
yeah my
okay.
my
You're gonna get me
volume?
all adjusted, and then I'm gonna have to jump off because.
How's my
All
volume
right,
now?
I'll be right
Is it a bit better? Oh, he's gone. Okay, bye. Fine
To-
then, David.
To
Fine.
be fair to Mr.
Bye.
Mo, I'm forever in funny wigs, and he probably has stopped paying attention for the most part.
That's true. Your wig last week.
He's like,
Oh my God.
he stopped paying attention after the mullet. He's like, I'm done. I'm done.
Am I better now? Brandon?
Yeah.
Can you hear me a bit
Hope-
better? I just if we adjust ourselves like to normal volume and then Court comes back, it's just going to be
Ew.
berserk.
Well,
Because I'm about to bring Court back in a minute. We're going to watch yesterday's stuff.
I
Cool.
do like the points that the defense is bringing up, but then that does bring me, if I were a juror, then that would bring me to question
Mm.
why does the state have such a hate boner for, Mr. Rhodes?
Yeah, it doesn't make any
And that
sense.
might be something that they can't get into, but it's going to be something that I'm going to really question, like, why is it that, Mr. Rhodes seems to have, and then I'm going to really have that issue.
Exactly. All right. So we were listening to this lovely lady talk about why the defendant is all the innocents. And remember, we do have a presumption of innocence, even though he throws pee bombs at people, allegedly, and even though he spits on these lawyers, allegedly, and
Well, if
even
you were
though,
innocent,
well,
wouldn't
if you were
you do
innocent,
all those
yeah,
things?
you'd be quite mad about the
Yeah.
situation,
And
wouldn't
it
you?
made him quite mad, both literally and
Exactly.
mentally.
Exactly. Now, also, P.S., by the way, I'm very poor right now because of the fact that I had to go and spend my daughter's high school fund on a new computer because
Oh,
the
I
other
thought
one died.
I thought you meant poor as in, because so English, when I'm listening to like, one born every minute poor means like ill. So I thought you meant you were not feeling good. So I
No,
wanted to, oh, so sorry.
no,
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm poor.
Oh, I'm also sorry for that too.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I needed $5,000 for my daughter's
Holy
high school next year. Now I've got 2,000 left.
crapola.
I
They
had
make
to
you pay
spend
for high school?
Oh, no, they don't make me pay for high school. It's just I would like her to not
Oh,
learn to be not,
a
I
tramp?
wanted to stay a female. And
Oh,
there's more of
well,
that. there is that. Now I have her booked into a, what do you call it? A private school
A private.
because
Okay,
I
that makes more
I had a private school upbringing, and I would like my daughter to have a private school upbringing, and she's all
All
booked
right.
in, and she's
It
all
was just
excited to go and all that. So
we
there
were
is
on
that.
different cruise lines, and I didn't quite understand what was going on. I was like, "Oh, I'm so
We
sorry
do
you're
have
not
public
feeling
school.
well."
No,
And I
no,
was
I'm fine.
and then you were like, "Do what now? With the what? And the who?"
Oh, Wendy, that's so sweet. Oh, Wendy. You're a lovely Wendy. Thank you so
Well,
much.
I'm
That's
so
very sweet.
sorry that your computer died. I
Well,
hate
the screen died actually. Like the
Oh,
screen went completely black, which is not a good sign. It overheated.
I
But you know what? That does actually explain why. Have you noticed how sprightly I am and how I have no lag and
Oh, yeah,
how
I did.
yeah, how my internet connection's fantastic and everything's just
Yeah, I
working.
have noticed it was Let's go, Brandon,
Everything's
with the
great.
actual Schnell. That is holy giblets in a
Yeah.
handbag.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's because my computer was the problem. It wasn't my
Oh,
internet actually wasn't really the problem. In fact, I upgraded all my internet and everything, and
oh,
turns out that it was my computer that was the problem. I needed to spend
oh.
$3,000 on my computer. So now
I was
my
gonna
whole
blame
streaming
deer.
setup is like nice. Yeah.
Woohoo.
Yeah, well, it's just good because the thing is that uh like I need it for my graphic design work and stuff as well. So
Oh, well, yeah. I
it's
mean,
good.
doing the
Was this
smart
over
stuff.
50K and it's not a boarding school? Over 50K. What does that mean?
His his high school, the school for his kids,
Yeah.
and I was like, turkey
Oh.
neck giblets. That's what I
Well,
was.
it's 5K is just for like the first semester. So as it's not even for the whole year.
Um,
It's just for her to start. It's nothing.
Ella, I
I've
hope
already
you're okay with selling feet pics. I mean,
pretty
I,
much, pretty
I
much.
don't want to I don't want to, but I think feet pics, I think you're going to have a
Yeah.
in Jello. I'm just saying the weirder the
Oh,
feet
I
pics,
know.
probably the more money you're going to get.
And that's the thing. She's 12, so like everything else costs money for her. I've just had to get her a phone because otherwise, how else am I going to work out where the hell she is? And also, I had to spend $1,500 just on her uniforms, so it's not like I can send her somewhere else. So yeah,
Well, true.
things are starting to get expensive for her.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
you
already
couldn't take
expensive
her
having
to
a
a
child.
vet and chip her.
Semester, little pill. Yeah, exactly. Was this
You
EU?
didn't.
My best friend is sucking it up for Catholic school for much the same reason. Yeah, it's a Catholic school. It is, and it's worth it. And yes, I did get an M2 chip. Yeah, it's an M2 chip. I had to get a computer with like the best spec I could
Well,
because
you do the graphic-y
I do
things.
graphics. So yeah,
Shizzy
I
was
had to.
trying to show me his um thing for the extruder dealie, and I was like, that looks like a whole lot of mathing. And I'm gonna be real honest with you.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
had to
math.
happen. Yeah. All right,
Yeah,
let's watch
Paige,
a
I
bit of
was
this.
like, you could just take her to the vet and chip her, but I don't know if that's allowed.
Oh my
You
God, the
said
book list. Don't talk about the book list. I don't want to know. But thank you, Wendy. Much appreciated for the donation. And I might take that and that PayPal thing and pin it because I'm poor. I don't usually grift for PayPal donations, but today I might.
that might be a good you might take a hint off of Nick and, every 2 hours or so
And
just
Yeah.
do a grift thing.
admitted
Yeah.
to running over Christopher Jones's body in a
Excuse me.
pickup
I need
truck
to get
that
monetized
had stolen-
fast.
that Mr. Carter had stolen.
I'm like 300 hours off.
Do you know what kind of vehicle witnesses reported seeing at the scene where Larry and Maurice's bodies
Oh,
were
thank you,
recovered?
Stace.
A pickup truck, not Brice's blue Mazda. And
He
one
would have
Carter
a blue
admitted to stabbing
Mazda.
his best friend Maurice Gordon.
I
Carter
will
claims to have seen Brice Rhodes shoot Christopher Jones, but the evidence will show that what Anwan Carter in fact saw was a hand out the window shooting a gun. If you recall, Mr. Carter was in the vehicle behind where the shots were fired, the vehicle that the shots were fired from. It was dark outside, and Carter could not see the face of the shooter. Ja'Cory Taylor was in the back seat where the shots were fired and had just bought a gun from the boyfriend of Larry and Maurice's mother. And Anwan Carter saw Ja'Cory Taylor buy the gun. There's reasonable doubt that Brice Rhodes is guilty. Ja'Cory Taylor admitted to buying that gun right before the shooting of Christopher Jones. He admitted to getting into an altercation with Maurice Gordon right before Maurice died. He admitted that Maurice Gordon pulled a knife on him. And then he admitted to stabbing Larry. Again, reasonable doubt. At the conclusion of the evidence, you will be asked to make a decision about Brice's fate. You have promised that in order to find anyone guilty, the government has first proven to you that that person is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the government has not done that, you all must find him not guilty.
I do, Brandon, and she's boosted already.
I
Do you need me to
stabbed
boost it more?
I stabbed Maurice in his side. I drove on him. I ran him over. You all get to decide what is true, who you believe, and what is reliable. Ask you to use your power as jurors to tell the government you are not convinced. Tell them that the evidence is not sufficient. And
I
tell
don't know.
them
She
that
kind of
we will
has me
not
on this.
wrongfully
The
convict
government
Rhodes.
sucks.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
The
Before
Dale
we get
Gribble
more
in me is
testimony,
like,
does anyone want a short
you
break?
kind of
5-minute break?
have me.
5-minute break, just come back at 3:40.
Only feet.
Woohoo.
Oh, baby.
We could put some music to this, and there you go. You've got all the monies in the world.
Check it out. Look. Mm.
Oh, gosh.
So many feet. Mm. Look at all the feet.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't know why. Don't know why people like feet. They're weird.
So many nice feet to look at.
I don't know why the camera people have decided. Although, okay, you shave your head bald, but your beard, you're just like, go full on scraggly, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd
I'm
like
just
to look like a complete and total douche, if possible. The douchier, the better, your honor-ness. Your barberness, I'd like the full douche look, if possible.
I'm searching for more volume extensions, guys. Oh, hey, hello. Rexium, I've never met you before. Nice to meet you. Hey, here's a foot.
And now it's butt cam. But they're never the butts you want to see.
No. Volume booster, volume master, volume booster pro, sound booster up. Oh dear, which one? Which one have I got now? At the moment I've got volume master. All right. I'm just adding that extension, and I'll fast
Okay.
forward in a second.
I didn't know they made skinny male khakis. That's just
Looks like they do.
what is 870-year-old Old Man River bailiff gonna do?
Old Man River, that old man river. All right, let me fast forward. We have a witness from yesterday, and that will let me test out this new extension.
Ooh,
Oh,
ooh, ooh.
hello.
When it's warmer outside, it gets very, very hot in here.
There we go. So I'm going to change volume boosters. Hang on a minute.
He really should have grown a beard. Mustache doesn't help when you don't have a chin.
Can you state your name for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Officer Thomas Franklin,
And Officer Franklin, where are you employed?
Louisville Metro Police Department,
How long have you been with the police department?
roughly 10.5 years.
And were you with the police department when this case occurred back on the 2nd day of May of 2016?
Yes.
And
Could you shake
how
it a
did you
little
come to be
more?
involved in the case?
At the time, I was
Are you J.J. Abrams shaky
First Division
cam
on
for the
Lake
little
Watch.
grubs?
and I heard a shot fired while I was at roughly 28 in Broadway. Started going towards, and then was later updated that there was a shooting that had taken place with the victim, and therefore continued that direction.
Yeah,
So you actually
you might
heard
be
the
right.
gunshot yourself,
Little pill.
and then you became aware that
Yes, sir.
it was fired. And have you had an opportunity to review your body cam from?
Okay. Guys, I'm just going to at least close down the tab and reshare it to the screen. So just one moment. Where'd it go? Oh yeah, rights trial. Cool. And also yesterday was day 1. Cool. And we were up to that man there. And I'm going to try the Volume Booster Pro, which is the new one. Okay. In order for me to boost my thing, I might just need to, Mo, can I make you solo layout?
Yep.
And can I leave you for a second? Okay, I'm
Sure.
going to just reboot my browser because I think the reason being, I think I need to, just like Lil Pill was saying, in order for me to use a new volume booster, I might just need to shut my browser down and start back up again. So I might
Okey-dokey.
just do that for a second, and I'll be literally 10 seconds, and I'll be back.
Okie dokie.
Cool. See ya.
So chat needs to be my better conscience because no one actually needs a Sailor Moon slow cooker, but there is one at Hot Topic, and my husband would shit kittens. So thank you so much, Wendy. Look, I don't know if I'm having an identity crisis or I'm just having so much fun with
I'm back.
all of the wigs. So I've got different colored contacts for different characters. So just having fun.
Hey.
So yeah. You know what? We'll wait to see how later 3 a.m. Mo. Look, long story short, too long, didn't read. Mo is probably getting a Sailor Moon crock pot.
Yeah, all right. Well, I mean, what I might
Oh,
do
cool.
is present to you guys just either, there's yesterday's. I'll add that to stage for a second.
Again, this man is 975,000 years old. How
That
is he
guy.
gonna?
Yeah.
He's gonna, and then he's
Thank you.
only
And we'll
marginally
go
younger.
to the jury box and get phones. So you all can sit down. While we're in the courtroom, your phones will go
Oops.
somewhere where you cannot.
All right. So we were at this guy.
Could you get more ribbons, sir?
I know. Yeah. And
Could you
this is
put
the
a
fella that
pepperoni?
yesterday I got a comment from somebody saying that he was dressed up too flashy, and it made it look like he was going to like a circus or something. And I was like,
Good afternoon. I could have you please raise your right
what
hand.
difference does it make?
Please
I
have
don't
your
know.
right hand altered. Thank you. Can I have a seat?
Well, I mean, he's probably had a long service, and he's probably required to dress like
Statement
that.
for the Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Officer Thomas Franklin,
and Officer Franklin, where are you employed?
Louisville Metro Police Department,
How long have you been with?
roughly 10 and a half years.
Okay. So there's that one.
Were you with the police department when this case occurred back on the second day of May of 2016?
Yes.
And how did you come to be involved in the case?
At the time, I was a patrol officer.
How's the
First
sound
Division
now?
Fleet Watch, and,
You're really loud to me.
I heard a shot fired.
I'm
while
not
I was,
hearing the court much
28
louder.
roughly 28 in Broadway. Started going towards, and then was later updated that there was a shooting.
But
that
I
had
don't
taken
know
place
how
with
it's
the victim,
sounding to them.
and therefore continued that direction.
So you actually heard the gunshot yourself, and then you became aware that
Yes, sir.
it was fired. And have you had an opportunity to review your body cam from that evening?
Yes.
And did it fairly and accurately reflect the events as they unfolded?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit and publish officer's body cam. It's actually going to be Commonwealth 6. I'll have 5 photos.
Thank you. So admitted.
I could turn myself down. Yeah, that's fine. I'm down lower now. Hey, Nando. I'm down at 20%, Mo.
Okay. You sound on level. Well, I mean,
Over there by that sidewalk, please.
okay, now it's sounding better.
Everybody, can you hear me? Can you hear me? We'll get to you in a second, all right? We just,
That is sounding much louder to me than it was before I rebooted the
hey, where you shot at?
Magnum. Cool little pill. The court is
Where you shot? Here.
yesterday's
Right here.
court
Yeah,
was
got it.
lower than today. And we're watching yesterday's court. In fact, I should put a
Okay, I
banner
turned
up to
me
say that.
down.
Yeah, you're down
Everybody
there.
stay with me, all right? What's your name, man? Died abdomen. 112, I go to the abdomen. He's breathing. He's not conscious or alert right now. Hey, buddy, what's your name? Hey, buddy. What's your name, man? Talk to us. Can you hear me? He's not really responding to anything. on me still, man. Be still, be still. EMS is here. Can you hear my boy? Can you hear me? What's your name? Got a wallet back here. He's moving his arm, but it's not like he's just responding. It's right underneath this. I don't see an exit wound. Yeah, there's one patient over here. Right here. No, it's over here by EMS. Don't worry about it. You guys.
How are you, Nikki?
Yeah, only seen one. Right here underneath my arm. Yep. No, he's not responding to us. He's moving his arm though a little bit. He may have another shot right here. Yep, right there in the arm. Another one. You're fine. This one's a throw through. It looks like it went through this into him. Oh, I got it. You're fine. You're good. Today's fixed right now. You hold down for today. I don't know. It went into him. It's stuck in there. No, actually, it went through the arm here into here.
Is that a night you remember pretty well? Safe to say.
Yes, sir.
Can you walk the jury through what do you do once you get the call? What steps do you follow?
This one, again, I was in the parking lot at 28 and Broadway and actually heard the shot and started going that direction. Which time it's updated to a shooting with somebody that's been struck. I'm a first division officer that orders the second division. The actual location was in the second division. However, because of short bodies, people already on runs and things of that nature, I decided to continue to go anyways because I had determined based off what dispatch had been saying and whether people had been responding, I would still have been closer to help provide aid and continue to go that direction. So I continued going, I observed EMS in the area beforehand and notified radio that they were staging.
And I don't think I asked you, do you remember what time it was that the call came out?
It was after midnight. We work 7 to 7 at that time, I believe, but 12-hour shifts. So it was after midnight, but not too early in the morning.
Said it was a minute to 1. Would you believe me?
Yes, sir.
So you pull in, we saw how fast your cruiser was going. You see somebody down. What's the next thing you're doing there at the scene?
Next thing I did is I grabbed a roll gauze, medical supplies from glove box, show up on scene. There was another officer there, and put on PPE gloves, then immediately went into trying to address wound, figure out where the wound was. Obviously, this is our victim here that we are attempting to help, and located the abdomen wound, which time at the time putting pressure on was the best option. And based off my experience and training and everything that I've encountered up to that point in time in my career. Again, en route, I'd seen EMS, so I knew they were close by, and just take care of the scene as far as making sure that it's safe for them to get there with their higher level of medical expertise.
And may I approach your honor? Showing the witness what's pre-marked exhibits 145. you familiar with these photos?
Yes, sir.
And they all fairly and accurately represent what they purport to be?
Yes.
Why don't you walk the jury through what these are photos of? This is it's Commonwealth's Exhibit 1. To admit and publish on.
Yes. Well, actually, sorry. I think I admitted and published. Should have checked with you first. I'm sorry. Thank you.
So the first picture was a driver's license. Why is that significant?
It was driver's license that was in the wallet that was located in Mr. Jones's pocket. He had longer hair that night in the picture.
And then we have a picture here of this intersection.
Yes, at the location roughly close.
And there's a picture of the numbers on this pole. Why is that significant?
I did not take those pictures. We use the numbers on the poles for years. LG&E uses them at specific geographical and longitude, latitude locations. We've used them for our traffic accidents when reporting locations for traffic accidents in the past. But again, that picture I did not take. So.
And then this is Commonwealth's Exhibit 5. This is that same pole behind the car. Okay.
I'm sorry. Did you answer?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes, that's the vehicle from where the back bumper for Mr. Jones was at.
Focus just a little bit better. But what is this picture of?
That's the location that we found it.
And there's items that are in the road?
Yes, as from the body camera to render medical aid, some clothing items were cut off, taken off to better allow the medical crew to address the wounds.
And that's what we saw happening in the video?
Yes, sir.
And then I want to show you this final picture here. There are yellow cones, numbered cones on the scene. What's the significance of that?
I did not place those cones. That would probably be a question for a detective. In the past, cones have been used to mark key pieces of evidence or things that they want specifically documented.
Things that you've identified as significant on the scene?
Yes, sir.
And so how long was it from the time that you showed up on the scene to the time that the victim was taken away in an ambulance?
The perception of time in an instance like that, it seems like it could take a long time or a short time. Everyone's is different. For me, again, it's documented on the video. I would better reference that video to answer that question.
And then, did you do anything else of significance at the scene?
After I was done helping with aid and EMS was there, at that point in time, as a patrol officer, understanding this is now a crime scene, depending on what has already been done, crime scene tape was already in the process of being put up, at which point I went and people had started to gather and come outside because of the commotion and the lights and the sirens, and therefore just tried to identify anybody that may or may not have been around or seen or heard or anything like that, to try and get information on them, to better identify them for a detective to follow up with.
Thank you, and please answer any questions for the defense.
Officer Franklin, I believe you told us that you are part of the 1st Division. Does that just refer to the area that you patrol?
Yes.
It's not a ranking of any sort? Okay, so you're a 1st Division officer on patrol that night?
Yes, that night I was.
Yes. And you testified that you were the 1st officer on scene that night?
One of the first officers on scene. The body camera video will show, again, going from 1st Division to 2nd Division, I'm not as familiar with all the streets. I was able to see another officer in front of me turn down the block, and then that's when the video kicked on, turn down the other block, and then come to the location.
So you were the first or maybe the second officer on scene.
Say so, yes.
And when you arrived, however, you were not the first person on scene, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Because EMS was already there.
No, EMS was not there. I would say there were other people, obviously bystanders, I at one point in time told to, go back, sidewalk, and we'll come talk to you.
So when you arrive, EMS is not currently there.
As far as first responders go, I was, for the video showed, the second officer there.
But there are other people who are not involved in law enforcement or first responders at all, correct?
They were already there as I was approaching.
And when you arrived, let me go back. You testified that you heard a single gunshot,
Yes, I heard a gunshot.
just one single gunshot,
Yes,
not 5 gunshots.
I heard a gunshot.
And you found a single bullet casing.
There was a casing near, and because of rendering medical aid, at one point in time, it was moved. However, I made a point of it further on in the video to identify that that was it, and we still had it located. Whether I moved it, I bumped into another officer, or EMS did, at that point in time, in our chain of importance, rendering medical attention is more important than that.
So I think you said your first, was it fair to say your first priority in responding is to preserve life, if it's possible to do so? And then the next priority might be preserving the scene. So your first priority when arriving was to render as much aid as you could.
Yes, when safe to do so. Again, you have to have the scene safe. Only 2 officers, 1 person, you're kind of delegating, playing off each other as far as tasks. 1 person is security, you still don't know is the individual who shot the area, etc. So going into medical aid, I had the gauze, I remember to grab it. But I was going out the car.
The casing that was found, that was put into evidence and preserved.
I was not part of that process.
But Brice's fingerprints were not ever found on that shelf, correct?
Excuse me?
Brice's fingerprints were not found on that casing.
It's not part of that process.
I believe you said that after the scene was secure, you interacted with some of the bystanders
Yes.
to try and see if
Oh,
anyone
okay.
had seen what had happened.
I can't tell the
And,
difference.
One of the bystanders was Keith Taylor.
Yes,
And did you speak with him?
I did.
Or not, no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
No further questions, ma'am.
Thank you. So you can step down. You're free to go. Come up prepared to call our next witness.
We are, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Sergeant Anthony Wilder at this time.
Thank you.
Hey, Sergeant. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Anthony Wilder, Wilder. I'm currently a sergeant with the Louisville Metro Police Department assigned to the Public Integrity Unit.
And how long have you been with the police department for?
Approximately 19 years.
And do you remember what your role was with the police department back in 2016?
From 2010 to August of 2017, I was assigned to the Homicide Unit.
Good.
And
I'm glad to hear it.
is that what you were doing back on May the 2nd of 2016?
Yes.
Do you remember how you became involved with this case?
I was working in the homicide office and I was notified by radio that second division officers were responding to a reported shooting in the 800 block of South 41st Street. It was approximately 1 a.m. I believe it was Wednesday, May 4th, 2016.
And what was your first
Hmm,
first
Yeah, right. Let's
action
go.
that you took once you got to the scene?
He should have
Once I
shaved
was on
it.
scene, I made contact with the first officer that
Yeah,
responded
he
to the
doesn't have
scene,
a
Officer
mustache
Franklin.
Nope.
Spoke to
or a
him about
flask.
what information he had learned upon his arrival. And then after that, I conducted a neighborhood canvass of the immediate area, spoke with several of the residents, and then I conducted the scene investigation for that location.
So can you explain for people that aren't familiar what goes into a neighborhood canvass?
I went door to door along that block and tried to make contact with residents to see if anybody had witnessed anything or had any information that would help with the investigation.
Brianna Taylor's already been mentioned.
I spoke with several of the residents, but I don't recall any
He was mentioned in the defense opening
information,
statements. And there was an
Mm.
objection.
And do you memorialize that search in some way?
My activities are documented in an investigative
It's kind of like
report
baby tops.
that's provided to the lead detective and maintained
baby
in a
fluff.
case file.
So what do you do on the scene as far as the scene investigation goes?
Not much.
What's your role there?
Just hang out, eat donuts.
The crime scene unit was contacted and they responded to the scene. And then they work at the direction of the detective, which in this case was me conducting the scene investigation.
That's correct, Sue. And then
Do a
she
walk through the
quickly
scene and
recanted that.
identify items of
said
evidentiary value. And then the crime scene unit will do a
something
series of
along the lines of,
photographs and video to document the scene location.
no, it
And
was
then,
nothing to do with
they'll collect the
the
evidence
Brianna Taylor
for
thing.
preservation.
I didn't mean to say that.
I'm now going to show the witness Commonwealth.
Sure you didn't, Jan.
Yeah.
It was a Freudian slip. You meant to say
funny that to him.
See if they're familiar to you.
baked potato when you said Breonna Taylor. It happens to the best of us.
Not baked potato. It's just the same police department that was involved in the
These
Brianna
are
Taylor
some of the
incident.
photographs
Oh,
taken
did
during
I
the scene
say that? I meant
investigation.
baked potato.
They show typically there'll be 3 sets of photographs taken. The first set is an overall scene, and it shows the scene as it's found. The second set, markers are placed down. They're usually like a plastic type of cone with numbers, and those are placed next to items of evidence. And then another set of photographs is taken. And then a third set is taken where the evidence is, it's a close-up of the evidence.
Why is that done?
It's just for documentation and to be able to show perspective of one piece of evidence to the other.
Okay. And we'll just go through these photos real quick. Start with this first one, and I'll go ahead and move to publish these as we go.
This one is marked Exhibit 7. It is one of the first overall photos.
And that's
It's showing the scene and items of clothing that were eventually collected. Yes, this is just showing from a different angle the clothing.
same with 9 and 10.
Yes, these are just showing different angles and perspectives of the scene during the first set of photographs with no markers.
All right. What about 11?
Markers in this photograph have been placed to help identify the items of evidence.
And 12.
It's the same, it's just showing a different angle.
Take a look at 13 through 19 together. What is this one?
These will be it'll show a close-up of the marker and the item of evidence associated with that marker. So for marker number 1, I believe that's a pair of dark colored jeans.
Picture 14, marker 2.
Marker 2 is a shell casing.
Marker 3.
Marker 3 is a kind of a plastic wristband.
4.
Is a Cricket cell phone.
5.
There's several pieces of clothing in 5. I believe there's a jacket, some white and red T-shirt, and then a cigarette butt.
And 6.
It's a red and black hat with a U of L Cardinal logo on it.
Oh, thank you, Nikki.
Now, were you the lead on this scene?
Yes, Dad.
I was
Hello.
So
see
what do you
you.
do once you gather all the information and help identify what the significant evidence might be?
Once I had completed these activities, I document what I did and
Yes,
my findings
we
into
have
an
been able to
investigative
see
report.
exhibits.
And then as the case would progress, any
Maybe a
further
little bit more
assistance
of the
that's
exhibits
asked of
than
me
we
by the
wanted.
lead detective or as the investigation develops, I would provide further assistance
Yeah.
and then document those activities in separate
There was
investigative reports.
there was some
And
body
41st
cam
Street
footage.
is
Not
the
sure if it was body cam
address of
footage,
this
but
incident was in
might have
Jefferson
actually been
County.
real video.
It was.
Of,
It was in the 800 block of South 41st Street, and that is in Jefferson County.
I can pause this. There's no reason not to pause it. Yeah, there was some footage of the backyard where the boys' corpses were left, that they were burned, and unfortunately, because their remains were left in that backyard there. The forensic examiner, or the scene examiner, was testifying, and they had it up on the screen. And when this was all occurring, basically, I thought that they weren't going to show anything because they had panned over to the judge as the testimony was going on, and then they went back to the screen, and all of a sudden there were dark areas in the grass, and it was pretty clear that was actually the remains. Yeah. It wasn't too bad, half Irish. Like, they were so what's this? You're not monetized after 2 hours, let it rip with the inappropriate commentary. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Like, the actual visuals weren't terrible. What I'm more worried about is just being yeeted, that's all. So like I was saying to David before, like, what was shown wasn't that offensive. We couldn't really make out that much of what it was, apart, like, the commentary from the witness actually told us more about what was going on than what we could make out. Like, you could tell at one point, you could kind of tell it was a bit of bone and things like that. But it was, if he hadn't have known that they were going into the backyard and there were bodies there, then yeah, it wouldn't have been that clear, because they were in a pretty bad state. But yeah, I'm more concerned about, like, whether or not there would be any repercussions, like with the stream. That's all. Because, you know, like, sometimes, like, the big channels can get away with these things, but the small channels then get strikes and things. So that would be awful if that were the case. And I also don't want to have to go and spend hours, like, blurring things out and things, because there was quite a fair bit of it. Yeah, and yeah, he is retaining his counsel, this guy. He's doing quite well. He's actually got a good attorney who is quite convincing. The that his previous attorneys, he spat on them and stuff like that. So didn't get along too well with his previous ones. You had it on your TV and honestly couldn't see it that well. Good. And like David was saying earlier, like it's the evidence is the evidence, and the jury needs to see it, and we might as well see it. But yeah, YouTube yeets bloody stuff. Yeah, they do. It wasn't blood so much though, like because it had all been burnt, so it was just black. But yeah, it just I wasn't expecting it because of the fact that because they panned away and then they came back. YouTube likes to screw with monetization, so be cautious. Yeah, I know, and I'm just about to apply for monetization. I'm so close. I'm like, it should be this week. It should be the end of this week, early next week. This is America, god damn it. Well, you're in America, but yeah. Hey, I'm in Australia and I'm watching a trial right now that I can't restream. Freedom of speech. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, since you knew what you were looking at, it was different. If you hadn't known what you were looking at,
first member
it
of the
would
homicide unit on scene, correct?
mean like,
Was.
oh,
Or
I'm
you
just
weren't
looking at something
was
black
not.
in the
And
grass.
you arrived on scene about 15 minutes after the call came in.
It was more sad than gory.
So you didn't witness.
It was just like spooky and eerie,
I
kind
did
of.
not.
And you arrived 15 minutes after.
After the initial
America.
911 call. By the time I got there, the victim had been transported to
It's
the
in
hospital
Kentucky,
and was not on scene.
Brandon.
So when you arrived, you never once put eyes on the victim in this case.
That's correct.
And you testified that you conducted a neighborhood canvass.
Yes.
You attempted to or spoke to a number of folks who were in the area.
Correct.
But there were no eyewitnesses to this event.
I did not identify any during my neighborhood canvas.
One of the individuals that you did interview
Oh,
was Ken
me?
Taylor.
No, I'm on the East
Yes,
Coast.
I believe he was one of the first 911
No,
callers.
we don't
that,
talk to the Australians.
reported the incident.
In fact, the Australians, they're gonna like start their own colony. We're building a wall.
There was
We want to
another
build a
report
wall.
that night of someone riding around in a bicycle carrying a gun, correct?
Oh, sorry, little Phil.
Officer Hendricks from the 2nd Division. He was the first officer from the 2nd Division to arrive on scene.
That's pretty bad, Stu.
And he did advise me that there had been a report prior to that 911 call.
There are
An
some
individual
exceptions.
reported to be
Little Phil.
riding around on a bicycle with a gun. I can't remember the address he gave or the location, and I don't remember how far
I forgot you were in chat, little Phil.
First Street is and the location he provided. I'd have to refresh my memory with a review of my investigative letter for the location that Officer Hendricks provided for the bicyclist.
It's actually true.
But you didn't locate
We
this
keep the
individual
Australians
riding a
around because they've got
bicycle
most of the resources.
I did not.
How is it 4 a.m.
And there was
there?
another report
It's
of another
called the rotation of the
vehicle,
globe.
a Chrysler 300 on scene that night, correct?
Mr. Taylor advised from speaking with him, I learned that when he had stopped his car, as he pulled up on the victim in the street, there was another car that pulled up with him.
Do you want to
Both
build a wall?
individuals exited their vehicle, saw the victim. Mr. Taylor called 911 and remained on scene. The driver of the other vehicle got back in his car and drove away.
Well, since the Australians have so much resources,
And
they
the other
can pay.
individual drove away in his car before the police arrived, correct?
That's my understanding from speaking with Mr. Taylor.
One moment here.
this time, Carmen. Thank you. Here we go.
Mr. Taylor had said that he and the Chrysler both pulled up after the shooting. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think I misquoted the
He
date.
never
It was
finished his
actually
own
heard
wall, did he?
on the 4th. It was late at night on the 3rd into the early morning of the 4th.
I believe the call came in at 1 a.m. on Wednesday, May 4th, 2016.
Thank you. No further questions.
Did the same, the first witness to the date.
All right, any recross?
Is she wearing a
Were you the officer to
male
recover the
suit?
shell casing?
I was on scene. It was collected by the crime scene
Yeah,
unit.
that's so
Was it
simple.
collected
Little
while you were present?
That's correct.
And where was it located?
There was a green Camaro parked on the, I believe it's on the west side of the street facing south.
Have
and
we
the
just
shell casing
introduced
was moved
math to the
driver's
chat?
side, rear
I didn't
tire
come back for
to the
math.
Facing the street side.
And this casing would have been placed into evidence.
It is.
And Mr.
I wasn't
Rhodes'
told there'd be
fingerprints
math
were not found
today.
on this casing.
I wouldn't know about that.
No more questions.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
So you've got a wall, but it's not complete, and you can cut the wall.
Give another witness a call.
Hey, we approach on.
Sure.
Oh, yay! You came to the treehouse! Yay! David's coming! Oh no, not the sound. You put the meth equipment away. No, you need math to make the meth. You need math to make meth. Math. Equations. What's this? When are lawyers going to figure out that people think they're douches for expecting every witness to have perfect memories of years old events? Hey, hang on. There's some lawyers in chat, I think, or at least one. Science. America has some faults, but no reason to be mean about it. Hey, no, I'm not being mean. I'm just pointing out that your wall is not working.
True. But if we add alligators and sharks with lasers, I'm just saying.
Mads is here. Mads, I was wondering where you are. I was like, where's Mads? Where is Mads? I was thinking about you and going, where is he? I didn't say it out loud. Oh, he's smiling. Look, see, he's happy. Look how happy he is. He's actually having a great day. That was yesterday.
I hope he never does that thing with his tongue ever again, though. That
No. You had to go to the workplace today, actual workplace. Oh, how shocking. Now, Judge there is texting. Now, I heard a rumor she was texting with the bailiffs.
this is
What
that
about?
chick?
I don't know. Pardon? Maybe she's flirting with the bailiffs. I don't know. All I know
Apart
is
from the
that
fact that one is 873.
yeah, yeah, that's true. I don't think that the really old bailiff knows how to text. Not working because the current holder has made sure to leave all points open. Ah, I see. Yeah, right. Okay. So the current president
Oh,
is like, I don't care about the wall. I'm leaving the wall. I just like saying wall.
Atheist, that's hilarious.
Do you want to build a wall?
Do you want to build a wall? I'm not sure how we can finish that without being incredibly offensive, but I think we can come up with lyrics.
So what's the president? Our military helps cut the barbed wire. So I don't know. We can figure out the wall deal. I'll give you that. Okay. What are you talking about, Atheist Dan?
I don't know.
Oh my God. Okay, I should have read that before putting it on screen.
I was, yeah, I
Remember
was like, I
before
don't
they
know.
leave today, I want to get the jurors to write down their phone numbers with their last name. In case something happens, like remember last before. Weren't you here already when that one juror left their phone? Maybe not, but a juror left their phone behind and we had no way to get a hold of them.
Oh, that's a shame. Isn't she lovely? She's a
I
nice
like her
judge.
glasses.
They're a bit like mine.
They're supposed to go in the file.
They're supposed to go in the file.
They're supposed to be
Uh,
like anything
Matt's because he has a, well, interesting habit of trying to launch bodily fluids such as loogies, spit, pee, other fluids at people. So,
Yeah.
so. Well, yeah, ex-comer ZZZ has,
I can't get the store.
and she's,
You need to reset it or something?
He's a shift leader.
Can we try to hit reset?
oh dear Lord.
Ballinger
He's
always
a-
told me hit
he's-
reset if all else fails.
He's a pee bomber. He gets his urine and he puts it into some sort of like plastic container of
Angela
some sort and
Billups
flings it
texted me and
at
said she's watching the
Yeah,
live
he's
video of her
like
and
that.
he has facilities working on
He's
it.
like that lawyer that pooped in the Pringles cans and left them around town for reasons.
Oh, Krista must be watching too.
didn't hear
thought she
about
just told
that.
me. They're so good.
That's
They're so
Yeah.
good at their jobs.
It's like when they hear your voice, they tune in.
Oh.
Yeah, he's been, so the 8 years that this has taken to go through the court system have been partially because this man has been such a
Yeah.
freaking ridiculous POS.
Yeah.
He's attacked his lawyers, he's fired lawyers, he's accused judges of working with the people that like to dress up, Forrest Gump's ancestors, if you will. Just all sorts of shenanigans.
A bit. So yeah, basically there was one lawyer who had to recuse himself because he knew the defendant's aunt, I think, and also the two victims. So one of the two victims' relatives as well. So it was like connected with both sides. So it was like very strange how much he was connected. So one of them wasn't the defendant's fault, but the other ones, yeah, he just didn't like them. He was rude to them. Okay, hang on, we're ready. We're going back. We're going back from lunch. We're coming back from lunch. We're coming back from lunch.
Yeah, he's been an altogether really model prisoner, if you will.
Oh, he's been great.
Model of a turd.
Model of a turd.
A
all
poop
right.
emoji.
I did. It's okay.
Sorry.
Oh, that sounds so much better.
I'm not going to go through everything that you already talked about again. So if I'm jumping from topic to topic and I get confusing, tell me, okay? 'Cause that's my fault. That's not your fault. I wanted to start off just by asking you a couple questions about your report. It doesn't look like it's in front of you, but you reviewed it before you came, right?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. Your report's actually dated 2018. Is that because that's the last time? Does it do the thing like where it updates to the most recent edition, or is it something you actually wrote in 2018?
It's something I wrote in 18.
Okay. So the work that you did on this case in 2016 wasn't memorialized into your report until 2018.
In that form, no.
Okay.
Correct.
Prior to that, it was in note form or handwritten form, something like that?
Yes.
Okay. And after you wrote your report in 2018, you actually went back and corrected it, did an addendum to it?
I did. I'd left out some information that was in my notes mistakenly.
There's a method that you can go back and do that and fix that right on the computer and add something more?
No, it was an individual report, a separate report.
Okay, so a separate report, but referencing the first one.
I'm referencing the information I left out.
Okay.
Yes.
You did a few different things in this case, and you laid them out. In addition to what you explained on direct, you also participated in the interviews of N1 Carter on the 24th of May in 2016.
If you say that, yes, I agree. I do not recall.
Okay.
It's been some time.
And you participated in the interview of, and when I say N1 Carter, I'm talking about the suspect in this case, N1 Carter. Okay. And you participated in the interview on the 25th of May of Ja'Cory Taylor, also a suspect in this case. Okay. Do you remember participating in interviews, sitting down and questioning the suspects in this case?
I do not.
Okay. Would you be surprised that there's transcripts provided by the prosecution that lists you as the detective actually doing questioning?
It would not surprise me at all.
Okay. You talked about recovering some pieces of evidence in this case. That was part of your testimony earlier today.
Yes.
And you walked through some of the places
Right
you were
online.
when you were recovering these objects and things like that.
Yes.
When you were interviewing Ja'Cory Taylor, you told him that one of the objects that you had recovered was the back seat of the Mazda. Do you remember doing that, sir?
I do not.
Would you like to see the transcript of that interview that shows you making that statement?
Sure.
Okay. For you guys, copy 79 of this one was marked May 26th. I know there's more than one, so I'm not trying to. Right. Let's see. It's a big document, so I pulled out the right page. That's you, Detective Vance, right? There's not 16 different Detective Vances on this case.
Oh, don't be an ass. Only I can do that. Don't take
And
my
I'm not
job.
trying to rush you, so you tell me when you've read it. It's in the middle. I'm going to open mine to the.
Are you referencing line 15 on page 79 and on down?
Yes.
I do actually remember this conversation now.
Okay. So now that you're looking at this, you're able to remember the conversation?
remember that we were called, we as the police department was called to a location, a dumpster, and it was in the south end, which is what prompted, allowed me to recall that memory
Yes.
in the transcript.
And I apologize because the topic actually begins the page, and I wasn't trying to be tricky. I just got it starts the very next page before 78. If you go backwards, single page, and you went forward. I think it's at the very back there.
What page are we on?
78 is what I should have said. I said 79. So I'm going to give you a second to look at page 78. You let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay. So you see that you were saying you remembered going to the dumpster, and in that dumpster, do you remember recovering the seat there?
That's what I stated to the person I'm interviewing, Corey Taylor. But I do not recall that, but I'm reading the transcript.
Right. I've done it so much though that I got banned.
And again, I just want to turn to the very front, and I'm not trying to make a mess of it.
You're good.
The transcript is from the 25th of May. It says 2015, but it should say 2016.
Right.
Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions about that. I'm gonna put this here just on the off chance that they have a question.
You're good.
Okay, and I want to ask you about other items that you recovered, some of which you testified about a little bit. I just want to make sure I'm clear on it. You testified that you recovered a phone,
Yes.
right? And you recovered that from one of the other suspects in the case, specifically Antoine Carter?
Yes.
All right. And that phone turned out to be the property of one of the victims.
Yes.
Okay. You also recovered boots from a friend of one of the other suspects, Ja'Cory Taylor.
Yes.
Okay. And those boots turned out to be the property of one of the victims in the case.
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And you did not, you participated in the arrest of Mr. Rhodes.
Yes.
You did not recover from Mr. Rhodes any property that belonged to the victims in this case.
I didn't take any action to recover anything, so I wouldn't have been in that capacity.
Right, but I'm just saying, you did recover other pieces of property, so you did not, in any capacity, recover property that belonged to the victims from Mr. Rhodes.
No.
Okay. I have no further questions.
When you were doing these interviews, were you the only detective interviewing them?
No, I was not.
Were do you also not come in and out of the interview rooms?
Oh, that's the comment
Did
of the
you
day.
go to the scene where the dumpster was?
No.
I'm gonna star that one.
Do you know which detectives?
Also, hey,
I do
pudding
not.
way. I
Just
didn't get
remember
to say
that it
hello
was a
before.
unique situation, so that's what I recall when I read it in transcript. It's what made me recall that memory.
So you would have heard about whatever was recovered at the dumpster from other detectives?
Yes.
That's cute.
I have no
Cool.
cross.
Hey, Nikki.
All right.
You're
Feel free to
adorable.
step down.
Judge, may I get my document back?
Yes, please.
Are you gonna do Bible verses, Nikki?
Someone would like to call their next witness?
Your another Commonwealth calls Chris Middleton.
Also, thank you to Mo for being here. This is
Middleton.
amazing.
Oh, no problem. I am kind of just waiting for him to flip out, which is sad. I should be watching it for really important justice reasons.
Yeah. It's interesting because, like, I mean, I have his spit mask face on the thumbnail and that, and so does Vice's as well. And actually, I got a little bit of negative feedback in my comments yesterday about having that picture of, because you know he's presumed
This
innocent,
has your right hand.
and it's a
This is
little
some truth
bit,
and all truth.
you know,
Thank you.
it doesn't show him in the best light. And let's
He
just be
also
honest,
made
everybody.
choices with
tell the
his
jury your name?
behavior
Chris Middleton.
about how he acted in
And,
court.
Exactly right. It's
Where did you
sorry,
work?
but that's
Used to
what
work
he did.
used to work for
He
Louisville
did
Metro
do
Police
that.
Department,
How long were you there?
21 years,
What do you want me to do?
How
Show
did you
him in
come
a
to
suit?
leave?
retirement.
Where are you now?
I'm retired, working for a
Hey,
sales
honey
agency.
G,
Okay. Were you in the police department
how's it
on
going?
in May of 2016?
Yes.
What unit were you
He's in a
with?
homicide.
How long were you a homicide detective?
Altogether, approximately 13 years.
Were you involved in the case where Larry and Maurice were killed?
Yes, to some extent, yes.
Can you tell us how you got involved? What was the first thing you did on this case?
I believe the first thing I did on it was assist in the arrest of Mr. Rhodes, and then in the drafting and executing of search warrants.
Well, let's start with the arrest. How did you get involved in that?
It's been a while.
I don't know,
so
Bobby.
bear
How
with
are
me.
you?
Remember, we had our own radio station, our radio channel. They come across and said, I believe it was that they were following Mr. Rhodes, asked that I assist in it. At the time, I was driving a car that wasn't real common. As a police car, it was a white Toyota Camry, so it wasn't as noticeable. So I followed him, made contact with him at Speedway on Preston Highway, and at which time he was placed under arrest and taken.
True half Irish.
Where is that speedway on Preston?
If you're familiar with Preston Highway, but closest reference I can give you would be Indian Trail and Preston Highway, right across from, I guess it was an old feeder supply or something like that, Staples or whatever, Pep Boys, right there. To give you an idea, I guess that's the closest I can put you.
So how many detectives were involved in the arrest? If you recall.
I know it was, I would feel comfortable saying maybe 4 or 5.
And were you the actual arresting officer?
I was the one that made first contact with Mr. Rhodes, yes.
So he was arrested, and did somebody else take him?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
Eventually, somehow I came to writing a search warrant.
Okay. Was this the same day?
I think so, yes.
And would you recall the date,
I'd have to look at my notes.
if you could?
Kentucky. Easy stat.
Guess it was done May 24th, 2016.
May
Louisville,
24th.
Kentucky.
Can you tell the jury what a search warrant is?
Search warrant. Try and put it in the best way possible. Basically, it's the gathering of information, compiling it together from every source you've got, whether it be other detectives, witnesses, involved parties, sometimes even actually the suspect. Take that information, gather them together, draft it into a written form, present it to a judge for their approval, and if probable cause is found to issue that search warrant, it gives us the opportunity to enter a residence, a car, and sometimes even search a person if need be, to more extent than just patting down pockets and stuff like that. But it is presented to a judge. The judge reads it, and if that judge finds probable cause, it is issued, and we execute the warrant. When I say execute, it means we go serve the warrant. We either search the house, the car, the person, whatever it may be. Maybe it's sometimes something as mundane as just records, but it's a legal document giving you the authority to search for an item of evidence.
What were you searching or seeking to search when you drafted the search warrant?
Taking the information I've given, initially, we were searching the residence, I think, to see if any items of evidentiary value, that would be, rather be a weapon, clothing, notes, just anything that showed evidentiary value of any involvement.
And when you say the residence, whose residence?
Mr. Rhodes' residence.
And where was that residence?
It's on Height Avenue.
Okay. And is that in Jefferson County?
Yes.
Do you know what major street is Height off
Brownsboro.
of? After you drafted the search warrant, did a judge sign it?
Yes.
And did you go execute it?
Yes.
What did you find in the house?
We actually did 2 warrants. The first warrant, I think we found 2 knives and a hammer.
Okay. Did you collect those?
Yes, they were collected by the crime scene unit.
What happened next?
We closed out the warrant, exited the house. I made a phone call to Donnie Burbank, Sergeant Donnie Burbank at the time, let him know we finished up the warrant.
So was he like your supervisor?
Yes, I'm sorry. Either immediately or just a short time later, he called me, or we discussed that a second warrant would need to be drafted because we'd already closed this one out. A second one needed to be drafted because of new information gained during interviews and through the investigation.
So was this information you all didn't have when you were doing the first warrants?
Right.
So did you draft a second warrant?
Yes,
Did you all go back in the house?
yes.
This time, what was the difference? What were you looking for?
This time, I think it was more towards the effect of forensic, more of a forensic style evidence, not actual physical evidence that you pick up and can carry out, but items that would be indicative that something happened at the scene, whether it be body of
Jealous
fluids,
Bobby.
minute pieces of evidence, stuff like that, stuff that would take more of a forensics manner.
So what did you do during the second search warrant?
To be honest with you, I sat and watched the crime scene unit do their job because I'm not a forensics person. I'm
We're probably
not smart enough to
about
do that job.
50,000
What did you
watch
see them
hours
do?
away from buying
They
more
provided,
laptops.
I think it was called luminol.
That's
It's a
big. That's
reactive
until
agent
YouTube
that they
starts paying me
spray,
enough.
and once you spray it, it reacts with
Where
blood.
hang on, let me
It
check.
turns a blue color. So they did that. And at that time, it was decided, due to the magnitude of it, we actually removed all the carpet in the living room of the house.
So when they sprayed it, what did you see?
Blue.
On the carpet?
Yes. And actually on some plants too, like some potted fake plants.
And at that point, did you take the carpet? Did somebody take up the carpet in your presence?
Decision was made at that time to remove the carpet from the residence.
Going up.
What type of carpet are we talking about? Was it
I like
an
it.
area rug or was it wall-to-wall carpet?
Oh, it was like wall-to-wall carpet. It was installed carpet.
And do you recall what times you were what time you were there?
I think I'll review my notes. I think we left like 2 o'clock in the morning. So we were there for quite a while.
I am only 148 hours away, guys.
Woohoo.
Yeah.
No.
Showing you what we marked as 74. Did you just look at these pictures outside?
Yes, I did.
That
Do
went up
they
fast.
fairly accurately represent the apartment on Heights that
Yes.
how long is to introduce 74 through
74 to
87.
87.
87.
Okay.
87.
Any objection?
No.
Admitted.
Excuse me.
So,
What is this picture?
This would be
Look
the
at
front of the
elbow.
apartment complex.
And if you go in those front doors, would you get to the apartment in question?
Right.
oh, thank you.
Is this the
That's so
living room of the
sweet.
apartment?
Yes.
Into the kitchen, I guess.
Right.
Really nice of you. I appreciate that. Yeah, he doesn't need the watch hours.
That's-
Angle.
He's got 650 people over there.
What room is this?
That's a
And
bathroom.
There are some people over there who probably don't actually know
in the
that I'm
bathroom.
streaming because I think they would be here. Because they're
Okay.
friends of mine.
Is that looking into a bedroom?
Yes.
Oops.
But you know,
Another
that's
bedroom.
okay.
Yes.
Love Jeff too.
Is this a trash can in the apartment?
Yes.
And is this also in the apartment?
Yes.
You watch them however you like.
And
Little
just
Phil.
to,
It's sweet of you to watch.
is
them.
this the room where we're about to see some knives under a mattress?
Yes.
We don't recognize anyone at Vices anymore. Oh,
Were those in the same bedroom?
Believe so, yes.
tricky in a really big chat like
And at this
that.
point, do you have any idea if these are connected to this case?
I have no idea. And, you know, that's part of the search warrant. You have your known injuries or your known situations. And then part of search warrant, this could be possibly related and possibly could not be, but it's, you know, collected in the effect of that it could be.
And then is this one of the knives you collected?
Yes,
And is that the other one?
yes,
And were those the only two things you collected during the first search warrant?
yes.
During the second search warrant, did you like physically have the carpet collected and taken out of the apartment?
Yes,
Also,
yes.
I missed what you said your job is now.
Work for a sales agency, sir.
Okay. I might still call you detective at a reflex.
Okay.
OnlyFans.
Your involvement in this case was only the arrest and then the search warrant, is that
Yes.
correct? So you didn't go out to any of the other scenes or anything else?
Not that I remember. We were, I mean, just
It's
so
too late
busy.
for your stand.
It was help when you can help.
Okay.
Oh,
You initially said
that's
that you
so
collected
cute. Thank you,
two
Lily.
knives and a hammer. I think we saw a photo of 2 knives and hammer. But isn't it correct you actually only collected the knives?
It possibly could be. I think, I didn't look at my notes when I said that. And to be honest with you, these are, it says small knife and large knife. But like I said, they're so, you know, when you copy stuff, it's hard to read. So
Okay, I wasn't sure. You said it's so, but I wasn't sure what the end of the sentence was.
Oh, Brandon, that's so sweet of you.
So you
So
were,
sweet.
and I think you just said this, but I'm trying to make sure I got it right. You were done with the first search.
we'd finished the first search warrant, yes.
And when I say done, like you got in the car, you
Thank
told
you,
the other
Brandon.
officers to go
Love
about their
having you
business.
around, Brandon.
You left.
I don't remember if I'd actually got out of the apartment complex or not. I don't remember if I even made it off the road or what. I mean, it was, I don't remember.
Well, if you look, you note when you're done with the first search, right?
Right, but with that being said, you can have a time that you're finished and still have control of the scene because it takes time to draft the second warrant, takes time to get the judge to sign it, it takes time to get it. So you may have a clearance time on here, you know, to give you an example, what's this say the clearance time is?
Thank you,
23:11. And then if you go over here on this one, 23:56. So you're talking a span of 45 minutes.
Coming up.
So with that being said, you know, driving from Height out off Brownsboro Road to back to the office, to a judge and back, I would feel pretty comfortable saying
I'd be half
that
Irish.
we didn't even make it out of the area because it's such a fast turnaround. You know, it was a computer written warrant, so it's not something I hand wrote on scene. So, you know, it would have been something I feel comfortable saying. There's a good possibility that we never even made it out of the parking lot before the phone call was made. Because I would have called my
I
sergeant. as
only
soon
have
as we
2
cleared it
laptops, only one
and
that
let him know that
works.
we're done. So
I got a few
you know,
screens.
I feel comfortable saying that he's like, hey, we got another warrant. But because we'd already closed it out, once we draw that line across it, that warrant's closed. It doesn't matter if we stay in the parking lot for 5 days or 5 seconds, we're gonna have to write another warrant.
What's he doing?
Because we've shut the door and we've
Type
walked
to
away from
his
it.
Are you saying you actually wrote the second warrant? I thought the second warrant was prepared by someone else.
Look at it here, the first warrant is,
Right, I may not have been clear. I meant the second.
Chris Milton, both warrants are mine. but
Okay.
Type to his vest. You know what he did today?
And you're saying you prepared the second one by
Actually.
computer?
Yeah, they're all done by computer these days. I haven't written a hand warrant since probably '06.
Okay.
Branko was really nice, and he tweeted.
You do
about
agree,
me
however, that
doing
the,
this.
well, maybe you don't remember.
Oh, yeah.
And then
Would you
someone
be surprised if we've already
someone
heard
asked what the
testimony
trial was about,
people involved in
and
the
then
first
Brice comes along and
or leaving and exiting the
responds
scene?
and
Wouldn't surprise me at least a little bit.
Okay.
And,
Like I said, I could have, the
said
fact of the
that
matter
his,
is, I could have released everybody
his
because
stream
I wrote the warrant, made the phone call
link.
and said, hey,
And I was like,
here we are. I
thanks,
got to write
thanks,
another
Jeff.
warrant. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know the exact answer with such short turnaround.
Well, you know.
You know, and it wasn't my habit to leave a house
You're
unsecured.
gonna get like 600 people in there anyway.
Would you be surprised if we've already heard that the owner was told, you can go back in, we're done?
No, I have not.
And
I
then
wouldn't be
sent another
surprised, but
tweet
like I
out
said,
saying,
it's what, 7 years later,
thank you
so.
so much,
Sure.
Branko, for supporting growing channels like me and
You
Dali.
talked about how CSU, the
And yes, you can go and watch it with the wonderful Vices too.
was
We are
present
such a
in the
big
second, but
family.
they were also present in the first search. weren't
Yes,
they?
yes.
And in fact,
It's true,
you
yeah, and
note in
there's
your
different viewing
report
experiences for everybody.
that,
Some people like small channels, some people
Yes.
I'm
like
not going
big
to get this
channels.
name right.
It's cool.
C. Allgaier.
It's really
That is
cool.
correct. That specifically a tech named Allgaier was there in the first. And that person, I think, would have been responsible for any crime scene analysis that needs to be done, right?
Like I said
Actually,
earlier,
I'm gonna get
the
ready
first
to head
warrant
out.
wasn't so
I've
much
got
as
to pick up
analysis done, it was a
boys,
gathering
and
possible
rotate
evidence
laundry quickly
for
before I
the
go
second
because
one
I've been
was
slacking
so
on
much
that.
for being here.
forensics,
You're welcome.
gathering of
I mean,
evidence, you know, using the luminol
I know this is
and
the
gathering that type
initial,
of stuff.
like,
So I can't
we
really
got this
talk to each
stuff, but I
person
am waiting to
from the
see
crime scene
how
unit.
he reacts
I can't really
when
talk to each
I'm
one.
sure you
his,
are.
you
We
know,
all are.
I'm like, I just want the shock
But
shackles. I
I wanted to make clear
I
there were
was
some folks
cheated
from
out of it
from
with Brooks.
CSU
I
there
want it for
first time.
this guy. I will
Um,
see you
Are you
all
ready?
tomorrow, guys.
Were you the one telling them what to
Yes.
do or what not to do in the first
Bye,
search?
guys.
As I stated earlier, I
See
try
you.
not to. There may be items that I'll point out, but I've not been to, you know, forensics classes and stuff like that. So just like I've never been to law school, I'm not gonna tell you your job.
But you were in charge of the scene
I am in charge of the scene.
at both warrants.
Branko was on my one of my Becky streams. It was the beckoning.
Luminol, well, you're not.
I think that was
Hopefully
on
we
there.
have
He
some
might have been
people
on
from
two.
CSU coming and
I can't
testify.
remember if he's been on one or two.
You talked a little bit about how luminol works a second ago. Luminol actually hits on a wide
He
variety
keeps
of
saying he's coming on stream. And
things,
in
doesn't
fact,
it?
he
He
came
does,
into
and it's not an,
he
it's
came
not
into
an
my
end-all
studio
thing.
one
It's
day,
like, I guess,
and he was
a
late
large
because he was
majority, I
like, "Oh, I'm
wouldn't put a
coming, I'm coming."
percentage on it, but a large
And then
majority of
he
your
turns up,
evidentiary, you have what's
and
called,
my
I
stream's
guess,
already
a
over.
presumptive, be a fair word.
Sure.
Like, oh, but I
Presumptive.
didn't think it. I thought you'd been still
Reaction.
going. No.
And so with further investigation, further analysis,
He goes, "Oh,
that
you're a
proves
90-minute
what you
lady."
thought. It's, you know, same thing, the old high school science.
He
you know,
could turn up today.
hypothesis and
I don't know.
theory and all that. You get your evidence from doing your proper testing.
You also processed a search warrant on the Mazda in this case.
I did the search warrant, yes.
So let's talk about the Mazda for a second. When you went and processed the Mazda, were you the one who removed scratch that? When you got there and were processing it, it already was missing its back seat. Is that correct?
Possibly. I don't remember much about the Mazda at all.
Do you have an indication in your report?
I don't think I do. I think my report goes more with the house. I may not have even,
I hadn't even invited him.
House
He
was-
just turned
I
up
was
in
more
my
with
chat
the
one
house. I
day
wasn't with the Mazda.
and decided he wanted to be on stream.
I did the search warrant, and the thing about a search warrant,
And we've been like, because I'd already
I
been
can
on
do
stream
it,
with
I
him
can
once
walk in,
before,
I can
and we got
execute
along
it,
fine.
and, you know, I'm part of the homicide unit. I trust the guys that I
And,
work with to do their job.
And then he just turned up on stream one day, and then
So it
turned up
wasn't,
in my chat
it's
one
not
day,
a
and then he wanted to jump on. So
big thing to execute it and then get called on to do something else,
we
another
talk
part
on
of
Twitter.
investigation.
and DMs
So,
and things.
you know, you're not always present once
Hang on a
it's
minute.
done.
Were you, as the author of the search warrant, were you in control of the scene on the Mazda?
I don't remember much about the Mazda. I don't think I had much involvement with it.
What I asked was whether or not you were in control of the scene.
Like I said, I don't remember much about the month. I couldn't tell you if I was there with it or not. That's what I answered.
Okay. So you're not sure?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as far as what happened to the rear seat of the car, the Mazda specifically, you just don't know?
I have no idea.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Have a good day.
I don't know what happened to the back seat.
Get the search warrant straight. I mean, there was the first search warrant you wrote.
Mhm.
Did it cover the apartment and the Mazda?
Yes,
And would it have been common for you all to split up into duties?
absolutely.
And would the Mazda have been searched on scene or at the auto theft garage?
Could have been done either way.
Hey, Pixie.
And as far as you remember, you just participated in the search of the apartment.
Right.
What was the difference between the information you all possessed between the first warrant and the second warrant that caused you to search differently?
My understanding was due to interviews that were
Judge,
conducted.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
What approach?
What's happening? Wait. What's going on? Why is he? I'm just looking at it and nothing's really. Hang on. Sidebar. Maybe it's a sidebar. He's not frozen. His eyes are moving. Okay, it's all fine. Yeah, no, I can't hear anything either. It's okay. Hang on, it's fine. Yeah, it must have been a sidebar. Oh, you can't talk. No, it's fine. I know you're here.
There, hello. I was like, once
Hello.
you let me talk.
Okay, I need to edit your mic. Hang on.
Oh, now I can do it. Take me down. How
taking you
do I
down.
sound? Hey, everybody.
I think that they're sidebarring, and that's why
They
he's just
sidebarring.
sitting
Okay.
there.
I'd be
It's-
completely distracted between court and horses and, children and that not.
Been
All
milking
right. So
horses?
what did I miss since I was last on?
Not great amounts. They were talking to a fellow who is now a salesman, but he was a detective, and he had done a search.
That's what I want to see. I want to see,
Startup lobby.
what's going on with his head?
All sorts of things.
Weird.
He's been mutilated in some way. I think he's had a lobotomy, or partially. That might be why he's being well behaved so far. But yeah, this dude had done a oh, here we go. Had done a search warrant on the car.
Were interviews being actively conducted down at the station while you were on scene?
And
Yes.
Is
no
it
one
your
can answer
understanding
what
that more
happened to
information
this
came to light
back
that
seat,
led
which went missing.
homicide unit to believe that this actually was the crime scene?
Yes.
Jung, you're at the post office.
Hey, John.
I want to know if he was stabbed in the back of the head or something. He's got a Band-Aid.
I sat down and looked again at your report, which I believe is the
defense's whole
exact
case is you
document in
can't
front
find
of
the
you.
back seat. That's pretty much
You
it.
testified a minute ago, I think it's about
This witness isn't real. He's AI.
that you
When he
closed out
stops
and
moving,
finished the first warrant
stops
at
answering questions, he just is
2311.
frozen.
Like I said, it's hard to read, but it's what it appears to say.
I think it
And then
says
he moves again.
2211, a whole hour earlier.
Got a better copy?
Hey, Money, Bobby.
Oh, it's yours. That's a terrible copy. But that's not the.
He said that's a terrible
No, you're
copy.
fine.
It's your exhibit,
I was
sir.
getting there. I was there. So what does that say?
Even better, 2211, because that would give plenty of time to write the warrant and get back and get it done. So, I mean, that's still an hour difference. Doesn't make it's not a deal.
Well, let me make sure that it's clear though, what we're talking about with the jury. So you had said it's such a short amount of time that you would just be sitting in the parking lot, but actually the
Oh, you
amount of
said that.
time from when you cleared was not quite 2 hours, an hour and 45 minutes.
Possibly so, but I mean, like I said, it's
I should put
Sure,
a
I'm just
better
making
hat
sure I
on
got the
him.
times.
right. You're right on the
Okay.
times, but
Okay.
it's not.
On the defendant. I should put a Santa hat
I was
on the
kind of proud of
defendant.
myself, to be honest with you, get one done in 45
Okay.
minutes. So it makes more sense.
Yeah.
He looks better with hair
I'll
on.
do, I'll do that.
I was kind of proud of myself on that one.
So, and when we're talking about, every once in a while, I understand military time, I can do the conversion, but just so it's clear with everybody, you then cleared the first warrant and according to your report, we're done at 22:11. That's 10 PM, 10:11, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next warrant, you begin serving, or the next warrant at 23:56, right? So that's 11:56 PM. Okay, just making sure I got that right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
All right.
Yeah,
You
just
may
like that.
sit down. Thank you.
Bye now.
I like when witnesses jump on or jump off as soon as I jump
Yeah,
on.
you're free to go. Thanks.
That sounded a bit dirty.
I'm
Jumping
ready
on
to
and
call the
off,
next
and on and
witness.
off again. It's better than
Yeah,
in and
jumping
out.
on and off, baby.
Thank you.
That dude should have kept some of his hair.
Oh
That's all
yeah,
I'm
he's
saying.
not got a head.
I'm gonna convict him just for his hair.
What hair?
Well, the lack thereof.
Oh yeah, I know. It's fucking awful, isn't it? It's so hard to look at. Ugh. Gross.
Who did? I gotta find a mediator. Anyone have a good
What?
mediator to
Why are you in
recommend?
trouble with something? With the body?
No, my clients are.
You're convinced of reasonable doubt. Are you?
I'm convinced of reasonable doubt. Well, it's currently right now he's innocent, right?
Absolutely.
But his head is making him guilty.
Look, it's really difficult to have doubt about this dude based on his prior behaviors. That's all.
Yeah.
It's just like I really want to presume him innocent of these things. I really want to. It's just he's behaved like such a dick. That's all.
Yeah.
Like maybe he didn't do these actual things. Maybe he did a bunch of other bad things.
He's okay. All right. Now we're starting to walk down a bad path. Oh, he's guilty of something, so let's send him away.
Yeah, I know.
I make jokes. You're ready to condemn him. EU, what's wrong with you?
I know. This is not like me at all.
So is there video evidence? Is there anything other than other witnesses, those three witnesses that all made deals with the police that are going to put this guy at the right time, place, and location and doing the deed?
Well, they reckon that there's blood all over the place that he was at.
You want to go ahead and take a
Okay.
5-minute break?
But like,
We're gonna like
credible
take a
DNA
5-minute break.
evidence.
We should be good to go after that.
Let's
see.
see.
It's almost 2 o'clock. Just be back in front of the doors at 2 o'clock, please.
It's too tough seeing him innocent. Well, and part of this exercise that I like to engage in is even the worst of people
Yes.
are presumed innocent. I jumped in Viva's
100%.
chat the other day when he was going on about Hunter Biden. I said, he's innocent. And then people jumped all over me. I said, well, he hasn't been convicted yet. He's innocent.
Absolutely.
So, it's the, you could do it even with Letitia Stalk or Ronald Ruber. whatever his name is.
Mm.
You know,
Was there not blood on that knife they showed? Don't know if it's from the victim. So this is the thing with this guy, right? They're saying that, well, the defense is saying that 3 people have already confessed to this, to these murders, right? So why are we here?
well, because he didn't confess.
Exactly. And like Mo was saying earlier, okay, so if that's the case, why has the state got such a hate boner for this guy, right? Why they keep coming after this guy so bad? Why are they giving all these other guys
Sure.
sweet deals?
This
to go
guy's the one
after
that
this guy?
actually did it, right? Or did they all participate?
Their theory is that he forced them to be involved, right? Because
So he's the Charlie Manson, and they've already convicted Squeaky Fran. You know,
It's basically blank. Detective Snyder
Second
was
scene meaning height. Uh-huh.
not blank, but black. It's just
Oh.
black. So Detective Snyder drove it over.
what did they do? What did they do to poor Bobby in Baker's chair?
Mr. Cunningham went down and viewed it, and I'll let him speak to it.
Okay.
I've made some notations on when you can see some stuff. I mean, somebody was kind of filming in the dark. There's a point in the middle where you can see some flash of red, and then a minute or two later, you can see somebody's hand.
Don't let your kids hang out with older people.
You have a sense
Oh,
that something.
all right. I got to call this potential mediator and see if he's worthwhile.
Well,
I'm
let me
not going
ask
to jump
this.
off. I'm just gonna
Was
mute
there
myself.
ever a working video? Like, was it, do
Why
we know
can't
if
we
it
see the
ever
people
worked
talking,
after it was taken?
cameraman?
It looks like they were trying to film the Blue Star. That's why it's dark.
Did she just say World
But I
Star?
don't know. This is
Blue
the first
Star.
time that we have had a copy of this, and Detective Tonelli has never had a copy.
Or
of
is this just a hot mic that we should be listening to?
Kimmer
Well,
is the one
they have the mic on. And by the way, just because they're not on the record doesn't mean it's not in a public forum.
Yeah.
Has anybody asked that person about it?
she's here.
Oh, I'm just wondering, like, did
Oh,
that
Bobby said
person
she was
ever
guilty
watch
of
it and
malice.
know if it worked or not? I mean, it seems like you do that before you left the scene. It's a little shocking to me.
Oh, I know. Somebody was asking about a judge that I threatened or the defendant threatened.
Sure. I understand.
Oh, no,
I'm just trying to figure out, like, was it ever a working video?
Not to our knowledge.
Okay.
It's given that they were Blue Starring
well,
So it was done at his apartment?
And they back then did not film search warrants.
House.
So I was surprised when there
I
even
gotcha that there was
a
even
video.
film at all. Okay. Well, I don't suppose you're planning on showing it if it doesn't show anything.
Tell me the location of the unaliving. And tell me about this
You're
judge.
fine,
that was
take your
threatening.
time.
Oh, so I guess apparently when they first started filming. the
Hang
Blue
on a
Star,
minute.
Even the light from the
I think
camera
we're on a hot
itself
mic and we shouldn't be
would
listening, and this is
leave
good.
out what they were trying to film, so they didn't know how to use the camera to record the process.
I gotcha. But so my question is, I'm assuming you're not planning on showing it.
No, I just didn't want, like, we found out about it.
Okay,
so
that's fine. I think you've done everything that you can do. And you all can have tonight to look at it and decide if you want to make any motions related to it, or if it's just, it doesn't work. We all got it when we got it. Move on. Okay.
I did have one question. The witness who
By the way, thank you for driving it over.
is involved in the person who's are you currently planning on calling them today or tomorrow?
Yeah, this is not for us to hear. This is cool. Now they've walked away from the mics. Damn it. I love a hot mic. Yeah. Bobby, what are you talking about? Were we arguing about something? I completely missed that whole thing. You were making it the whole thing up in your head with some sort of strange fantasy. Yes, yes, right, Moni G? Like, whenever there is like a moment like this, when they turn the cameras away, I'm always like, did they leave the mic on? Or when they start whispering, like when the lawyers start whispering to one another or whispering to the defendant, I'm all like, can I hear what they're saying? Oh, Bobby and Flux were fighting. I wouldn't pick a fight with Flux, hey? No. No way. Flux is my gal.
Bobby and Flux were fighting?
I think it's another one of his little fantasies.
Oh, well, I could see that.
Yeah. Like,
Does Mrs. Flux get involved too, Bobby?
More than likely. A minute ago, Bobby thought I was having a little tent eagle fight with him, and I wasn't. He's just making it all up.
Bobby fights with everybody and no one at the same time. And it's
Yeah, no
amazing.
one. It's
I
all
model
his
my
own imagination.
behavior after him.
He just makes shit up.
Me or he?
No, he just makes shit up.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
so
no, he's great at that.
yeah, okay. So what people wanted me to tell you was that the defendant has threatened a judge.
But was it a real threat, or was he just mad?
Well, he also said that, are you part of the KKK?
She might be.
No, not this judge. It was a previous judge. Yeah, I can't remember whether it was a female judge or not. I think this was a male judge.
Was this other judge of the African American persuasion?
No.
That would have been funnier.
That would have been funnier. Yeah. She threatened to have an army of lesbians descend upon him uncalled for.
Bobby be like, he's taking his pants off. They're half off. Okay.
How did I upset you? Let me do it more. Yeah, so there was that.
Find out where
then-
the judge lives. Yeah, that's a bad thing. Don't ever tell a judge you're going to find out where they live.
Yeah, that's right. I know where you live.
I mean, first of all, it's kind of public. They're usually politicians, so you can kind of figure out where they live fairly easily. You don't really need to announce it ahead of time because that just amounts to you getting in trouble.
She kept upping his bail. That's right. She was like, right. So he goes, oh, how much is my bail? And she's like, it was 100,000, then it was like 200,000, then it was $1 million or something. She's like, fine, you want to be like that? It'll be this much. It'll be that much. It'll be that much.
I was just in court this morning, and there was a young lady that was trying to get some custody parenting time, and the judge said that I walked in, and the judge said, well, I want you to do a psychological evaluation first. And then she went nuts and started swearing at the judge, and all of a sudden deputies start rolling in, and you're like, I wonder why the judge wants you to do a psyche.
Oh, yeah, that's smart. Hey. All right, so
You just behave yourself in
you
court.
do it. I want you to do a psychological evaluation.
Yeah, exactly. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Well, she was like,
How should I?
it was really weird.
They're coming to get me.
Thank you, Deputy Mills. Can I be seated?
Look over
Anybody have
there.
anything to
It's not
report?
real.
Excellent. All right, Ms. Jones-Brown, the Commonwealth's next witness, please.
All righty.
Thank you. Mr. Jensen.
We are back on.
Okay, I was wrong. Can we not look at the defendant? Go anywhere other than the defendant cameraman.
He's not an attractive
Mr.
man.
Jensen, good afternoon. I'm going to need to swear you in. If you could
Mr.
raise your right hand
Jensen,
for me.
Dali, Mr. Jensen's there.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thanks. You can. put
Brandon
your
says
hand
all the
down.
things we're thinking.
Can you tell your name to the jury, sir?
Christopher Allen Jensen.
And Mr. Jensen,
Oh, is
you're
this one
in
of the
custody.
snitches?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving over in Indiana?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it anything to do with this case?
No.
Back in 2016, did you live in an apartment on Height Avenue?
Yeah, North Height, or is it Hyde Avenue Gardens?
What type of apartment complex was it?
It was it was
Type
a
with
condominium,
apartments?
like that some people would rent out the condos to like people owned them, but they would rent them out to different people.
Airbnb.
Kind of like subleasing, I guess.
And were you subleasing there?
I wasn't, but I lived with somebody who was. I was their roommate.
Okay. And did you, as
Wait,
a
so he's
resident there, did you
a
come to
lessee of a
know
lessee of a
one your
lessee. Got it.
neighbors, Brice Rhodes?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And were you acquaintances who talked and texted occasionally?
Yeah, we weren't really all that close. We didn't know each other for very long. It was just on occasion we would see each other.
Okay. And what type of car were you driving back then?
It was a 2016, I believe, Dodge Charger.
What color?
It was black.
And was it your
I
car?
want a
No,
Dodge
it was,
Charger.
It was a rental car through Enterprise, but it was in my name.
And how long had you had it?
It's been so long, I'm not really sure.
More than a weekend?
More than a weekend, yeah.
Was there a point where he borrowed the car?
Yeah, he borrowed it once and brought it right back to me, and then the second time he borrowed it, it didn't come back.
Do you recall when this was?
No, honestly,
Living in a
it's
van
so
down
long
by the
ago.
river.
It was warm outside. I know that.
Why has he got a pocket?
In relation to, did a detective question you about this?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Do you recall when that was?
I can't really give you dates
Okay.
exactly.
Did the detective question you at the time? There were a lot of detectives at the scene doing an investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long before that had Mr. Rhodes borrowed the car?
It was the day when the car didn't come back. That's when detectives came and knocked on my door.
Okay. And you said 2 days before that was when he borrowed it for a short period of time?
Yeah, it was back to back, one day and then the next day. So he borrowed it 2 times, and then the second time didn't come back, and that's when the detectives were at my door.
Do you recall what day you told the detectives that he borrowed it?
No, ma'am.
If you saw a transcript of your interview, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Chest looks like a pocket. What are you talking about?
He's got a pocket. Why is a prison uniform got a pocket?
So you can put your little wares in there.
So you can put your little razors and things in there, or
Yeah, whatever you need. Why not have a pocket?
it's called a purse.
Yes.
It's called a purse house.
Okay.
You can just look towards the bottom.
For cigarettes.
Oh, you roll those in the
That's right.
sleeve.
Do you remember now when he borrowed it?
Yeah,
And what day was that?
Saturday.
Okay. And that was the day he had it just for however long he was supposed to have it?
Yes, ma'am.
And then
Is this one of the wannabe
the
gangsters?
second time he borrowed it, you said he didn't bring it back?
It didn't come back, and that's when I talked to detectives.
And did you ever get the car back?
No.
Okay. As far as you know, did detectives eventually seize the car?
Yeah, it was in evidence.
It's a prison pocket.
Did you
It's a fake pocket.
know
One of those
Mr.
ones they
Rhodes
put
have
on
his own
women's
car?
clothes.
Yes, I believe it was a Mazda. I've seen him drive a Mazda, light blue Mazda 4-door.
Light blue Mazda, okay. And did you tell detectives that he usually drove a light blue Mazda?
No, I don't believe I did.
One second.
Oh, I need to do
If
Christmas
I
shopping.
showed you a part of your interview, would that help refresh your recollection?
Is he wimpy?
He looks wimpy.
Was he in prison for? Do we know?
He's a rapist. Apparently.
Well, okay, I could see that.
It looks like you're all actually standing in front of a car at that point.
Yes, ma'am.
So did you let detectives know which car he usually drove
Yes, ma'am.
when he wasn't borrowing yours?
Yeah.
Seems like a
So
nice
prior to
neighborhood.
being incarcerated as a
What were you all
rape
doing that Saturday when police came?
We were moving.
He's renting
By
from
you
a
all, I mean
renter
you and
from a
your roommate.
renter,
Sorry, not
and
to
he's
be
also
clear.
renting a car.
Yeah. So
Had you ever been in the Blue
basically,
Mesa?
it's just a lovely
ma'am.
neighborhood.
And did detectives take DNA samples from you and anybody who you were friends with who'd been in your Charger?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
That was
That's
boring.
good.
So,
What was the point of that? Thought you were going to get into some stabby parts.
Let Mr.
That
Rhodes
would've been good.
borrow your Dodge Charger and you were renting that vehicle?
yes, ma'am.
Oh, he was renting.
You don't
it.
have any idea how many
he was
Dodge
renting
Chargers
everything.
are in Louisville in
Right.
2016, correct? When Mr. Rhodes picked up that vehicle from you, there was no one with him in the car, correct?
No, ma'am.
And when he dropped the vehicle off, there was no one with him in the car, correct?
Oh,
First time.
oops.
Either
He's
time.
not a great person.
Well, the first time there's nobody in the car. The second time I didn't see it because it didn't
Don't
ever
believe
come
anything
back to
Lesko
me.
says.
So I
And you actually received a text from Mr. Rhodes that told you he was in Elizabethtown, correct?
honestly, it's been so long, I can't really recollect that. I don't know. It was in 2016. I don't really remember details like that.
It's 7 years ago. I remember
Any
where I
other
was
thoughts?
when on election night. But
All
other
right,
than
there
that,
you go. Thank you.
not a clue. That
Mr.
was,
Gonzalez, come
I
up
feel
and
like that was a
call the
waste of a
next
witness.
witness.
Okay, so he rented a car that was a black Dodge Charger, 2016 Charger,
Thank you.
and the defendant didn't return it one day. Got it.
That's it. So
That's
on
it.
election night, were you like laughing at crying liberals?
Oh yeah, I stayed up to like 2
Had to
a.m.
have it
watching them all
public.
crying, and then I went out for Hillary's
Okay, please
speech, and
raise
you
your
know
right
she was just
hand.
throwing
You swear to
stuff in
tell
the
the truth and
background.
the
She
whole truth?
refused to come out on
Thank
stage.
you, sir.
I was just kicking back in my movie room, texting all my friends.
My name is Chris Rutherford.
Where do you work?
I am employed by the Louisville Metro Police Department, and I'm currently assigned.
This guy
to
needs an elf
police
hat.
homicide unit in the cold case
No
section.
other addition, just a
How long have
green
you been
hat.
with LMPD?
I've been with LMPD since 2008, summer of 2008.
And how long with the homicide unit?
Since the summer of 2015, so a little over 8 years.
When did you move over to cold case?
About a year and a half ago, last June.
So in 2016, you were with active cases.
Yeah, I was on what we refer to as the fresh side.
The fresh side.
Did you have some involvement in the case we're here to discuss?
I did.
It looks like initially you dealt with fingerprints.
Yeah, Mads, the Young Turks were awesome.
Correct. It taken a little while to identify the victims, so I was kind of involved in that process, scouring like records for missing persons, and then I transported the fingerprints, I believe, to the Department of Homeland Security to have them run them through their database to see if we could identify the victims that way.
And as far as you know, that led to no leads, correct?
Correct. They had no record of the victims on file.
And is that common in children?
Yes.
It's what common in
And it-
children.
On May 24th, did you become more involved in the case?
I did. On the 24th of May, I was requested to respond over to the Hyde Avenue, I think it's called the Hyde Gardens Apartments, to attempt to locate Chris Jensen. The defendant had been arrested in a car that Mr. Jensen had rented. And so I was assigned to attempt to find him and conduct an interview of him to see what he could tell us.
And were you able to locate Mr. Jensen?
We were.
And did he tell you whatever you asked him?
He did.
While you were talking to Mr. Jensen, did you learn what car the defendant usually drove?
Correct. We were able to get a description of a vehicle that the defendant was known to drive and then subsequently located it in the apartment complex.
Did you personally see the vehicle?
I did.
And can you describe for the jury anything you remember about the vehicle?
It was a four-door, I believe it was a Mazda, light blue or silver in color. When I located it upon approaching the vehicle, I believe it was the driver's window was down. There's a strong odor of bleach emanating, like really, really strong odor of bleach emanating that I could actually smell from almost across the parking lot. Looking into the vehicle, the back seat was gone, been removed, and you could see into the trunk compartment too. And it appeared from the outside at that point that everything in the trunk compartment, like to include the carpeting, had been removed from the trunk.
So this is all stuff from the apartment, not bodies?
Did you
trunk,
also take
car.
buckle swabs from anybody involved with the charge?
Bodies or no bodies?
Correct. Anybody that we had known had been in the
Bodies
vehicle since
were
Mr.
in
Jensen
the
had it. We requested buckle
backyard.
swabs for comparison.
Okay, that's what I thought.
purposes If they were needed.
And why is that?
For the lab to process any testing, for instance, if you're a known person that's been in that vehicle, they would want your DNA sample to be able to rule you out from somebody else's DNA that was located in that car.
So you had to get anybody who might have been in the charger.
Right. Any known persons that Mr. Jensen, who's the renter of the vehicle, knew were in his car, we requested the DNA samples from.
And at that point in the investigation, did you all have any idea of how much or how little the charger would be involved?
I personally did not.
Maybe I unmute myself. Jung wants to know, whose keyboard is
You
that?
ready?
Is that you?
It's not, no, it's in court.
Let me see your hands.
Those photos?
That's so annoying.
Yeah, this
Can
would
we
be
call the
the,
court? Tell them not
Mauser
to
that was
click
identified
in the
as
microphone?
Ridiculous.
one that
The
was
best audio in the court is in that
been
keyboard.
known to have been operated by Mr. Rhodes.
Honor, the Commonwealth moves to admit those as 87 and 88.
I'm not sure how much of a fun trial it is, John, because I haven't been watching as much as I should have been, but it's interesting.
It's been
for
pretty
sure.
good.
Yep.
Okay. And is this as you found it in the apartment complex?
That's correct.
Well, that's not even a black Charger. Why are we talking about a black Charger? The last witness.
Thank you.
No, the Mazda is his.
Because you just testified that
Mazda is,
the windows in that vehicle were down in the picture
defendant's.
that you said reflects the way you found it, the windows were up.
As my recollection is, the driver's window was down.
Yeah, you need to rewatch the openings, David. They're really good.
Okay.
There was no back
That was
seat in
yesterday,
that
right?
vehicle when you found it?
Correct.
I had my trials.
And you participated
Yes, I know.
in these searches of Pine Avenue, is that correct?
Correct.
What was your,
Just assisting detective on the search.
did you happen to record any of your search
How so?
on video?
We did not have body cameras at that point.
In 2016, you had no body cameras in
When did
2016.
LPD issue body cameras?
Probably not.
I believe
departments didn't have them.
our unit got them in the summer of 2020, July, August-ish timeframe.
2020.
That seems about right.
All right, Detective Rutherford.
I'm
you
good
are
with
free
that
to go.
timeline.
Thank you.
Hang on. July, August of 2020. That
That's
was
so
when there
far.
were riots.
Yes, Your Honor. Oh,
Okay.
Rebecca Kimmer.
Did he eat someone? No, but here's a shoe flicker. Oh, are you asking that because of the mask?
Yeah, he likes Chianti. I said your thumbnail should all be like Silence of the Lambs, just be those little moths.
That's
Thank
why
you.
I've
You
got
may have a
this
seat.
photo.
No, it's an awesome photo.
It's great, and Vices has got it too. And the thing is that
Do you say
My name is
versus?
Rebecca Kimmer,
Vices.
Kimmer, and I am a crime scene technician with Louisville Metro Police Department,
It's
where
not
I have
me.
worked for approximately 10 years.
What do you do with the crime scene?
I assist the detectives and officers on crime scenes that they may have. So we
Crime scene what?
document, we go out, we photograph, do video, collect and obtain DNA or evidence from the scene. At that point, we bring it back to the office and do our further testing where we then package and transport to the property room.
Scene, something.
And on May.
CSI.
16, did you respond?
Investigator.
She's
763 Hyde Avenue, Unit
Tech
2?
R. Kerwer?
What
K-I-O.
what were you
Kimmer?
On that evening, myself and technician Stevenson responded. We
Richard.
were responding to do a search
Will do.
warrant for Blue Star, which is a
From
chemical
Clancy
that
Tech.
we are able to spray on. It enables us to see blood that's not visible with the naked eye. So it will fluoresce in a bright blue color with the presence of blood.
And did you do that? at this
Luminol.
location?
We did do that.
Where did you spray it?
We sprayed throughout the entire
Sprayed it
condo. We
everywhere.
focused on the living room and then a bathroom.
And were you,
He
you
also
didn't know
sprayed.
anything independently about this case, right?
I did not.
You've been
Okay, so
known to
just
throw
whatever the
piss bombs.
detectives told you to do,
That's right.
and you don't know where they were getting their information.
I do not.
Again, I support the piss bomb.
What, when you
You do?
sprayed it,
That's a good, legitimate move.
like what it-
Okay.
what
So
was
typically,
your-
once we spray, if the presence of blood is there, it will fluoresce in a bright blue color.
And is that, do you have to have the lights off to see that? Or
We have to keep the lights off and our cameras go on different settings in order to capture that luminescence.
and
It's
the
an
fact that
luminescent
it's
pea.
that
They
this-
were not,
Um,
unfortunately.
So did you attempt to take pictures?
We did attempt to get photos. Unfortunately, the camera was not cooperating. At that point, we decided to try to capture the presence and the positive reaction on video, and that was not successful either.
So we
what
only
do you
have
do
your
next?
word to go by.
You can't memorialize that. What?
So once we determined that that was not successful, we moved on, and at that point, we just
Yes,
decided to take up the entire rug and carpet.
Someone is
along with the
typing
carpet
furiously.
padding throughout.
Oh, it's just, it's
How do
havoc.
you get a carpet up?
We worked well together, pulling it up that night. We just cut and pulled it up, basically.
And was that carpet then collected?
That carpet was collected and I transported that back to the crime scene unit. At that time, it was 633 West Jefferson.
So how many pieces, or like, did you have to cut it up? Did you roll it up?
So once we took the entire carpet, we took it back to the office, laid it out, and at that point, in a more controlled environment, I was able to get better photos, and then I did carpet cuttings of areas that were presumptive to be blood.
This lady's hair is
And those were
confusing.
then sent off for testing.
Sorry?
So how big was the?
Bobby, this lady's hair is confusing. I agree, it
We
is.
did,
Yeah.
So you have the carpet and then.
And then the-
Carpet padding?
yes.
So is that just two large things?
It was two large things, yes.
And you, did you have to cut them into smaller pieces?
Once I got back, I did smaller cuttings to send those off to KSP for testing.
And how do you know what pieces to send to KSP?
It's, you do presumptive testing that show up for blood, and then anything that I could see that was visible, I cut those pieces as well.
And we throw around acronyms so much, sometimes don't notice when I'm doing it. We say KSP, what are we talking about?
Kentucky State Police, I'm sorry.
And they run a crime lab?
They do, yes.
And is it your intention that they do a DNA test?
That's right.
Yes.
Showing you 89 through 98.
Thank you.
Those photos.
Ooh.
Oh my God, the keyboard.
I do. Yes.
Stop.
No objection.
Thank you. Admitted.
Just go through each picture and you just tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, so that's the carpet that we rolled back, and then the padding underneath there,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the padding. So that's the padding once we removed the carpet itself.
Is this the?
No, Dali,
This
that's
is the living room,
court.
yes.
Would we have a kitchen to the back?
It's not me. I'm
Yes,
quieter
and
than
then
that. I
the
know
little
it. It's
hallway
like
to the
Nicholas is
left up
in
there
the
is the
stream with
entrance
us, but we
foyer
don't see him.
from the
Oh.
entry exit door.
So y'all just move the furniture to the side.
Mhm. I think that evening, they, in order, once we did everything that we needed to do process-wise, the detectives moved the couch and whatnot out onto the small patio there.
They took
Again,
every
that's just
inch of
more
carpeting.
of the
Well,
padding.
I have to imagine.
The photo, or the staining underneath.
Oh,
And in this photo, this is where we started to peel back the padding underneath, and that was just the floor there
Lick it.
where it had soaked through. And just documenting the stains. Again, with the
Mommy.
documentation of the stains.
100%.
And just
E, that's
layering,
all
so we
E
just
is
photographed
keyboard.
layers as we took each layer off.
it's typing on its own.
Again,
Maybe
that's
it's my
just
cat.
The base.
It's definitely
You,
what it
you know,
is.
like that gif of the
Yes.
cat working.
And just more documentation of the stains and the layering.
And is this
really
the
should be
areas
more
where
careful.
the blue star reacted?
Yes. And then that's just the padding again once more. Again, with the padding.
It's pretty messy.
And so you said that was, do you have to dry that or?
Yes, so that carpet was
Shut up, Matt.
saturated. And so at that point, we took it back to the office. We laid down, we have brown paper that we lay down. We laid that down and then laid the carpet on top of that in order to let it dry on its own.
And is that, as far as the carpet goes, is that?
Yes.
Other
Yes.
The next day when you called to.
To be
another
fair, you
location.
haven't seen the quality
So
of the
yes,
typing
so
up.
later that evening, I believe, may I refer to my report?
Are you unable to recall?
I don't recall the
That-
time.
Okay. Any problem with that? Okay, go ahead.
I believe it was, so we were called back out at 2:56 in the morning to another search warrant.
So would that have been on the?
If I just start
Yes.
knocking around the microphone, is it going to make any difference
Yes,
at this point?
Where were you called?
we were called to,
No. Actually, I heard that.
6508 Hackle Drive.
Do you recall where that is?
It's in the 3rd Division. I believe it's off King Road.
412 words
if
per
Memory
minute.
serves correctly.
412.
I hunt and
Oh,
peck.
we were called to that
I
location
hunt and peck. Do you
in an
hunt and peck?
attempt to collect evidence.
No.
What
That the
kind
homicide
of
detectives had been
what
notified was
kind
there
of
in the
words?
dumpster.
What manner of location was that?
It was the
Thinking
rear of an apartment
Oh,
building.
who
Thanks,
Santa
There were
hat?
2
Peanut.
dumpsters back there
It's Christmas
and
Which
time.
they
We
one?
get to my
had
favorite
knowledge
place.
Who's
of
Santa hat?
evidence
Because
in
there's
those
two.
dumpsters.
And so were there detectives already there when you got there?
Yes.
There might be two Santa
What was
hats
your
on the
role at
screen.
that scene?
So
No
my
one's
role
noticed.
was
I
again
just
to
saw that. Nice.
photograph, document the scene as is. And at that point, we started going through each dumpster and pulling every item out one by one,
As cool as
photographing
yours is,
and
mine's better.
documenting what was in the
Really, it
dumpster.
took a long time for anyone to notice.
Was it standard dumpster?
Been there
Yes.
for about 20 minutes.
It was
Is it really?
a functioning apartment complex, so.
I've been distracted by work.
I'm just gonna start with this while he keeps numbering.
Thank you. And hello, little peanut.
I'm going to assume Little Peanut's first comment was all for me. And I'm okay with that.
Like everyone else has been here the whole time and not noticed. Little Peanut came in and she noticed.
I feel like if you were to do a real life, like a live action version of Bob's Burgers, this woman could play Linda. Do you not know the show Bob's Burgers?
No.
It's a very good show on Fox. It airs
No.
just before or just after The Simpsons.
Well, I love The Simpsons, but I haven't watched it for a few years. I haven't watched anything else except YouTube for about a year and a half.
I watch anything but YouTube when I'm not streaming.
Really?
I try to, because there's a lot of stuff I miss. Gilded Age is really good. You should watch that. It's on HBO.
I don't get HBO.
You can just do an app. You don't have to have it part of your cable plan anymore.
Well, I don't have cable anymore either. Everything's just streaming.
Ah, see? They see. This is Linda. Linda Belcher.
Linda Belcher, hey?
Linda Belcher. Here, I'll send you an image.
All right, I'm sending you what we've marked as 99 through 133.
I guess I'll Discord it to you.
Indeed.
There you go.
Ah,
Doesn't it?
yeah. Or maybe like Millhouse's mum.
Millhouse doesn't have a mom.
Millhouse does have a mum.
Millhouse, I'm from The Simpsons.
Yes. Remember his parents
Those
divorced,
photos you took that night at the dumpster.
and she
let's see if
started
she read
like
it.
dating a
Yes.
like hunky guy.
Introduce 99.
He's got blue hair.
Thank you. So
No, it's the way her hair
You
is
say
done up in the
134?
back.
Yeah, and her
34, thank
hair
you.
is very similar to this.
No, it's not.
I'll, I'll look it up. Hang on, Millhouse's mom.
I've just looked it up. You're wrong.
I do.
What are we looking at there?
We're just looking at
Trash.
the beginning of the photos with the top layer of the trash and debris. These are articles of
Luann
burnt,
Van Houten.
looks like towels and blankets or that top layer there. Another blanket or partial towel. And then just more of the burnt evidence. Again, with the burnt, that's one of the comforters that was removed.
Okay,
you
all
all
right.
start taking
Maybe
stuff out?
maybe her sister.
Did. So once we
You found out?
initially looked into the dumpster, realized there were things in there, we started to slowly peel back the layers. So we would photograph,
okay.
take out, photograph again, and then go back for another,
Sending you another image.
what I would say, like a layer. And again, this is just another photo
This is
of
Linda
once we
Belcher's
cleared off
sister.
that top
I don't want to
portion.
send it to
So there
Josie.
would have been debris covering this layer in the beginning.
That's right. And then this was the pink blanket that was on top there in the previous photo. We just pulled it out and laid it out as best we could. This
There
is
you
a pillow that we located in there, and at the
He
top
just burnt
left corner,
everything
there's
out of that
a
apartment, huh?
blue latex glove that had been
Yeah.
burned and melted onto the pillow. Again, this is another towel that was kind of folded, wadded over inside of a latex glove. This was looks
ew,
like
ew.
maybe a body pillow of sorts, just a very long pillow.
That's not that big. There's a pepperoni box.
It was also in there and burned. We took it off and took it out in the photograph. This is one of the sheets that came out.
They just burnt
the
everything
dumpster.
in that apartment, huh?
Pretty much.
And this was the bottom of the dumpster once we pulled those other items out. This
That's
was the
actually a
bottom.
dumpster fire. I
Again,
never think of
just
there being a dumpster fire, but that's a
full of
dumpster fire.
typical
Well,
debris.
whoever's typing
It's another angle.
is a dumpster fire.
And at this point, we started to go a little bit further down where we located, I believe that to
Lucky.
be a pillowcase, maybe. And just a different angle there. And
We
then
had our
again,
van catch on fire.
just a different angle. And this is where the detective is just slowly pulling things out so that I can
Van,
photograph
it's
it.
a large vehicle,
As he's
multiple
taking them out.
passengers.
No.
And then this is another
No,
that we
I
just
had a
laid there
van
on the
catch on fire.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and we were on our way back
Just
from
getting up close
north,
on
and
the
so we had
stands there.
coolers full of stuff and all of our clothing, and
Oh, crap.
all the smells are coming back to me.
More
Watch,
photos
looking
from
into
the
that.
front. It's just another of the layering
How
there.
traumatizing.
No, it was fun. It
And
was
this is
awesome.
back at
We
the
tell stories about it.
office
We've had
where
several
We were
fires.
able to get a better look at it. So
Okay.
once we lay down the paper, we were able to see better and then lay it out in a more organized fashion, if you will.
No,
And
it's
at
not
that point, we
Millhouse's mom.
also
It's
will
Linda's
look for
sister.
different defects
It looks like
or
Millhouse.
anything that
I
we can
think
see
she
with
looks
the
like
naked
Millhouse.
eye.
You need to get a still of this witness, and then we need to
And
do a
again,
side
this
by
is
side
just
with
back
all
at the
three of these.
office,
Okay.
laying things out again, getting better photos
We
in a
can do
more
that.
controlled environment.
And then we'll do a poll.
All right.
That looks to be the
Well, I
same as
can't
the
poll. I
previous,
haven't
looks like a
not
fitted
monetized.
sheet, possibly.
You can do a poll.
Can I?
Well, we can ask the chat.
All right.
Hit the little plus sign next to your
There's a
screen.
pillowcase if I'm not
plus
mistaken. And then
If you pull up
just
your live
possible
feed, your
staging there that we
YouTube
wanted
channel.
to-
Yeah. Can I do it on phone or do I have to do it on?
And this is a
You can
pillow
do it
that I
anywhere.
spoke on earlier.
Can I?
Do it on the computer. I don't know if you can do it. I've
This
never
was a
tried.
shoe that we recovered out of the dumpster that we brought back with us.
Awesome.
And then this is the cell phone that we recovered.
Oh, that thing's screwed.
And this is that glove that I spoke
okay.
on.
It sucked to
with
begin
the
with. It
rag
was an
inside
Android.
that was turned inside out, knotted in blue latex glove.
So at the time, do you know which of this evidence might have anything to do with this case?
We don't.
So do you have to just
I don't.
collect everything?
We do.
Did you all collect
We still
absolutely
don't know what
everything
it has to
from
do
the
with this.
No,
dumpster?
we don't. We just, it's,
They made
it's a glove.
decisions on what
It was
they
just
wanted to
interesting. I thought you
collect.
guys be curious about it. You know,
The detectives
Or
that were on scene.
Was that Detectives Peter and Metzler?
Yes.
So when you collect these items,
Yes.
yes, please open the bag right next to the microphone, along with the keyboard clacking away.
does this case have a lot of boxes of evidence?
Yes. A lot.
Who's the court reporter?
Yeah, it's that guy right there. I bet he's just typing away into the
That's
computer.
the prosecutor.
Well, whoever he is, he's the bad guy.
Hey, prosecutor is the bad guy generally.
Generally.
Yeah. Is that the PSAC? PSAC? No, the PSAC is in the prison or in the jail. It's like it's nice to assume it's the PSAC, or maybe he's got a second PSAC. I don't know.
Does he look bored to be at his own trial?
Look, it's got to be
feel like he
less
looks
boring than being in jail, surely. And he gets to wear a suit.
I'm not sure that's all that it's cracked up to be. I had to
Was
be
it?
in a suit all day today.
True, but he was enjoying himself yesterday.
I think I left my Jody tie, by the way, at the office, and I'm not happy about it. I couldn't wear it.
You
today.
worked at the office?
Well, no, I got it at the office, and then I
Oh.
was going to wear it, and I couldn't find it, and I think I left it at the office.
That would be quite awesome of you, though, to wear it at the office. With the
I was going to wear it to court today.
Wear it to court.
I was going to wear it to court today.
Wear it to court. And I can't wait for someone to have to ask you what the bowling ball's all about.
Well, because that's the first thing they're going to see, right? They're going to see the
Yeah.
bowling ball.
Yes.
And then they're going to be like, oh, you like bowling, huh? I'm like, no, it's nothing to do with bowling.
I'm going to show you.
I'm going to show you the rest.
I love it.
These are examples of evidence from the case.
Yes. So this is Exhibit
look at
67,
that.
which is a burnt blanket that was recovered.
Is that crackling in everyone's ear?
Yes.
64C,
It's
Exhibit
sorry to me.
64C, which is a cutting
Miss
from
Beanie.
Exhibit 64.
Did you?
Separate a knife.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to introduce 134 and 135.
Any objection subject to this prior discussion? Great, thank you.
Wait, where are we in the timeline?
Taking them both all the way out.
If you could just
timeline?
like maybe pull them out.
How far
Why
behind
are
are
there
we?
like bright orange stickers?
Oh, no, we're live. Okay.
So the bright
Yeah,
orange
we're completely
stickers
live,
indicate that it's
100%
a
live.
biohazard, whether that be blood, body fluids, it's a biohazard. So that's just indicative for everyone.
Building
coming in
Forest
contact
Brooks.
with it.
And is that on every piece of evidence that might have bodily fluids on it?
Yes.
Okay, nothing specific to this case.
No, no body fluids.
Well, bodily fluids, if they're the right ones.
This is 130.
I'm making a little Photoshop art.
Bag is testifying.
Could you tell the jury what all this tape means?
So once we get back to the office, we will go ahead and package all of our evidence. So we package it, we make a label for it here with the information for each case, case number, name, location, and date. And then we will use the evidence stickers there and the evidence stickers across so that once that seal is broken, it can be signed and then documented down here. as
Stop
a
crinkling it.
seal On what date and time was it broken. And typically there's a location.
And does the blue tape signify something?
This looks like it went to the lab, so they opened it.
I did not do a pretty job at this at all.
No.
If you could just show them, I don't know.
Woman. Just move it.
Yeah. That's good.
Oh, what is that?
So this is part of the pink blanket that was removed from the dumpster off Hackle Drive.
Oh, did she just like her nose? Does it stink?
Did she like wrinkle her nose at it?
Yeah, she did. Yeah. Okay, why did you even bother to get it out that much? Like, what's
Okay.
the point?
I'm sharing a screen. We have
Yeah.
a poll. 1, 2, or 3.
No, I think I'm
We don't have a poll. We just have. You guys put in the chat. All right. So which one does she look like? I say 2. Linda's sister. 1, 2, or 3. All right. For me, it's a cross between Linda or Linda's sister, but I'm going to go more with Linda's sister. 6. Salvador, you're not playing by the rules.
6.
1, 2, or 3. Looks like the 2s have it so far.
Why? Just because of the glasses?
What, you voted too? Then I'm going to vote. You're allowed to vote.
Why can't I vote? Because I can vote.
Because you're part of the competition. It's me and you.
Oh.
All right, I'm going with 2. If I can open the freaking window, why can't I open it? Oh, because I had pop-out chat. That's probably why. All right, 2.
Can we
think the
start a
2s have it.
GoFundMe for a silent keyboard for Poundy McTyfer?
Look at that. The 2s have it. I think the 2s
Oh,
have it.
fine.
Actually, I
Fine.
can't take all the credit for that. That was Little Pill. Little
Lil-
Pill.
Little Pill do that.
Little Pill. Little Pill suggested Linda's sister. I suggested Linda.
Ah.
But then when I looked up Linda's sister, I was like, oh, yeah, definitely Linda's sister. She's even asking for her cat. You know this witness has cats at home. Several of them. Salvador, 2. Say
Finally.
2.
Finally.
Fine.
Go 1. Go 1.
6.
1.
He doesn't understand the rules of the game. So
No, I was listening.
He's
I know you were. I
69.
saw your
He's
answer.
gonna say 69 or 420 or some stupid number. Anyway,
Anyway, I'm glad everyone agrees with me.
back to this. How are you, Dali?
I
How's your
am
day at
peachy.
work?
It was okay.
Is all right?
Yeah.
You're here finally.
I am. Bright and early.
Finally. Bright and early. Yeah, it's actually daylight here now.
Wow.
I know,
Are you
right?
dying?
No, I'm fine.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'm really good. I might do this every night.
Nice.
I know. I might just turn myself into an American. How's that?
There you go.
I'm going to fight for my rights. My First Amendment and my Second Amendment. No, I don't have guns here. First Amendment at least.
Why not?
Why not? Indeed.
Keep putting
and I'm
away.
just going to stream that damn trial after this. And get myself done for contempt of court.
Yeah.
Anyway.
She opens boxes like I open Amazon packages.
Is 64C.
Oh my God, woman.
I have to pull
All the
50
sounds.
pounds.
We have all of the sounds.
I'm currently about 90 pounds, so I think I probably need to gain a bit.
Oh, is this like one of those where you see Jesus in something?
I see the Virgin Mary.
Okay. Yeah, I saw Jesus on a chicken nugget once.
You know they're made from dog, right?
What?
Chicken nuggets are made from dog, according to the meme.
Not in America.
Although they're made of cats in America.
You do not want me to open any more? Okay.
No, please, for the love of God, do not open another one.
This is 64B, which is another cutting from the padding and the carpet that was collected that evening.
Oh, Jesus.
This is 63A and 63B, which are more cuttings from exhibit 63, which is the carpet and the padding.
Oh, God, are my fans back?
Hey, Val. How's it going?
I see teens.
Can you still hear the fans?
Fans.
Wait, isn't Valhalla live? I thought it was live.
No,
Exhibit 63.
don't think so.
It was
You
live.
live, Val?
And if you
I was
open these
literally just going to go over and harass him.
Really?
That'd be great. Thank you, Dr. Snow.
How
Well,
are
he
you,
started with
Val?
the trial stream and ended up watching ducks, apparently. What
How's
happened to
my
your
mic?
trial?
Your mic. Hang on.
From
give me a
the
sec.
No, I mean, can you hear me?
carpet,
Yeah, you probably need turning down
did
actually.
you,
EU, we had an agreement.
You
We weren't
submitted
going to
that
respond to
lab,
him and
did
make
you
him
do
think
it?
like we couldn't hear him.
Oh.
Yes.
and how, do you have a notation of how many pieces got sent to the lab?
I do not. I wasn't the lead technician, so I was not in charge of sending those items off for
They've been
testing.
doing that
Did
lately.
the lab have that?
Yes.
Got to catch it.
And then, what did you note?
She's
Okay,
big
so
nostrils.
from the apartment, you all collected carpet,
Oh,
carpet padding.
Valhalla. We need Valhalla to
wigs,
weigh in.
lighted items, very expensive.
Valhalla, 1, 2, or 3?
Did you,
Hang on.
Oh, wait. I got to share it again, don't I?
You gotta share it again.
Valhalla. Okay. So we all said that this woman looked like a different cartoon character. Which one do you think she looks like?
Hang on.
Which one do you think? The
Hang on. I've got music for this. Just a minute.
audio was horrible. I'm hoping they pick it back up. We'll give you the price.
Hang on, that's too loud. Let's do it again.
3. Okay, see, 3 is what I originally went with. And then someone recommended Little Pill.
That's enough.
Be a little closer. But I really want it to be 3. I want it to be Linda Belcher.
Right.
Yeah, 3.
It's definitely not Millhouse's mother.
collect anything else from the apartment?
Thank you, Little Bill. I turned my mic.
Yes. So along with the carpet cuttings and the padding, we also collected one clear glass vase that had a brown artificial floral arrangement in it that had possible blood, and then we collected a silver mirrored vase with another brown artificial floral arrangement that may have also had possible blood.
I feel like if a woman
those are
has
the
a
only
widow's
things that I
peak, you
collected from that
shouldn't pull your hair back.
When you
Agreed.
went to the dumpster, we saw a lot of pictures. You said earlier that not
Can we be at least unanimous on that?
Agreed.
something on the bottom of the dumpster that I won't put words in your mouth. Were there things?
Or
you
you should pull it to the side, like you should
What-
go like that and then pull
What
it
was an
back like
example of the
this.
type of stuff you all were collecting?
Like that way it
We
hides
were
it.
mainly looking for items that appear
Is she
to
a
be burnt,
Vulcan?
items that may have had possible blood
She
or
looks like
staining that could
she's
have been
from Star
consistent
Trek.
with possible blood. We were looking for those type of
I have some software to rip stuff
items
in
that
real time.
resembled bedding. We were looking for items such as
There's
that.
also ways of doing it in StreamYard.
And if we could go through and
Yeah.
you could just tell the jury.
That's what. Never mind.
You don't have to-
Yeah, I did, Gun. I need to look into that.
Salvador. Shh.
So exhibit 67 was a burnt pink blanket, which is the exhibit that I just showed. Exhibit 68 was a burnt brown and green pillow. That's the one with the blue latex gloves that was burned to the top there. Exhibit 69, they were various burnt pieces of a towel. Exhibit 70 was a possible blue plastic tote that was partially melted. It was burned with miscellaneous dumpster items. That included a brown and White Castle bag. And that I did note down here that had a strong odor of gasoline when we collected that.
It's just a weird way to say
Exhibit
that. A brown
71
and
was a
white
burnt
Castle
blue,
bag.
blue, purple, green,
Spell that
and
sentence,
white
everyone.
twin bed sheet. 72 was a burnt green and white fitted sheet. Exhibit 73 was a burnt, damaged black and silver Samsung cell phone. That was the cell phone that I showed. Exhibit 74 was a burnt, damaged black HTC cell phone. Exhibit 75 were 3 brown carpet cuttings that were located in the bottom of the dumpster. Exhibit 76 was a burnt white towel. Exhibit 77 was one partial burnt white sock. Exhibit 78 was one burnt green and white bed pillow. Exhibit 79 was one blue latex glove with the white fabric or cloth that was rolled into it. Exhibit 80 was one burnt black and silver Nike brand athletic shoe. And it was unknown at that time if it was a left or right shoe. Exhibit 81 was one burnt Reebok brand athletic shoe. Again, unknown if it was left or right. Exhibit 82 was one burnt white towel. Exhibit 83 was one burnt white and yellow flat sheet with some type of orange fabric that was attached to it. Exhibit 84 was one piece of miscellaneous burnt fabric. Exhibit 85 was one burnt Air brand athletic shoe. Again, unknown if it was left or right. Exhibit 86 was a cut piece of white knotted fabric. And Exhibit 87 was one white, blue, and red Murphy USA brand lighter.
And were all those items properly packaged
Not-
and stored at CSU?
Not as bad
Yes,
as
so they were all
Silver, I know.
transported and secured in
Um,
CSU that evening. At
but
what
we have
point
seen
I
some
then
things
photographed
today.
everything individually. I was able to get a better look at everything, document anything that I thought could possibly be blood or defects.
Did
And
the lady
they were then
define
packaged and
burnt?
transported to the property room for safekeeping.
Yeah.
What is a
Yes.
cell
And
phone?
is it from the property room that they're sent to the lab?
Yes.
Does the lab
We had a question like that
Yes.
on one of the cases I was watching.
And
We actually go pick them up. We transport them back and forth.
You know we don't call them cell phones here.
What do you call them? Mobiles?
Mobile
Mobiles?
phones. Mobile
Yeah.
phones. Yeah.
That's because you're more British than American.
That's the same. Oh, sorry. go
That's
ahead,
true,
Mr.
we are.
Gibbons.
Do you call it the loo?
We haven't spoken before today.
The loo.
The loo. Do you
I
go
bet
to
you
the
started
loo?
and I missed.
Yeah, we do
How
call it the
long
loo,
you've
yeah.
worked for
When you
the
make a mistake, do you use a
Approximately
rubber?
10 years.
And has it always
Yeah, we do
been?
use
We
a
use
rubber.
rubbers to
unit?
avoid mistakes. You guys use rubbers to fix mistakes.
Yeah.
Prior to that,
And
you worked.
kids talk about
outside
rubbers and then they
someplace
go.
else. Or
I've
is-
always been in the crime scene unit.
no. I mean, prior to working for LMPD.
Oh, yes. Prior to that, I worked for Norton Brownsboro Hospital.
Never
I was a
rubber.
medical lab technician there.
Would you please identify
So-
the fanny?
You started off talking about, I think, photos and things.
Yes.
You may not know this, but I just got, when I say just got, I mean like 10 minutes before you got on the witness stand, just got this video. Do you know what's on this video?
I don't.
Okay.
Oh, she's scared now.
This, I was told, but I haven't had time to watch it, is maybe from the scene
Don't
of the
present evidence you
search
don't
warrant
know.
on Hyde Avenue.
Yes.
What?
When I watch this, what will I see?
It's probably most likely going to be a dark video. That is the video that we took in an attempt to capture the Blue Star reaction when we couldn't get the Blue Star reaction on our camera. So then we
What if it's a
attempted to do
picture of
video
you
and
with
we were not able to capture it.
buckets of human blood
said
spilling it
dark
around the
video.
crime scene?
What if
It's your
It could be that too, right,
It will be
woman?
dark.
Like-
There should be darkness. The lights were off. It needs to be total darkness in order to capture those results. And so it will be completely blacked out.
This guy can be
When you say
really
that, you mean-
condescending.
And I won't see any results either.
No, not on this video. We were not able to capture it on that video. Unfortunately.
I
So there's
assume
no independent
you
evidence
both- I
of
mean, I
what
know
you.
you're in the
This is
position,
it.
you're in the
This was what they were talking about on the hot mic.
standpoint, I know,
Yes.
like,
Crime scene unit.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I should know.
Yeah.
Wait, when was
Um,
the hot mic? Can you pause it?
You
real
guys
quick?
are made of
It
procedures.
was during the
right?
break.
You have procedures on top of procedures.
Yes.
So when you make a video like this, what's the procedure?
In terms of,
Oh,
What happens
spicy.
to it? I mean, you don't like put it in your pocket and leave with it.
no, at that time in 2016, our videos then became exhibits. So our video then turned into Exhibit 62, which was scene video. We
I thought
labeled
the video
those.
had to
they
do with
were
warrants.
exhibit, and they were secured then.
So did you know that this was something that we just got today, this afternoon?
Oh my God, it's so better when he turns away
Yeah.
from the witness.
No.
The sound.
Yeah.
So somewhere along the lines, were you the one actually holding the camera?
Yes.
Somewhere along the lines of you holding the camera in this courtroom, something did not go right.
Right.
What?
If I'm just getting it now, 7 years later.
Well, not that it didn't go right. We were attempting to capture the results of the Blue Star on video. We were not able to capture it due to the lighting, and the camera has to have a certain amount of.
Don't
filtering
let the
settings in
witness
order to capture
talk.
those results. We
Shut
thought we
her
might be able to
down.
get it on video. We were not able to.
Shut her down.
It was just an attempt made.
That wasn't the part of going around.
Oh.
I meant that you have procedures set up so if you record something on the video, everybody knows about it. It goes in the case.
Yes, yes.
Right. So you would assume that if you make a video it doesn't pop up 7 years later in the trial, right? That's not the way it's supposed to
Well,
work.
it was still considered an exhibit, so it could, because at that point, it's exhibit 62, so it's still evidence.
Yeah,
Right,
but
like
you never
these
turned it over. You might have listed it
are
as
in
an
boxes
exhibit.
and labels and we all knew about it in the courtroom. This was news.
Ooh.
Typically, they were on a small cassette.
Ask
So someone
Jessica a
obviously put that
question.
onto that disc. I'm not aware of when it was put onto that disc, but back in 2016, when we would finish a video, we would label the video with our name, the date, the time that we did the video, and the case information, and then we would secure it, not
They're
in a
using a
box,
shoulder-mounted
but in an
Betamax.
envelope with the same labeling as that labeling there that you see, and labeled exhibit
She's
62.
worried.
And you would expect that to go to the officers.
Yes.
The detectives. in the
Yes,
case, right?
yes,
And the.
we would have, yes,
prosecution would
Crazy.
sense it,
yes, anyone that needed access to that, yes,
Just like all these other.
that's right, yes.
So you would agree with me that something went sideways if the first time we're all getting it.
Where's the EU's Christmas hat?
No, yes, I
don't do
yes,
Christmas wear.
That's a fair assumption.
You don't
You're
celebrate
saying that
Christmas?
when I look at this sometime later on today or tonight, that it will be a completely
darkness.
total darkness, black
Yes.
video with nothing on it.
That's right.
I might dress as a Angel. I might get my halo out.
You can get a
I
little
think
baby
you said
Yoda
you took
hat.
photos that also were basically black,
Yes, we were not able to capture it, unfortunately, yes.
which is why we haven't seen those up on a screen and we have, right?
Yes,
I
probably
love
so,
this.
yes.
Okay, you didn't.
It's just darkness.
I am like, I'm on the edge of my seat here. This woman is like
And
sweating bullets.
There isn't a second video, like you didn't have one, when you went in, for example, you
So-
didn't have one walking
Oh,
on the
no.
floor, doing.
She's saying that it's going to be black. There's something on there. Because he would not be like skiding around like
At
this.
I wouldn't
Scenes,
release this woman from further
The
testimony.
CSU
After
does
cross,
make
I would
videos.
reserve her for
or did
recall.
make videos back then, right?
Yes,
So at the time that you were there executing, I know you weren't the one executing.
Some people do Christmas in July. I don't
That
know
was
why.
not considered a scene worthy of videotaping?
so typically, the videos are done on the initial scene itself. So the very first response location where the actual crime took place or where they were called initially. Those videos are done immediately. So
No, not blank.
on a homicide scene that we get called out, we will start with scene video and then we will do our photos. On a search warrant such as this, we typically do not do a video. This video was only done in an
Wrong
attempt to
trial,
capture the
David.
positive blue star
It's not the
reaction.
Baby Yoda trial.
So we went a
Ron
little bit out
Overber.
of order with that one.
The, you may not tell me if this is outside the scope. Did you know that there were 2 warrants and searches?
That part I'm not aware of. I don't know.
Okay. I'm not gonna ask you about stuff
Okay.
you don't know. You were only involved in a single search of that residence?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, I'm gonna pivot to, am I right that there were only 2 locations, I'm gonna say locations, 2 locations you went to?
Yes, for myself that night, yes.
And only 2 locations on this case, right?
For me, yes.
For you?
Yes,
I'm only talking about.
yes.
Play the video.
So let's talk about the other location. The other location was a dumpster,
Mhm.
and the dumpster was really on the, it may not be the exact opposite side of town, but it's pretty close.
Pretty close, you're
Pretty
right.
close. It's southwest.
Oh, she's so uncomfortable.
When you got to the dumpster, you were not the first people from LMPD on the scene.
That's right.
Do you remember how many people were already there?
If memory serves correctly, there were 3 detectives there. Yes.
And do you know how long they've been there?
She's definitely more like Linda's sister
not your
because
job.
Linda would
No.
never be this uncomfortable. Linda's very
You
confident.
were, once you arrived, does that make you in charge of the scene or are other people still in charge of the
They're
scene?
still in charge of the scene.
Okay.
We're an assist unit, so we work at their direction.
Okay. I was trying to give you promotion, I guess.
Thank you.
Ooh, we're gonna
The,
get green shooting.
and how many
stars tonight.
people from your unit arrived? I know you were there. Were you the only person there?
No, myself and technician Stevenson. She has since retired, but she was my assist that evening.
He's a smart ass.
Is that a normal 2 people kind of?
Typically, if we work a big case, we typically work together so that we can
I don't
assist
like
one
him.
another.
Okay.
I like him.
If that's the case,
Yeah.
and tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm not sure.
He picked up on
Does that
that and he
mean
did good
one
cross
person's
without
doing
knowing what the exhibit is, and he's not going to play it.
I like that though.
Sometimes, but typically
call her
we pretty
back.
much help each other out. It's an equal.
It's not so much that. It's more just that.
While
he's-
you're there doing that,
he's a
do
bit
you have the
condescending.
detectives pitch in? Are are they doing that too? Or are you the only one who's touching?
We are just us, yeah, yes, yeah.
Um,
Typically,
makes-
we try to keep the fewer
Oh,
hands
yeah.
involved.
It
Totally
makes
real
the
film.
jury
You're
a
right.
little sus.
Yeah.
When you arrived at the scene,
And that's all they
shouldn't say
have.
scene, that location. There was no fire going that.
No.
There was no any fire that was there.
Yes.
Like,
It's
I'm
a
not saying he's not
dumpster, so
clever.
one
He
of
is
the
clever.
issues for you is you're not
It's just,
sure
it can,
what items could
it
have been in
becomes
there
off as an
before that
ass.
have nothing to do with
It doesn't
you.
help.
I don't come off as an ass, do I?
I don't know, do you?
It was
It
standard.
wasn't some huge industrial size.
I don't think so. The
So
one
you
time
were
I saw
using
you.
your best judgment to
I
determine
haven't seen you
which
in front of a
items
jury.
were, had evidentiary value. and
I'm the
which did
same
not.
way I'm as.
And you were also
front of a
getting some
judge.
input from the detectives there. as
Majority
well.
of the input.
Majority, okay.
Well, I've only
So
seen you once,
when
and
you
you
say
didn't come off
majority,
as
you
an
mean
ass
that
that time.
they're telling you that item matters. I don't think
Although we
that
could
item
stalk you. I've got
I'm
the
not trying-
link.
You tell me.
I have a jury trial February.
We were kind of bouncing ideas off of one another. Again, we were going by
Sweet. Well,
what we could
just
see visibly
give us
with the
access
naked
to
eye.
the view.
If something appeared to be blood, we really honed in on that. And then burnt items that appeared to be heavily damaged or that were close
I'll
in
stream
proximity
it.
to one another that looked like they had all been dumped together.
Huh?
That's kind of what we were
I'll
looking
stream
at.
it.
But an item that had previously been. there,
Happy
I'm not gonna
to.
tell you the date.
If there was a fire.
Let's see how it goes first.
True.
Send me the date. Send me the link.
Some of the things like the latex glove and the pillow, they had kind of meshed
I'll stay up all
together.
night. No problem.
Some of the things you could tell that were inside that tote, they may have had a little bit of blue plastic still on them.
I didn't buy any.
Again,
laptop
we were
for nothing.
working at their direction,
Where did this fire happen?
kind of going by what
The
they
fire happened in
instructed.
the house
Okay.
that he was living in.
And as you
So
were
he set the
taking
house on fire?
items out,
He said the
you're also photographing them, and we
Um,
saw
kids
a
on
whole bunch of
fire.
photos.
Well, allegedly.
For the most part, unless something, I think that one was like stuck, just, for the most part, everything that is evidence worthy gets its own photo, right?
Yes, yes.
Unless you're stuck.
That was
together
after the
somehow.
unaliving. So that
So
the
we
stabby
saw a
stabbing.
whole bunch, I don't know, I think it was, my math is right, 34 photos from the dumpster.
Believe so.
Does that sound right? Okay.
What do you mean a third?
And there wasn't anything that didn't get photoed, right? That's a terrible sentence. Everything got photoed.
Yes,
Everything got photoed.
yes.
There is no photo of a car seat.
Oh, the car seat. Not the
Not that
car
I'm aware of
seat.
it.
then.
Well, I mean, you just saw the
Yeah,
photos,
no,
right?
yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
And also, you have some, I mean, we all don't have perfect recall. from
Your
7 years
new
ago, but you
hat.
remember the event,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the reason there's no photo of a big old car seat is because
Good to see you. Look,
when you got there, as far as what you saw, you didn't see the car seat, right?
your new
If
hat.
you had seen a car seat,
What are you talking about,
you
Bobby?
certainly would have taken a picture of it.
That's right.
If you had taken a car seat into evidence, you would have
Packaged it.
would have
And
packaged it.
yes,
Right? In fact, something as big as
Bobby's
that
losing it
requires
again.
a whole lot of extra packaging and making sure. and-
Was a third of material.
Because you have
burnt.
procedures for big
80%
items,
burnt.
right? So anything like that, you certainly would have taken a photo of, and you would remember probably.
yes.
And you're sitting here under oath today, and you're saying, no car seat.
No car seat.
So any car seat that was there would have been gone before you arrived.
Yes, I
Okay.
did not document or collect a car seat.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
So, yeah, I
It's
don't
just-
believe he ate
Let's go back to
anybody.
The video.
Okay.
On that, back in.
There was
2016,
DNA connecting
took
the
video, correct?
victims
Yes.
to the
And you're saying it was
remains,
on a
though?
cassette?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Was that? video
Remains were in the
We
backyard.
had handheld camcorders that actually still used the small cassette tapes at that time.
And
They were
Bobby, my
very
eyes
small.
aren't that
You
good
got-
to
and
be
were
able to
you
see
able
the
to review
difference
it
in your
from on
profile
scene?
pic, if that's
No.
what you're saying.
I mean, we could see
So
the
you could
screen itself that it was coming up black, so, but we didn't actually go back and replay anything at that time.
You could see as it was filming?
Yes. Yes.
And then you took the cassette back with you and what did you do?
Again, once we get it back to the office, it becomes an exhibit. So we then would label the exterior of the tape with the case number, the date, our initials, and the exhibit number that we've assigned, and the description, which was scene video, which then became exhibit 62.
Exhibit 62 listed on the CSU.
Yes,
Is that the CSU report that we've all been talking about?
yes,
So everybody's known that it was listed in the report, even though we didn't have it.
yes, it's in my report.
So, hold on, let me let the light come on. Okay, that's it. All right.
That's probably it.
Okay, so I'm gonna just hit play.
Again, in order to capture the results from the Blue Star reaction, it needs to be total blackness. That's why you see this dark video here.
Yeah, they're right over there. You can go move them.
So is this just gonna be another 8 minutes of this?
Yes,
Okay.
of us
So
just
the
trying
state's
to.
playing the video that they
capture
just
the
turned over
results.
to the defense
Mhm.
with no
Mhm.
objection.
Okay, just for the record, can we see the numbers moving 44, 45?
Yes. No,
Is there ever audio with
No.
with CSU, C
No.
videos? All right, thank you.
Play all 8 minutes.
I'm gonna stop this so we can turn the lights back on.
So maybe forcing the state to play it was their plan?
Has
Well, no, I don't think
CSU,
they wanted to play it.
made any changes?
I mean, they haven't
for
seen it, so they don't know.
yes,
Video of Blue Star.
yes.
But why, yeah, why
Typically,
would
we
they not
don't
object?
we do not capture positive reactions of Blue Star on video. We just attempted that evening to see if we could finagle it in a way that it might work, and it did not work. It was not successful, obviously. That was just an attempt that we made to try to capture those positive results.
So if you went out now to a scene. and
We
you
would
had
not
to-
video it.
you wouldn't video it
No.
at all.
We have new
Is-
cameras, we would photograph.
Well, you have
is
to
there
know a lawyer would
better
use
way to
that against
photograph
you.
now?
With our new cameras, yes, seems to work better.
What's different about those?
They're just
cameras?
updated, it's just an updated camera, basically.
No further questions, thank you.
Please no.
Any further questions, but due to the new video.
Yeah, that was my plan, actually. Ms. Kimmer, you are free to go, but you're what's called subject to recall, which means
Yeah,
that
we knew that
if
was gonna
something
happen.
arises and
Yeah.
we need to call you back to ask questions about the video, that might occur. So you cannot be in the courtroom. You might not have been anyway, but for the
wasn't.
remainder of the trial, you cannot be in the courtroom. But for now, you're free to go.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
How much does this lady make? You mean the witness, John? You got to be specific.
Yeah,
Does anybody need a break?
Yes.
Done about how
Okay.
much does the witness make?
yeah.
I don't
Okay. Oh, you don't? Okay, just
She
one
makes
second.
as much as Linda Belcher. I'm trying to
Hmm, I
find. I'm trying to find Salvador's channel on Discord so I can drop something in there.
Young, why do you think he eats people?
Because he's got the Silence of the Lambs mask on.
No, but I've already told Young that he doesn't eat people, but she keeps saying it.
You don't know that.
Because he looks like he eats people, and I'm sure he's taking a bite.
At
Okay.
least a nibble.
But-
Hmm.
Well, maybe he.
Stroke that beard like the cunning criminal you
Yeah.
are.
Yeah. And I got the LNC chat up over here, and they're just like the evil hand gestures, the evil stroking.
Oh, God.
They keep saying he's so evil.
I
he's so
honestly want him to
gross.
be found not guilty just to hear them
I know.
wail.
All right, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. I would ask y'all to be back about 3:20 or at 3:20 outside the courtroom doors.
Before he started eating people, Jung, he was a rapist.
Oh,
A street rapist.
We should find
A
his
street
rap
rapist.
videos. That's what we should find.
You're gonna
while
get
we're waiting.
copyright claimed, I guarantee it. But still do it.
I don't think he's got. Has his work been copyrighted?
Well, we could just watch it without sound. Could
No,
we?
we need the sound. Let's hear some of
I
his
can do a
raps.
beatbox.
No, I don't want to be copyright struck.
You won't know if you are.
What do you mean I won't know?
I mean, they're not going to pull you down.
What
I mean,
Yeah, they'll
he's
just
not
give you
signed with like a big label or anything, right?
They'll just
It
give
would
you a
just-
naughty. Don't do it again.
It would
Oh,
be
well
like his
then.
YouTube channel that you'd be pulling up, I'm sure. So, and he's not really in a position to challenge it.
Yeah, he's not going to go file a strike.
No, that's true.
Well, if he has an automatic strike set up, you just challenge it, and after 48 hours or 24 hours, if they don't hear a response, I don't think he's going to respond. Then they'll release the claim.
He's got better
Okay,
things to
found
do.
it.
Well, that was quick.
Yeah, I know. It was pretty quick, wasn't it?
Hey, there was a lot of foreplay. Okay.
Papa Lot. Who's Papa Lot?
I
guy.
don't know.
Mob ties.
All right. Well, I'll have it on. I'm not going to play the sound. So whilst we're doing this, I can give you a case summary, Brendan.
Oh,
Hang on.
wait. This is him in court.
Oh, what's going on? How come?
This
No,
isn't
that's not
his
him
music
now.
video. Oh, is that the judge?
One
I
of
thought they were gonna. What's
If
happening?
he was asked if he was part of the clan of Clubs.
Yeah.
Oh, see, okay,
Well, it
that's
is Kentucky.
Look at him.
Damn.
That's not him.
That is him.
Is that
Those are some
him?
sexy
That
nipples.
was him.
Damn, girl. You fine.
Okay,
This
those
is
were
like
two
if
boys.
Salvador
Look at
did
that.
a rap
That's the two
video.
boys. That's
Oh,
the
are
two
those
boys.
them?
Yeah, I do one with
That's
like an
them.
airsoft gun.
Well, they
That's
thought they were
them.
cool then.
I know, right? How sad. Hang on. I just need to get the court feed up on another stream so I can make sure that we're not missing it. Okay, that's fine. All right. So
What's
the
the tat
background
on his
is
stomach? Does the tattoo matter, Jung?
She's Yun is getting a little aroused.
She wants to lick it.
hang on, do you want to watch a little bit of this?
Way because he learned the victims, 14-year-old Larry Ordway and his brother, 16-year-old Maurice Gordon, are the grandchildren of his close friend.
Oh, this
The
is when
two
their
brothers
attorney
were found
withdrew.
stabbed to death. Their
That's when he
bodies
spit on 'em.
badly burned earlier this month. Rhodes is charged with
Yeah,
murdering
so
them.
just so you
Two
know, with the
juveniles
prior
are
attorney, did you know what happened?
Yeah.
We're also learning more about the teens' murders. Homicide detectives now telling us they were killed at Rhodes' apartment in the Clifton neighborhood. Police say the bodies were taken from the murder scene
Oh, okay.
and dumped behind a vacant home in the Shawnee neighborhood.
Right.
Rhodes told a judge this morning he'll find another attorney. Leaving court, he had a question. He'll need $2 million to get out of jail. Rhodes is also charged in the shooting death of Christopher Jones in early May. The two teens' mother says she believes her sons were killed because they witnessed Jones' murder. The
So
funeral
is she
for the
being
two
tried with all
brothers is
three right
ending
now?
right about now. McLeod says he attended the visitation earlier this afternoon. Reporting live from Metro Corrections in downtown Louisville, Rachel Collier, WDRB.
MP detectives interview a 15-year-old
Is he,
suspect in the murders of two.
Is he being charged with all three unalivings right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All three.
Yeah. So he his first attorney had a conflict because
Yes.
he was like friends or whatever with the
He knew both sides.
Yeah, he knew both sides. And
Yeah.
when you're on both sides of the V, you can't represent the client.
Yeah.
I think it's a bandage or something. On the back of his head is a bandage.
What's this? Do you want to watch this?
Sure.
Before. Where they run away to, like. Well, if we knew that, man, we wouldn't be here. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I wish I could help know where they was, you know. I don't, you know.
Is that how he sounds?
Not long after, Rhodes stopped answering questions and asked for a lawyer. But 15-year-old Anwan Carter didn't stop talking. He said he and 18-year-old Ja'Cory Taylor were in Brice's apartment when the murders took place.
He made Maurice on his knees, like beg for forgiveness. And like he put a toboggan over his head. He put a rag in his mouth. and he stabbed him.
Carter describes a similar scene for Maurice's brother.
We moved Maurice to the side, and we broke his brother, and we put the toboggan over his head. He put the toboggan over his head, and put the
Yeah, but they had time to get their story straight.
Carter says he and Taylor were forced to be involved in the killing.
He made you all stab him? So you and Corey stabbed him too? All right. How many times do you think you stabbed him? I stabbed him 1 time.
Carter says the brothers had witnessed Rhodes kill a man earlier that month, a possible reason into why they were killed.
And they seen somebody just falling in the street, and they said Rainbow's like at the street. They shot him. And Maurice, he was a getaway driver, so he was driving.
Go get y'all sons and nephews. They don't listen, but we about to show them. Yo, we back. It's your boy Pop-A-Lot. Mob ties. We on our way to Kentucky with it. Derby City. The gateway to the south. Louisville.
Okay.
River City. All my people from Kentucky, definitely, if you're in the city of Louisville, I need y'all to tap in. You already know how we rocking.
Yes, but he didn't try
Today,
too hard
we're
on the
going to be
test.
covering a guy
So-
by the name of Brice Rhodes, who referred to himself as Rambo. And this is really going to be
Yes,
a tale
him.
of the streets. And it's filled with naiveness, mistakes, and betrayal. Now,
Most
it's
foul.
really all going to center around a murder that occurred in May of 2016. And that's going to be when a guy by the name of Christopher Jones was killed. Then later that month, authorities will find brothers Larry Ordway, 14, and Maurice Gordon, 16,
I gotta step away
burnt
real quick.
and stabbed
Okay.
in the
Hunter Biden.
backyard of an abandoned house on River Park Drive. Now, by the end of that year, authorities would
This is what we're
arrest
trying to do. We're
Brice
trying to give you
Rhodes for that
backgrounds.
crime with the help of two
Or do you want me to talk
juveniles,
about the actual trial?
Antoine Carter, who was 15 at the time, and Jacory Lamont Taylor. The two brothers were
All right. Cool. So basically where we're at now is the defense has been going on and on and on about this backseat of the car that was supposedly had a lot of blood and things on it, and that would be the car that would have transported the two boys from the apartment to the house. So, you know, the abandoned house. And supposedly it's disappeared, right? So we don't
My bad.
have, pardon?
Our bad.
Yeah. So how do you lose a, it's
See.
okay. Yeah. So yeah, supposedly it's disappeared, and the defense has been saying since the opening statement, okay, so how can you lose such a thing? And also they've been asking the forensic scene examiner, the people who were looking through the house, etc., did you see any sign of this? And honestly, though, I mean, when it comes down to it, it's going to be about the testimony from these boys. I mean, they're not boys anymore. It's 6 years ago, but the boys are the eyewitnesses. The defense is saying that there's going to be no solid DNA evidence of this man actually unaliving the 40-year-old or the two boys. Well, I don't know. I don't know whether there would be any DNA evidence left. I don't. That there was DNA evidence of him being in the car, but it was his car. I don't know if there was any DNA evidence of the boys even who have pled guilty. But yeah, it's going to be one of those ones where, like, there's eyewitnesses saying that he did it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, Dali, what do you think? I mean, when it comes down to it, yes, of course they're going to say that, but
The defense has raised some good points.
They have raised some good points.
I don't really know yet.
Yeah, I mean, he was. If it comes down to it, with the 40-year-old, I mean, when he actually, if he was the one who shot the 40-year-old,
Yeah.
then there's a reason for him to have unalived the two boys. So I want to know more about the shooting of the 40-year-old. Actually,
But then why didn't he do the other two kids?
Then why didn't he what?
Because there were 4 kids, I think.
Oh, there were 4 kids. Yeah. So
Yeah.
why did he get the 2 kids to? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Why do you let them go?
Look, he's not the brightest.
Yeah, but
Yeah. Also, I wanted to just talk about that for a second. Jung said that is he really mentally challenged? Yes. That is why he doesn't have the DP.
well,
So
but
apparently
they
he's been
also said
assessed.
he wasn't cooperating really for the test.
Oh, I don't
So
know about that.
Yeah, so I don't know.
I don't know about that, but
he's not the brightest.
apparently that's why the DP has been taken off the table because it's not okay for someone who is mentally challenged to be subjected
or
to the
DP.
DP. Yeah. So, and also someone was saying earlier that there hasn't been anyone executed in the in Kentucky since 1976 or something. So maybe they've kind of given up on that, which, whatever.
Kind of depends on the governors and stuff like that. But
Yeah, maybe
it's
it's something to do with
been
that.
being faded out.
Not sure.
Unless you're in, need health care in Canada, then they'll have no problem doing it.
Okay.
Well, you don't know that?
No.
Medically assisted self-deletion. Except they're
it's-
encouraging everyone to do it, so they save money.
Oh, right. They just want to sort of,
Yeah.
you know, cull the
Yeah,
population.
like they can't find a house with a wheelchair ramp within like the amount of money they'll give him a month.
Okay.
So they just kill him. Like
Well, they
make it his
just
only
encourage
option.
smoking.
Yeah.
Just take the taxes off smoking. See, here we have really high taxes on smoking, and yeah, people are staying alive a lot longer, so it's a big drain
No, I
on the
think
health
he
system.
is.
Look, again, he's not that bright.
Yes.
I just feed my kid, like, you know, those energy drinks. It's pretty much basically like baby formula, but like the kid version. Like we call it it's Up and Go. Here in Australia, we have Up and Go. Do you have Up and Go?
Mm-mm.
All right, I just give her Up and Goes, and she just has them all day. Basically, I don't have to feed her.
Really?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's bad
She just
for
goes,
them?
no, it's full of vitamins and things. I really should feed her.
Oh man, I went and got food. I come back to see that.
Just let me know when we're ready, John.
I'm kidding, but she has an Up and Go in the morning for school. For school.
So it's
rather
like a
than eating
nutrients
breakfast.
thing?
It's instead of eating food. She doesn't like to have breakfast, and neither do I.
Yeah, I
But at least she has.
Oh, okay.
200
Can you come up
calories
here
worth
or
of,
come and talk to you?
you know,
Fair.
nutrients before for school.
Peace peony, I don't know. Typically, though, the amperage is extremely low. It's the voltage that is very, very high. If the amperage is too high, it'll kill him.
I was muted and talking to myself. Yeah, so the amperage is what'll kill you.
Yeah. That's a good idea, hon.
Now that you've talked about flat white, I want coffee. I might go make coffee.
I got some bagels. I got everything bagel, and Look at my Bucky's mug full of hot coffee.
Ah, your Bucky's mug. I love that beaver.
Mm.
It's like, "Mwah, mwah, 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 mwah."
I love
afraid-
beavers too.
I know.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I hope you do.
Clipping it.
Well, except the ones in California.
I'm gonna play it every time Flex comes on. I love that beaver.
I love her too. Yes, why not, Bobby? I've loved a few beavers in my time.
Well, who
Why
hasn't?
not? Nothing wrong with that. But you know, I got tired of them.
Fair amount.
Where's your Santa Claus cover?
Yeah, I think so.
Man in
Dave.
the mask.
He's not wearing it right now, but the judge warned him that if he gets uppity.
Come on. You don't want to come up. Not Mr. Britton yet.
If you've ever seen a horse dentist work on a horse, stray, the dentist that you go to is so much better no matter what they're doing.
That's racist. Oh my god.
Oh wait, I can stop sharing my screen.
Yeah, you can. If you want. I think he smells.
Like violets and daffodils. Oh, I love how interactive he is with his lawyer finally.
Yeah, I know.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're probably wondering what's going on.
It's like
There
he's
is-
found love.
Our next witness is actually in custody, like the earlier witness was, but they're having trouble locating him, which is odd. We know that he's somewhere there. But we're going to take about a 15-minute break to try to get that figured out, not have you all just sit here until then. So go ahead and head on out and be back in front of the courtroom doors at 3:45.
That makes no sense. He's in custody, but you've lost him.
Well, you never lost an inmate?
No. He's in custody,
How
but
great would
you've
it be if
lost
they really did lose him, if he escaped?
I'm so confused.
The trial we were watching yesterday,
I'll call him.
the judge announced to the jury, ladies and gentlemen, there's been an incident at the jail. So because of it, we're shutting down all water.
Uh-huh.
So there's no water in the facility because of an incident at the jail. I'm just
The
wondering,
courthouse?
like, was it a riot? They're shutting the water off?
They're shutting the water off. Ew, God, imagine that. Oh, my cat's at the door. Hang on.
Bob Evans is still around and people still go to it? Salvador, did you move your studio location?
Yeah, 90 degrees. So I can still see like my flat screen TV on the wall, but I actually have a wall behind me. And that's why I put your artwork. And I'll hang other art.
It's a beautiful piece.
It is. I love it. That was awesome.
The melted clock.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one with the monthly clock and everything. Yeah, that's a nice piece.
So how is everybody?
Everybody is. I'm wonderful.
Oh,
Bring the
you
kitten
are
to the
wonderful.
treehouse. I don't want to bring the kitten to the treehouse. She's annoying.
No, your kitten's not annoying. How old's the kitten now? I don't even be a kitten anymore.
No. I don't know. It's got to be 20 something weeks.
Be
24
almost
weeks.
grown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's about this. Like when we first got her, she was as big as her head is now, kind of thing.
I'm gonna
This
work on
one.
You
that.
need a
Joey.
cat ledge
What's your-
behind you so your cat can sit. Oh, you have a Kathmandu behind you, don't you? What is that behind you?
No.
Oh, that's your
Me?
chair.
Yeah.
Me? Yeah, no. This one here is so old. He just whines and whines and whines. In fact, the other day on stream, he was just he kept coming in and out. I have to open the door. Like he was like, okay, I want to go out, and then he like was scritch at the door again. I want to come back in again. Like literally 20 seconds later, right? All right, Dali?
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, and then like he'd come up behind me like that, and then he walks behind all my. I don't know if you've seen the photo yet of my my new setup, but he like walks behind and like starts pulling the cords out. Like, he's such a sook. He's the biggest sooky cat in the world. He's such an old man. He's 17. You are 17, aren't you? Yeah, he wants my attention all the time. But I actually worked it out. I think the other day when we were on stream, it was morning, and he was actually hungry. And he actually was like, no, I don't want to cuddle. I want you to come outside and like pour some milk out for me, please. Yeah, because when I finally finished my stream, he was like, oh, right. Okay.
Peace Pony. I'm not a cat person either. I have squirrels instead. Here's my Secret
Squirrels.
Life of Squirrels calendar that Joan got
really?
me.
Oh, cute.
I haven't gone through them all yet. I want to be surprised as I turn them month to month.
I'd love to see a real squirrel. I've never seen a real squirrel in my life.
They were all over my treehouse on the outside. There were
Really?
some of them fighting when we were streaming earlier.
Oh, they fight.
Oh
Cool.
yeah.
Do they ever breed?
Territory is a big thing.
Cool. We have possums. So I think
Not the
possums
same.
kind of
Not the
similar.
same thing.
Yeah, I know.
Think of a
they're
cross
the same.
between a kitten, a rat, and then you get a squirrel.
All right, okay. So squirrels, the difference between squirrels and possums. You know what a possum is?
Yeah, we have possums.
Oh, you got possums? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, cool.
They're called opossums. But that's what a squirrel looks like.
An,
Right there, see
an
the squirrel?
opossum is different.
You have like sugar gliders.
No, sugar gliders are different too. We don't have squirrels at all. Do we? Hang on, is there any Australians in chat? I don't believe we have any squirrels. I've never seen a squirrel. Our possums, they fight too. Like, and when I say they fight, like that.
You have sugar gliders.
We have sugar gliders.
Oh, okay.
That's not a squirrel. Sugar gliders are way cool.
Yeah, look how cute the little squirrel faces are.
I know. I'd love to see a squirrel. I'd love to see one. They'd be cool. Do they poo all over everything though?
Oh yeah.
They what?
Yeah, the
They poo.
rodents. So.
Poo all over
Oh, yeah.
everything. Yeah. So possum poo, it'll wreck your car paint. It'll wreck it. So like, and also bat poo or flying fox poo. It's the worst. But we got flying foxes here, like they kind of like bats, and yeah, they get out, especially in the summertime, and they poo all over your car, and and that will completely ruin your paintwork. Yes. What did you say, Little Bill? Perth Zoo has squirrels. Oh, right, then zoo. Yeah. That's
You gotta go to the zoo to see squirrels.
Yeah, we'd have to go to the zoo to see squirrels. We absolutely would. It's a bit of a shame. And yet, do they have acorns on their head? They're cute, and they start throwing acorns at your head. Do they? Really, or is that a myth?
No, they will. So, oh yeah. So when I first started coming up here, there was a squirrel that apparently decided that this was his tree, and he'll throw acorns down and nuts and twigs and stuff at me when I first came in. Now he's realized that I'm not going anywhere. I remember I was deer hunting once, and I was sitting in my blind, and there was a squirrel. They chatter, they do this chatter thing, and then all of a sudden you just start like getting hit in the head with stones or tree branches or whatever. They'll throw it at you to try to get you to move on because this is their territory.
They do it for fun, and then they'll talk smack. That's like the flightless birds, the way they chase me around.
Yeah.
They do that for fun. They hate me. Yeah, they try to steal people's food. Possums, they will come and just like steal anything. In fact, if I leave a loaf of bread out just on my kitchen cabinet, and because I have a window there that I leave for the cats to come in and out, right? Because they have to have some way to get in and out.
Yeah.
Loaf of bread, anything basically. I'll come in the morning and the loaf of bread will have been attacked. And I mean like a big hole, not even, and the loaf of bread will still have a plastic on it. Like it's not like it'll just be lying out. The plastic will have been gnawed through and and the whole loaf of bread, like the whole side of it will be gone. And as possums. Not just fruitful things like bread.
Wow.
Anything like a packet of chips or something, it will have the possums will have gotten into it. They're full on. Like they don't care. They couldn't give. Like they're just like, fuck you. I'm eating it. That's it.
Honey
It's
Mouse.
mine.
Well, it's been 6 hours. You've been streaming for 6 hours. What time is it there?
It is 6:37 a.m.
You streamed all night long?
Yeah, this isn't not the first time. I've done it before.
That's insane.
I know, right? I'm so cool.
Did you like sleep ahead of time and
Yeah, I had a bit of sleep. I slept from, hey, Pixie, when did we stop talking? Pixie and I were texting, when? About 5 o'clock, maybe close to 6 o'clock. And I fell asleep just after I finished talking to Pixie. And then I woke up at 11:15 my time. And because I wanted to start streaming before midnight. I didn't manage it. I started streaming like right on midnight. So 6:37 a.m. now. Yeah, and we've been going for 6 hours and 37 minutes. So right on midnight is when I got on. But yeah, I think I had about nearly 4 hours sleep, something like that.
Yikes.
Oh, I gotta make another phone call. It's like it's a work day. Hang on one second.
Yeah. So anyway, Dali sent me some bits and pieces on Brice that we can watch while we're waiting. I think we finished yesterday's testimony. So let's have a look. Let's see. Dali. Where is the stuff you sent me, Dali?
In your Discord.
There it is.
Told you.
Okay.
Charged with killing 2 teenage brothers, and now he'll need to find a new attorney.
Here we go. Okay. Yep. So we'll share this, and I'll put that up there, and we'll go to
Mr. Rhodes. You can just bring him up right here.
Why y'all have me come out like this for?
I think you know why.
All right.
You know exactly why. Now, listen. Stop talking. Have been. You done?
No, I'm done.
You've been charged in the 4th degree. I'm going to keep talking because I don't want to have to see you back here for this.
What you think? Where you live at? What you think that? None of that.
Okay, lovely.
So you're saying you're going to find out where I'm out?
None of that. You got something, I'll be out.
Okay. You've been charged with assault in the 4th degree, minor injury, terroristic threatening in the 3rd
That's not
degree
my comment.
with physical contact.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not guilty on the arrest warrant to you.
No, I'm not guilty.
I am setting a bond of 15,000 full cash on that on those
No,
charges,
this is not low.
and the other case, once this actually gets served on you, is going to be dismissed without prejudice as duplicate. Do you have any questions? Would you like appointment of a public defender?
Not guilty.
I just said that.
Not guilty.
I just said that.
I'll be out.
Okay, I
Alright.
just said that.
Alright.
And would you like an attorney?
Take it back to myself.
That we are
I'm not taking you
watching
anywhere. They
all
can take you
footage
back, but would you like an
right
attorney?
now, clearly.
Okay. I'm gonna appoint the public defender's office.
I wonder if they found the next witness.
Yeah.
Ms. Shoring, that was a threat against the court. I think that I'm asking the county attorney's office to take that into account and consider what to do with that.
Mm-hmm. He's so friendly.
He's a sweetheart.
Y'all want me to take poll? Also, can you please get that served on him? Thank you.
There you
Good luck with
go.
that, Eric.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I'll just add a charge.
Yeah.
Accused triple murderer threatens a Louisville judge while claiming his own attorney's a racist. WDRB's Travis Ragsdale shows us what happened and why some believe he's playing the system. Travis.
Another day in court with Brice Rhodes and another wild day with cursing and outbursts.
Your job is to do your job, not to worry about me. That's what I'm saying. Well, I worry about me. You worry about yourself.
In typical Brice Rhodes fashion, he once again had that outburst at Judge Charles Cunningham on Thursday. It came during a pretrial hearing for the accused triple murderer. Rhodes was arguing that detectives are framing him for the May 2016 murders of Larry Ordway and Maurice Gordon. He's also accused of shooting and killing 40-year-old Christopher Jones around the same time.
Two Louisville homicide detectives, Mr. Tonelli and Mr. Griffin, both fabricated testimony and evidence they committed perjury.
He's facing the death penalty and, for the third time, wants a new attorney.
You're not trying to give me a fair chance, effective counsel.
Well, who do you think I should give you?
Okay, we're back to court.
Oh, good. They found him.
Don't know. Court done. Maybe they found him. Amazing disgrace. Welcome. Yeah, you're right.
Would be funny if he gets acquitted.
Wouldn't it?
I mean, I don't know.
I would just love to see LNC chat
Yeah.
go crazy. I would just love that. Just once. I would love them to be so wrong.
Yeah.
Because they're never wrong, and I'm so
they-
right about that.
Not this year. This year, it's really changed.
Yeah, no, not funny. Yeah, funny's not the right word, but just
Yeah.
an anomaly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to see them all just lose it. Actually, they did lose it. They lost it when Michael Turney got acquitted or
Who?
left. Michael Turney.
Oh yeah. Oh
They
yeah.
did lose it. They lost it over that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was
Well, he
that was
wasn't
cool.
acquitted, but it was a
well, you
directed
know,
verdict.
it went directed verdict. Yeah, when that happened. Yeah, they lost their shit over that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun to watch.
God, his attorney was a cutie. I was
I
gonna go
know,
and
I
try to get her
know.
number that day, but no.
But no, he had to get a directed verdict, didn't he? Damn him!
I wasn't gonna be able to chat with her.
It had to be justice.
I know. God.
Yeah.
What
Ugh.
about justice for Sal?
Justice for Sal. And you were just like so gonna do it.
Probably not.
No, you won't.
I would have asked her for an interview, maybe,
Yeah, maybe.
and then like worked into her DMs. And
Throw their chat up on screen. Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do that.
can you?
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Can we zoom it up?
The Band-Aid is on his head because he cut his head with a jail razor trying to look nice for trial. Did he already do his noon prayers to Allah? What? He's Muslim?
Hello, I'm Brice Rhodes for Flex Seal. Have you ever had a corny looking linky head and a band-aid won't do it? Try Flex Seal.
Oh, Red Seal, lucky you.
Oh, you got someone's a jury duty. Cool. Hope it's a good one. You know the jury is back there. Oh, go away. I know the jury is back there going, what the fuck? Did she really say what we think she said? Wow, this makes the state look like idiots.
More.
True.
Yeah, like, you can't just send the jury out after saying that.
I'm testifying against him. What's this dude doing? All right. I'm testifying against him something regarding the Band-Aid. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yep. Yeah, he got a few face tattoos. He is dusty. The only thing that's going to be trapping and jugging is that brown hole in prison. Okay.
Damn straight.
If Taco Bell modeled their burrito taco boxes after his big head, they could make a 24-pack right there. These people all think they're comedians.
They have razors in jail.
Yep, they're Australian birdies outside
Perhaps
my
the
window.
missing inmate in the back seat of the Mazda.
It's too high. Yes. These birds are real. These birds will gnaw your face off.
Oh. Val.
What are they doing?
Well, is it paused?
No.
Oh, no, he blinked. Okay.
He's blinking. Look.
Why couldn't they misplace me in prison?
Yeah, right.
Why can I ever be misplaced?
I reckon that the inmate is having second thoughts. I reckon the inmate is like, nope, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
I reckon no. You got to let me out. None of this like reduced sentence thing. You got to let me out.
Yeah, he's making some last minute plea deals
Yeah.
with the prosecutor.
Yeah. Nah.
You got me here. I know.
There is. Yeah.
all-
Had to.
Here we go.
We objected.
Oh, plea agreement. What?
Plea agreement.
Yeah, they're talking about the plea agreement.
Is this live?
That's
Yep.
not,
Yeah.
well, that might just be a local practice thing, but that's not how anybody in Louisville would read that.
Mm.
They would
Remember,
read it
they have
as-
the
they would
snitch,
read
the
it as
prison
if
snitch.
The judge grants probation, it's this many years. If not, it's this
Yeah.
many years. but
They're
it's up
looking to
the judge
impeach
make
him with the
almost
plea agreement.
something.
Yeah.
And we did object, and he went into custody.
All right.
So
Man, phone
and
calls.
he went into custody.
I think
for
that's
years
just a
as
local
juvenile.
custom thing. But that is typically how it would read in Louisville if they were objecting and did object.
They didn't lose him at all.
They can. The court doesn't have to follow it, but they can.
Liars.
I'm not trying to make a big issue of this, Judge.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah,
just
you
think
are.
it's safer to just say, just let them introduce it so we aren't creating an issue later.
So can I just refer back to the fact that there is a plea agreement? I'll let them do what they want to do, and then at some point redirect. I'll get into terms.
Do you all have a problem with them saying that there is a plea agreement at all? Because then it kind of looks like they're trying to hide it or something, if not. Like they go through a whole line of questioning and don't even mention there's a plea agreement, and then you bring it out. It looks like they're trying to hide it.
Well, why are you suggesting
Sure.
that, Judge?
Okay,
That's
so
the pro-
yes,
that's for
I
the
will let
prosecutor
you
to worry
ask about the existence of a plea agreement, but no further details, which the defense may bring out. And
Of course there's
if
a
you
plea
object to
agreement.
that procedure too, you can say so for the record. Now. Okay, thank you. All right, we ready for the jury? Great.
Please.
He's here.
Oh, back to the ceiling. They never lost the
No,
witness
that's
at
like
all.
that's worse though. Like, just there's some things we gotta talk about with the attorneys. We're really sorry. It'll just be a couple minutes. Yeah, this woman needed more KFC.
Witness got a plea agreement and judge has trial strategy for the prosecution. Yeah,
Right?
exactly. Right. Exactly, Brendan. That's exactly what just happened. Well, it's Kentucky.
She has her own franchise. She sponsored it.
Yo. Yes, I'm a beautiful figment of your imagination who stays up all night for you. And Yamaha, how are you? I haven't said hello, I don't think.
I just didn't like her bringing it up, like saying
Yeah.
this doesn't look good for you, the state, if it's done this way. She shouldn't be coaching them. She should just be ruling on what they say within reason. Maybe she had to get some more insulin because her blood sugar was at 900.
Thank you. Anyone have anything to report? Okay. All right, so as you all might have noticed, there are times during trial when we're dealing with like what's going to come next and how things are going to go. I want to just note that if you see court staff or me or even the attorneys using their phones, that's what we are doing. You know, we're not just goofing off or anything, but we need to be able to take care of business while we're in court as well. Ms. Jones-Brown, are you ready to call your next witness? Oh, Ms. Cunningham, I'm sorry.
I do have one more issue. That I
Okay,
want to-
sure.
Matt. Excuse me for a minute.
Oh, Your Honor, the Commonwealth's going to call Ann Carter.
Thank you. Mr. Carter, as best you can, I need you to raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You can have a seat.
Good afternoon. Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Ann Carter,
And how old are you, Ann?
22,
Where do you live these days?
for the deals.
And were you here in town in 2016?
I understand if you could just speak just a little bit louder.
And that's, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may, yeah, you want to move the microphone? Thank you, Mr. Cunningham.
So, you know what we're here to discuss. Let's talk a little bit about how you know different people here. How do you know Jacory?
Good.
And were you all very close?
Yes.
What sorts of things would you do with Jacory when you were here?
Hang out. We used to go find different females to hang out with.
Go find females to hang
Anything
out
else
with.
y'all do together?
We used to-
I'm sorry, you
Could
gotta
you say that any creepier?
speak up so they can hear you.
We used to hang out. We used to hang out. We used to smoke. We used to.
I
play
still
basketball.
can't hear you, and if I can't hear you, no one else can.
Come on, sir.
We used to play sports. We used to find different females to hook up with.
And
Females to
grow
hook
up
up
together?
with.
Did you know him for a long time?
These females, are they in the room with us
And
right now?
What
I believe 22.
what was
Brandon.
his life like?
Or 21.
Yeah. He was homeless for a while.
And so, as a result of his homelessness, how would he get by? What sorts of things would he do?
So we used to steal out of people's cars, sleep over at a friend's house.
And what about you? Did you have people to live with here in town?
That's
So how old were you in 2016?
15.
When you were 15, do you remember how much you weighed or how tall you were?
I was about 120 pounds.
So how
I
did
went
you
on
meet,
Jenny Craig.
how did you meet Larry?
At school.
And did you meet Maurice at school as well?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm hot.
And did you become, what was your relationship with them?
We're the same as Corey. We used to go link up with different females. We used to hang out.
Was there anybody in town that you were closer to
Females.
than the three of them?
Nope.
And do you recognize Mr. Rhodes in the courtroom?
I got 99 problems, but a female ain't one.
What did he go by as far as you know?
Rambo,
And how did you meet Rambo?
Maurice and Larry.
And before we get to,
Judge, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that response.
Can you repeat that, please?
Through Maurice and Larry.
And Curly?
how long, when we get into May of 2016, how long had you known Rambo for?
Couple weeks, 2-3 weeks, month.
Oh, that's good.
So how many times,
Little Bill.
how many times had you met him before the night of the first shooting?
I don't know. A couple.
So tell the jury, how did the idea of a shooting happen?
We was in somebody's backyard. We was all smoking.
And let's slow down a little bit. Who's we?
Me, Corey,
The female.
him, Maurice and Larry.
Okay.
And Curly.
And what happened?
We was all smoking. He said that somebody got some money in their head and we just need a gun.
That's what Brice said.
We need a gun.
And just to spell it out, what does that mean? They have a price on their head and we just need a gun.
We get paid to kill somebody. We just need a gun.
Oh, he's
Now,
not wrong.
At this time, do you know approximately how old Rambo was?
Rambo.
Was he older than you guys?
He's way older than us.
I'm sorry?
He's way older than us.
Yeah. Was he bigger than you all?
Yes.
Which one's
Was
he?
he the one that was coming up with the idea?
One of the kids, I believe.
So how old
Judge,
were,
objection, that calls for speculation.
And he likes to
I'll
say
allow it. Overruled.
female. will
How
not.
old were Maurice and Larry then? Do you know?
Like 15, around my age.
Okay. So when he first proposes this idea to you all, do you think he was
He's
serious?
He's talking like a little bitch, though.
He is, isn't he?
When
Really quiet.
when did you decide that he was serious?
So maybe he's
The night we actually did it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. When what?
The night we actually did it.
Thank you.
So, how was a gun acquired?
Corey bought the gun.
And when Corey bought the gun, did he know what did everybody know what the purpose for the gun was, or was it just a coincidence?
Everybody knew what it was for.
it was a quinky dink.
All right. Had you ever done anything like this before? Were you nervous about it? Well, what was your feeling about these?
And one Carter. Right, thank you.
I wish I wanted to get paid, but then I'm on the fence. It could have went either way, either or.
At that time, what did you think would have happened if you would have backed out? Did you think about that? Okay. So,
Via Zoom. If your notice to appear does not state Zoom, then you are.
Was there a response to that question?
You nodded your head no, correct?
Flu-related symptoms or believe that
So-
you may have been exposed to.
let's get to the
Is that the court fee? Has to be the court
the
fee.
day in May you all get together.
Oh, it's you.
How did you first get in
Oh.
touch with the group that day?
We had.
Oh, it's
me and
you.
Corey,
I'm on hold
we
with the
had went
court.
to his grandmother's house. While my Maurice and Larry, they was at home. So then when we was gonna get dropped back off of Maurice and Larry's house, they was already gone.
Okay. Who,
David, can you
how
check
did
out
you get
Pacer
around
for
in
me?
those days?
Yeah. We used to walk, we used to catch rides, people used to drop us off, bikes, everything.
And at that time, did Rambo have a car? Did you have a car?
I ain't have a car of my own.
So who was it that drove you around that night?
Q.
Q. And how do you
Q?
know Q?
Trust the plan.
Q's Corey cousin.
So
He knows Q.
Okay. Q knows everything.
Sorry, it's an American thing.
I do know who
So-
Q is.
Where we
there's,
where we drive
and we're
by
talking
one, we
about
drive
two
by
incidents.
Q,
So it's
Q
easy
has
to get
ruined many
confused.
lives worldwide.
Talking about the first incident, there was a night where you had a truck, the night of the hit, right?
Yes, yeah. I had stole a truck.
Finally.
And
Nobody
that
tell
was
Trump.
that in order to carry this out, or you were just driving a stolen truck?
I just had a stolen truck.
Okay. So what was the plan for that night?
That night,
David!
like,
I want to mute
we
you.
was in the backyard again. And you feel me? We all linked up. And you feel me? We had went from the south to the west.
Goodness.
You feel me?
And how did you all know where to go?
I was just following behind.
Okay. So you're following a car. What's the car that you're following?
It's a light blue Mazda, I think.
Okay. And who was
Very
in that
good.
car?
Like
Larry, Maurice,
probation, basically.
Brice,
I believe.
Corey.
And where was
Not
everybody
much jail time.
seated in the car?
Maurice is driving. Larry in the passenger seat. Brice.
I love hold music.
Behind Maurice and Corey on the other side.
And who had the gun?
Brice.
And who
Bryce had the
knew
gun.
who the target was?
Judge, speculate.
I'm going to sustain that.
That was the
How
most
did you all know where to go?
lazy sustaining I've ever heard.
I was just following behind.
Oh, she doesn't get a lot of exercise.
So how long did you all drive around?
30, 45 minutes.
And did anything eventful happen during that time? So
Besides murder.
besides what?
Besides murder.
So
Somebody getting shot.
Yeah. Okay. So you're driving along. The car in front of you stops around 41st Street.
Something like that.
Stops somewhere in that area.
Sure.
Well, he'd be in prison. And the other guy'd be in jail. Like the defendant would be in
Car in
jail,
front of
wouldn't
you
he?
stop.
He'd be transferred to the same jail
You would
for
hope.
testimony.
And what happens?
In theory, they're protected.
You've got to think they'd be completely protected from one another.
Yeah, like a young thug defendant.
I'm sorry, but we got to have you enunciate clearly so everybody can hear. What was it that happened?
I heard somebody say, "Get out the street, bitch." And the shot went off.
No, he said, "Get
Who
off the
was
street,
somebody
female."
that said that?
Right.
You wonderful,
See
polite,
Brice at that time.
What?
I didn't see him by the
female
position.
dog.
Sorry, please repeat.
I didn't see him, but I know where he was positioned at.
Sir, can you speak like a
And
human
you
being?
heard or saw the gun go off?
Saw it.
Was it inside of the car or outside of the car?
His arm was dangling.
Can we get the sweet old woman from Airplane
And
to translate?
who was he shooting at?
Somebody in the street.
Had you ever seen that person before?
No.
Did you know anything about that person?
No.
Did that person talk or engage anybody?
I know of.
Was he facing the car or facing away from the car?
Facing the car.
Oh.
And after the
Oh,
gunshot, what happened?
He peeled off. He get
Lucky
like
him.
5 to 8 houses down, and he shot at somebody's house.
See, he shot the gun more.
Yeah.
And what did you do?
He's driving.
You just continued to follow?
Driving Miss Daisy.
And where did you go that night?
Went back to Maurice and Larry's house.
Was everybody at Maurice and Larry's?
Mm.
What'd you all talk about?
Played some Call of
Did you
Duty.
talk about the shooting?
I speak jive.
Why not?
That ain't how I talk. That ain't how I get my problems up.
What?
Problems.
Jack
So you don't
want
talk
no
about
help.
stuff
Jack
like
don't
that
get
after
no
it
help.
happens?
Let it
How
go.
did he just say?
Why do you not talk about it?
God knows.
Just let it go. Just
Did you expect to get something as a result of participating in this?
Hand
I
job.
want some money.
And how was that supposed to happen?
Supposed to break us off.
Preach around.
You're supposed to break it off.
Right.
How was that going to happen?
Reach
Yeah, get that
around.
far. I just been supposed to break us off. Supposed to get the gun. He's supposed to break us off.
And when you say break us off, you mean share the money?
Share the money.
Come on up.
Yeah, exactly.
So did he
Greenway.
give anybody?
What the
Did he end
hell?
up giving anybody any money as a result of that? And how do people feel about that? How did you feel about that?
I didn't really care.
Oh, that bloody keyboard
You
again.
didn't care that you didn't get paid?
So I didn't think he got paid. So.
Were other people upset about not getting paid?
If you know, you can answer that.
I don't know.
Okay.
Hey, Lifty.
What did you end up doing with your, did you do anything with your truck that night?
We burned it.
And why did you burn it?
He said in case it was on like camera or something.
And who's he?
Right.
And so how did you burn the truck?
Put gas in it. Lit it on fire.
Guess who's coming to dinner?
Were you ever around? There was a phone call that you overheard between
It's not us,
Boy's
guys.
mom and the defendant, right?
Guys, hands.
You
not us.
remember that?
Yeah.
And you could hear, what could you hear? Where were you?
What was the question?
I'm asking where he was when he overheard this phone call.
Okay, don't say what somebody else said. You want to re-ask the question?
Who was talking on the phone?
Shit, it was
You stop typing, Brandon.
It was Larry and Maurice's mama and Brice.
It was who and Brice?
Larry and Maurice's mama.
Larry and Maurice's mother? Okay, thank you.
And what was the tone of the conversation?
It was about the shooting.
About the shootings.
About shooting.
And when did this conversation
That's
happen?
at the end.
Pewing.
Yeah. Whenever Maurice had told her about it.
He's stuttering.
Was she angry?
Yep.
Objection.
You don't want to come up?
Yeah, he can't talk about how someone else was feeling, right?
He can't, if it's speculation. If the person said it, it would be hearsay. However, if the person acted a certain way, are you familiar with how this person would act in a stressful situation or something like that? Then you can do that. So it depends.
Yeah. So the question was asked in the wrong way. Like,
yeah,
was the person angry? Is not the right question. It's do you think the person was angry?
Yeah, well, I mean, you have to also establish the foundation. There might not have been a foundation for it. Like if you were to ask a mother about a child, you know, if you establish the foundation, well, you live with him, you've seen him angry, right? Yeah, he's been angry before. Okay, well, on that date, did he appear angry?
Yeah,
you know, you can ask things like that.
Yeah.
There's a way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, young.
Man, that hunky, you know, that small lady got to be running coal upside down his head, you know?
Yeah, I can dig it. No, you ain't gonna lay no more big rap up.
David, was that you?
No. Oh, that's Salvador.
That was you?
I was trying to go for something that didn't work.
No.
All right. So
I
now
thought that was in the court. I was like, oh my God, what are they doing?
let's jump forward to the night
trying to
that
stream
we
the
were
jive scene from Airplane.
talking about
Oh, the jive.
on the
I speak jive.
24th.
No, woman, I'm not going to call you. Lock.
Sorry. I even turned it down,
So
Hey, Daniel D.
on the 21st, late night, how are you traveling around that night?
Little Pill
The
has
truck's
been here
been
the
burned.
whole
How are you
time.
traveling around?
Getting dropped off.
Okay. And so who was dropping you off? And
On the 21st.
I know line.
okay. Earlier, when we were confused about which night we were talking about, you said that Q was driving you around.
Yeah.
So that's the night that we're talking about.
Yeah, Q dropped me off.
Okay. So Q is dropping you off. Who's with you?
Me and Corey.
And where does Q drop you off?
Drop us off over his house.
At the Capitol.
Brice Rhodes' house. Had you been anywhere together before his house?
Yeah.
Where'd you go to?
First, when the Maurice and Larry's house, it was already gone.
How did you know they
Fair
were
enough.
gone?
We walked in the house.
And they
It was already gone.
they weren't there.
So we called them.
Okay. So where'd you guys get dropped off at?
Over his house.
Over at his house? Had you been to his house before?
Yeah.
Who else? What time of day or night is it?
It's nighttime.
Little
Nighttime.
pill. That's how we all get.
Who's at the house?
It's what? Larry, Maurice, me, Corey, him, and like 3 other people.
All right. Who are the other folks that are there?
I don't know. Tyron.
Okay.
I don't know.
Had you've explained the people that you know that were there. Had you met Tyron before?
That night.
Just then. And there was another person there that you didn't know? And you don't know who they are now? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So tell me what was going on that night?
We was all smoking, drinking. And then you feel me? Larry and Maurice got into an argument. Not Larry and Maurice, but Larry and Corey got into an argument.
Was it
Can you
common
pause it real
for
quick?
people to get into arguments when you all were hanging out?
Yeah.
I see Jung's chat that wants to know. Well, I don't know if it's to me or anyone in the biz. I think the witness in jail should be allowed to wear clothes because it's prejudicial to them in orange like that. I was thinking about it for a minute because I would agree that it's probably prejudicial. Their testimony comes off a little
Yeah.
questionable, right? When they're in orange. The same, though, is true for police officers when they
Yes.
testify and they're in their uniform. And in fact, there's a specific jury instruction that says just because it's an officer, police officer, doesn't mean that you give them any more weight than any other witness. But is that curative? Is a jury, that's not watching trials and is not an attorney or whatever, are they going to think that even though they're instructed that way? So while yes, I feel like the orange is problematic, I feel like the police uniforms are also problematic. So if we're going to have a rule, it should apply equally. Everyone's going to wear civilian clothes,
Yeah.
right? Or there's a reason why we don't have in custody defendants wearing civilian clothes or
Yes.
the jail jumpsuits, right?
Yep.
But if you're going to make it apply to everyone, I think we would have a problem doing it in the first place.
Yeah.
But if we were to do it, I think it would have to be evenly handed across the board, police and jail.
I agree, but I mean, really, there's kind of no point because when they come in, they're always talking about, they're always being questioned about their record and about why they're there and plea agreements and things like that. So, what they're getting from the state in regard to their testimony.
It's going to
To
come
me,
out that they're in custody. It's going to come out that they got a plea agreement.
Yeah.
A police officer is going to
Always.
come out that they're a police officer, that they're
course.
just not in uniform. But still, if they were to throw everybody in civilian clothes, it might make a difference. So I don't know. It's not a bad thought, but it's got to be
Yeah.
across the board.
Yeah.
And it can't
Exactly.
be just prisoners.
Yeah.
And Little Pill, yes, I don't know
saw
if I
that?
remembered your name. Yeah, I see it. But thank you. Yes, I got it all
She's an
squared away.
Aussie.
Is she?
Yes, but she's from Australia, so we'll
There's too
forgive
many
her though.
Aussies around.
We'll forgive her for being Western Australian.
I'm gonna jump off though because I do have my news stream and I have to get ready and get some other stuff done.
Absolutely, yes, and we look forward to your news stream. I might not be awake for it this time.
I don't
but-
blame you. I don't
But
blame you.
I will be praising David in advance.
Yes.
And yes, and you'll be also praising myself.
It was such
So-
a wonderful stream, very informative and very kind of me to provide this service
Wasn't
to
it?
members only. Right? That's what we get
Wasn't
for.
it? Kind of you. Oh, hang on a moment. Yes, whilst before you go, I'll do my thing that I always do, usually at the end of the stream, but I'll do it now instead. And that
what's that
is
now?
this thing. There we go. And that, and I always paste this thing. Oops, not that. I'm backwards. For live alerts to EU Dali and all friends of MLS, become a member of the Making Law Symbol network, and access the Discord for cookies and nudes and other things. And that is a link there. Go and become a member of this man's channel, not this man, this man's channel. Soon you'll be able to become a member of this man's channel too, but when he sets up his memberships. However, if you're a member of this man right down below his channel, then not only are you therefore a subscriber of his wonderful channel, but you'll be part of his membership program, which means perks. And one of those wonderful perks of being a member is that you get access to his Discord, and he does wonderful things like helps small creators become bigger creators. And we can therefore give perks to our subscribers, which we couldn't otherwise do.
Just for an example of some of the other channels that are in my Discord,
Yes.
we have Nick Staroff, Broken Baker, Mowing the Deep End, Salvador Dali Talk. I don't know who that guy is, but he just takes up a lot of space.
Some dude.
We have Lefty, Valhalla Awaits.
Yep.
We have Mrs. Valhalla. I forgot she has a channel.
Oh, yeah.
Flux, Feral Housewife, Excited Utterance, Chandler Remington, The Expert, MG, Twisted Bunny.
Now we have McKinley.
McKinley, yes, we have McKinley in here. And then we
Yeah.
have a Griftum stream where a whole bunch of other people are throwing their stuff in there too. We
So
have
much
Max
fun.
Murrah, and yeah, so we get a lot of access to a lot of channels.
Access to a lot of channels, and then we have watch parties and all sorts of fun. So,
It's a good
oh,
time.
and of course, your member only thing tonight.
Yeah,
Your thing,
Wednesday night, 7
where
p.m.
we
Wednesday.
praise David.
Yes, it's a praise stream. It's a praise stream. But I also, for every little praise I get, I offer a tidbit of news and information. And today I was in the courtroom with the Crumblies, so we'll be talking about that.
Oh, yeah. The Crumblies are going to be exclusive David territory.
That's right.
Indeed.
I
All
did
right,
do a
thank-
test too of
Oh.
my internet services within the courtroom. I'm a little concerned, but I think we have a fix. So anyway, so that's what's we're going to talk about today.
Stray.
And
Join
other
us.
stuff. Yes, join us.
Join
We're
us.
not a
We're
cult.
not a
We just
cult
act
at
like
all.
one. We just act like one. You have to give me all your money and do whatever I say, but it's not a cult.
It's not a cult at all. And we don't just repeat everything that David says at all. Not at all.
Archer or Bob's Burgers for EU. I'm going to do a Bob's Burgers watch party for EU. We have the Bob's Burgers movie, which could be good because it's only like an hour and a half.
Well, people keep saying Archer, so and
I've never watched Archer. I know about it. I hear it's good, but
Yeah.
I've never watched it.
maybe. All right, I need to finish this thing so I can
All
get
right,
to bed.
take care. Bye, guys.
Okay, love ya. Bye. Mwah. Okay, you're gone. Let's finish this.
And what happened with this argument?
Maurice grabbed a knife.
Okay. So Maurice picked up a knife. Did he wave it at Corey?
And I ain't gonna say he waved at him. He picked it up in an aggressive manner.
And what happened next?
So we take it from him, you smack him.
You say he, do you mean Brice Rhodes?
Brice took it from him, you smack him.
How did he take a knife from him?
He went with the knife anyways.
And what, can you describe the knife?
It's like a big combat knife.
Yes.
And
Archer is amazing.
what did Brice do after he took the knife?
He's like he gonna violate him.
Okay.
He
Brice is going to
violated him.
violate Maurice. And can you explain?
He said violated
in
him.
general terms, what does it mean to violate somebody? What's that term mean?
What it means, like, if it inflict pain, like he could have just hit him in the chest. He could have done a range of things.
Oh.
It's like a disciplining of the person.
Yeah.
So did that alarm Maurice? How did Maurice respond?
He didn't go with it. He thought it was just gonna be a punch in the chest.
And why would he go along with it?
That's big homie.
I'm sorry?
That's his big homie.
I didn't hear that at all.
So is there a time where you,
I just want to make sure. Did you say because he's
May we
big?
approach?
Yes.
All right. So is there a time where people in the house separate from Maurice?
Yeah. We put both of them in the bathroom and took a vote.
Both who?
Larry and Maurice.
They're in the bathroom. And where are you guys?
Living room.
And what happens in the living room?
Took a vote.
What's this vote on?
They should die or not.
They should die or not? Who's calling the vote?
They said no. They said yeah.
And did your vote win? Did your vote win?
Give me some slack, Jack.
Did you think about
No help. You get no help.
what would have happened to you if you tried to leave at that point in time?
I had nowhere to go. He lived too far out.
Oh,
I'm
God.
better on that. I
So-
didn't scare you all.
What happens after the vote's taken? What happens to Maurice?
He put a sock in his mouth, tied his hands behind his back, and put a hat over his head.
And where did he do this?
Living room.
And what happened after that?
He started hitting him in the chest at first.
With an item, with his fist? How was he hitting him?
We hit him in the chest with fist first, then like 3-4 times. And then time
That's
passed him
beat
the
that.
knife. He started stabbing him.
So Tyrion handed him the knife. Was he making a noise?
He couldn't. He had a sock in his mouth.
Was he trying to make noise?
Oh, that was Mrs. Cleaver.
How many times
Forgot that.
did Brice Rhodes stab him?
I was leave it to Beaver's mom.
Where did he stab him?
The torso. All the kill.
Was he standing up or was he on his knees? How?
He was on his knees.
And he stabbed him in the chest.
Chest, stomach, up in there in the general area.
In the what area?
In his chest, in his stomach, on his torso.
He stabbed him other places.
No.
How long did this go on for?
Until he stopped breathing.
You have any idea the time?
I don't know.
Was there a lot of blood?
Yeah.
Where was the blood going?
In the carpet and sheets.
Were the sheets set out to catch the blood?
Yeah, sheets was really there to move him.
Who got the sheets?
Price.
And where did he put them?
Like we had dragged Maurice by the door, and then bring Larry out.
Now these guys are your best friends, right?
Yeah.
What's wrong with your mind?
Make sure I get out.
What's that?
Gotta make sure I get out. Try to save somebody else. Make sure I'm safe.
And what would have stopped you from getting out?
Probably if I ain't go along with it,
What would happen?
probably been with him. Probably same situation, same fate.
All right. So they bring Larry out of the bathroom. Does he have? When does he get the sock?
He already been like he had the belt, he had a hat, he got the sock. He had the sock music like when it was his turn.
And you say he had the belt. What do you mean?
His hands was already tied behind his back. He had a hat over his eyes, so he couldn't see.
And he had a sock in his mouth.
She got the sock when it was his turn.
Is he making noises?
That's it. He started making noises when he started getting stabbed.
Was he on his knees?
Yeah.
Did he know what had happened to his brother?
No.
Yeah,
Was he-
John.
Was there blood in the spot that he was at? Did he respond to that?
Yeah, he started like trying to kick everything off.
I think
Get his hands untied.
get it
his hands
sussed
frozen
out.
tight.
Was his brother making any noise at that point?
Brother already did.
So how many times did he get stabbed?
I don't know. A lot.
Who was stabbing him?
He stabbed him until he was dead.
Who?
Bryce did?
Yeah. He passed the knife around.
Who did he pass the knife to?
He passed it to me.
Why'd he pass you the knife? They're both dead, right?
They both dead, but we all, he said, so we all gonna be in it. It's on all of us now.
So you would participate?
Yeah.
So what
He's
did
in
you have
jail.
to do with the knife?
Let's go. He's
Who'd
in
you
jail
stab?
for this.
Larry.
How many times did you stab Larry?
He pled guilty.
3.
What'd you do with the knife?
Pass it back to him.
What'd he do with the knife?
Oh yeah,
Pass it to
100%.
somebody else.
Who was the next person up?
I don't remember.
Where was Jacory?
Corey was right there with him. Corey's in there.
Was Jacory handed the knife?
Yeah.
Before or after they were both dead?
After.
Do you know what he did with the knife?
He stabbed him a few times.
Who did he stab?
Larry.
All right. What's the next thing that happens?
I don't know how old he is now, but he was a minor at the time, young.
We took him. Like,
Okay, well, obviously I do know now because I just have it.
Tyrant and somebody else. They were supposed to take him to abandon the house.
Sorry.
And
Yeah,
burn the
clearly.
bundle.
The three older guys were?
Yeah. They're supposed to take it to abandon the house and burn it.
And when you say totes, what
Peace, Peony,
most people know, but what's a tote?
The thing
because
that you
they
put
were
clothes in.
there and
Like a suitcase?
No, no,
witnessed
suitcases.
the 40-year-old being unalived. That's the story anyway.
Like the things that you put the like Christmas stuff in.
Like a bin?
Yeah, bin.
Oh, hey, before I go.
So
Oh, maybe you should turn on closed
the bodies
captioning.
got put in a bin. The plan is the three of them are going to go
Turn on the
get
what?
rid of the bodies.
Oh, I don't know. Can you?
Do you help carry the bin? How did the bins get down?
We all helped take it to the car.
And which car was it you took them to?
The sky blue Mazda.
And did you help load the bins into the car?
Yeah.
Did you see the inside of the car?
Yeah.
Do you remember? Was it a normal looking car?
It was a regular car.
So the three of them are going to go do this. What are you and your cousin supposed to do?
Sit back, clean the blood up. Just scrape the blood out of the car.
And how was it decided that that's what the two of you were going to do?
We put the room in the car.
Did someone tell you to do that?
Yeah.
So they left. You're up in his living room. Did you think about leaving?
No.
Why?
Because I knew he was gonna drop us off eventually.
So what was the process for cleaning up?
So we had some bleach, just scrubbing the floor,
What were you scrubbing the floor with?
rags.
How long did it take you to do this?
We went from that night to like next morning. We didn't go to sleep.
So you worked through the night cleaning it up? And how long after did Bryce come back to the house?
Yeah.
How long was he gone for?
He's gone for a while.
Did he
To
say
the-
anything about what had
To
happened?
these murders, Brandon,
Did he help
to
you clean
the-
up?
to the two boys
Once you all had
and
house cleaned up,
40-year-old.
what's the next thing that happens?
Everything
What do
that
you do with the stuff?
Bryce is up for.
Take it to various dumpsters.
Okay, so you hopped in a car.
They
Which car did you
pled
hop in?
guilty to those. This
And where'd you
one
put the stuff?
and the other boy.
Between we put the stuff
So the stuff you cleaned up, you put it in. How'd you carry it out of the apartment?
in the bag,
Okay, and then the bags, you put them in the car,
like the trunk.
in the trunk area, and one of you all was in the front seat. Where were you?
Front.
And then did somebody sit in the back seat?
Cord.
So where'd you go in the car? And who's driving the car?
Yes, you're
Bryce
right.
driving the car.
I think you're onto something
Now,
there.
where do you go
Henry.
to?
We went to like different dumpsters. And set the dumpsters on fire.
Why different dumpsters?
It's just to spread the evidence.
So it seemed like spreading the evidence was a good idea at the time.
I was just in the car.
So did you end up, so stuff gets dropped off, gets burnt. How was the stuff set on fire?
We put some gas in the dumpster. And on fire.
And then drove off? Where'd you go that night?
On the Park Hill.
And what was going on in Park Hill? Where'd you go?
Shopping train.
I'm sorry?
So she was over. So I was trying to trade shoes.
Okay. What, were you wearing the same clothes that you had on earlier in the day?
Yeah.
And so you're changing out of those clothes? Who's giving you clothes?
I know people.
And did you end up with any items that belonged to either Maurice or Larry at the end of that night?
Yeah, I had some shoes and I had the phone.
Okay, whose phone did you have?
And Maurice.
And why'd you have Maurice's phone?
So I picked it up
Where'd you pick the phone up?
at the house.
And were you able to use that phone?
Yeah.
What time was it when you were done for the night, when you were back? Was it all through that Saturday? Was it, or all through that day? Was it late afternoon now, or was it nighttime?
It's like late afternoon.
And did that phone ever ring?
Yeah.
It did? And who was on it?
Different people. I was using the phone. I'm calling people.
Was there anyone related to Maurice or Larry that called you on that number?
Yeah, his mama called.
And who did she want?
She was asking where they was at.
What'd you tell her?
It was in the store.
And what'd she say to that?
She said, I'm calling.
Were you worried about what she was going to think at that point? So what'd you do with the phone?
She kept using it.
And then later on that day, did you get a visit from somebody?
Yeah, U.S. Marshals.
What happened?
She got booked. They took me for question.
What were you thinking when that happened?
She's panicking.
And had you not thought about the phone might be traceable?
She's frightened, but you can do it.
You didn't know it? Because how old were you then?
15.
Okay. So that night, do you talk to police?
Yeah.
And do you end up telling them what you told the jury?
Yeah.
And do you have a plea agreement with the police that night, or is that something that happens later?
Later.
So you told what happened before you had any sort of deal?
Yeah.
So after you did the cleanup, after you went to the dumpsters, after you set the bags of stuff on fire, what'd you all notice about the car?
It had blood in the back seat.
And so how was that handled?
What was in the back
Back
seat?
seat out.
And who cut the back seat?
Blood in the back seat.
What did he do with the back seat after he cut it out?
We put it in the back of somebody's garage.
Is it somebody you knew?
In person.
Is it somebody that he knew?
No.
The back seat was cut out and put into somebody's garage. Okay. This is new.
I don't have any further questions.
You'll approach.
I'm confused. They hate this offensive because he's white. Well, he's accused one judge of being a white supremacist or something, or being part of the KKK or something. Who had who had a garage? No, but they're saying someone's garage. He said someone's garage. He doesn't know whose garage.
All right, defense, your witness.
Yeah, you're right. Before I go, he is acting tough. He's not tough. And hello, GT Tech. How's it going?
Basically, yeah.
He's not. Well, I mean, he's putting on the record what they wanted him to put on the record.
But yeah,
Mr.
we're
Carter.
not going to get to cross, I doubt.
You gave an interview on May
Where are we?
24th, 2016, 2 days after Larry and Maurice's death, correct? And you sat down at the police station with Detective Tonelli. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
Thank you. If you could give an oral answer where the jury could hear you, please. And you were alone during that interview. Is that correct?
Yes.
I didn't see your parents there, but the detective was questioning you, right?
Yeah.
Did you ask for an attorney at any point?
Yes.
But did they keep questioning you?
He left. And then he still came back and questioned me. He got an attorney.
Well,
And you talked to the police several times that I could tell, right?
if you say you want an
Man, you
attorney
told
and
a lot
keep
of lies.
talking,
Didn't you?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Please refrain from testifying.
I'm asking if he told a lot of lies.
Right, but before that, you made a statement, and I'm asking you not to do that
Yes, ma'am.
again.
I'll be glad to. Did you tell a lot of lies to the police?
Yeah.
Thank you. You even lied about knowing Brice, right? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Isn't it true that you first told Detective Tonelli that I promise I'm telling you everything, but I don't know Brice, and I've never been in a car with him. Did you say that? If I told you that I have a transcript, word for word, of what you said in that interview, would you believe that you had said that?
Oh God. Really? You are getting... I'm only a tiny little bit behind, so that will bring me up.
Later, you changed your mind.
Oh, hang on.
Been in a car with him. Did you tell
There we go.
Detective Tonelli that you hadn't heard anything or didn't know anything about Maurice and Larry's death? At first?
Yeah.
And then later, you changed your mind. Is that correct? At some point, you said I think you just said this, you were speaking to a detective and a different one came in. Is that what you said, Mr. Carter?
No.
Did you, at some point, when you first spoke to Detective Tonelli, did you at some point stop speaking to him?
Yeah, I asked my attorney.
Okay, when you asked for your attorney. And then at some point after that, did you start speaking to him again? And was that an hour and a half later?
it's kind of like an ASMR effect.
Just the same night though.
Do you remember promising this officer who was speaking to you now that you would be telling the truth?
Huh?
When you started talking to the police again for the second time, do you remember telling them, I'm telling you the truth?
I don't know, probably.
Is it true that you told Officer Tonelli, or whichever officer you were talking to at that time, that Larry and Maurice stole money from Brice's closet? Do you remember saying that to the officer?
Could you please answer out loud, yes or no?
I don't remember. I don't remember saying that.
If I were to show you a copy of the interview, do you think you would remember saying that?
I don't remember me saying it. But I probably said it.
But what?
I probably said it. I don't remember me saying it.
Did you tell the detective at that point that you weren't close to Rambo?
Yeah.
Did you tell the detective that Rambo didn't hang out with Maurice and Larry?
Mhm.
Do you remember telling Officer Tonelli that you were not involved in the crime?
Yeah.
Could you answer? Yes. Eventually, you changed your story again for a third time, correct? And at that point, did you admit to killing Maurice and Larry?
Boo.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Mr. Carter, do you remember during the interview, Officer Tonelli telling you that Rambo was throwing you under the bus? And at that point, could you answer out loud? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Did you just hear Babu?
And all of a sudden, it became Rambo this and Rambo that. Is that correct?
No.
He was just purring.
And now you tell the detective that Rambo stabbed Maurice and Larry. And that you participated, but he made you do it, right?
Well, he probably kept talking. I want an attorney. I didn't do this.
You also
You got nothing on me. I want a lawyer, dog.
told the detectives that Rambo had shot Christopher Jones, correct? But then, at some point, the officer tells you, actually, let me back up. You didn't offer the information about, or you didn't offer any information about the 41st Street shooting, and I'm referring to the murder of Christopher Jones, until Detective Tonelli said, Rambo's blaming you for that too. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You remember telling the officers that you saw Jacory Taylor buy the gun?
I didn't see him buy the gun. I know he bought the gun though.
How do you know?
He don't know. He don't know.
He had
his
a
money.
receipt.
Were you present when the gun was bought?
No. I was there, but I didn't see him get it.
How did you know he got it?
'Cause it was in his pocket. He the one that's told it.
It was in Jacory's pocket.
Yeah, he the one that was told it.
Do you know where he got the gun?
Mm-mm.
You said you were present. Where were you?
Walmart.
We was all over. We was in my trailer park.
Mr. Carter, do you remember telling law enforcement that Brice bought the gun? That Jacory bought the gun while you were there in the home of Larry and Maurice's mother? And then today, you've come to court and told this jury something different again. Is that correct?
Object. One question.
What's the issue with the form?
What is, it's not a specific question. What is he saying that's different?
Have you
What does
told,
she reference?
You want to try to rephrase it?
I will rephrase. Have you told this jury anything today that you didn't tell Detective Tonelli before?
Not to my knowledge.
Isn't it true that you told Detective Tonelli that you stabbed Maurice 3 times?
Probably.
And you stabbed him in his side? Did you tell that to Detective Tonelli?
Probably.
And did you also tell Detective Tonelli that Jacory stabbed Larry?
Probably.
And today, you told this jury that you stabbed Larry.
Yeah.
Which is it? Is it both?
Ain't both.
Could you repeat that last answer?
No, it ain't both.
I want to go back to the purchasing of the gun. Today, your testimony was that the gun was bought for the purpose of murdering Christopher Jones. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But yet you told Detective Tonelli when he spoke to you that Jacory had bought the gun for his own personal protection. True?
Probably.
weren't in the Mazda, correct? Your testimony was that you were in a truck that you had stolen, a pickup truck, is that correct? And you were behind the Mazda. Was there anybody in the car with you? And tell the jury again, you had said that who was in the Mazda?
Maurice was driving, Larry in the passenger, Rambo behind Maurice, and Corey on the other side.
What time of day was it that you guys were driving around?
It's nighttime.
So you couldn't actually see in that car. And you didn't actually know who had the gun at that point, did you? Because you were in the truck behind.
I was in the truck.
And you also testified that the shot came from the blue Mazda, correct? But yet you burned your truck and not the blue Mazda. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I mean,
let's go to the next incident.
I'm about as pro-defendant
in
as you
May.
can get with the burden of proof. So take it for what it's worth.
You
but
said
I have
that
doubt.
someone named Q was driving you around. Was he charged with anything, to your knowledge, related to this? You also testified that there were let me back up. I want to stay together with the different dates so that you can stay clear. Before you burned that truck and you were following behind the blue Mazda, someone shot Mr. Jones out of the window of the blue Mazda, correct?
Yeah.
And you told Detective Tonelli that you ran over Christopher Jones in your truck, didn't you?
Yeah.
And that was really one of the things that you told him every time. I think you were consistent on that, is that I ran over Christopher Jones.
I felt the bump underneath when I was driving past him. So I felt the bump.
You remember telling the officer during your last interview that you weren't scared of Brice?
Yeah, probably.
But yet you also told the jury that he made you do all of this. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you also told this jury that even when Brice supposedly left you alone, you still didn't leave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Brice didn't point a gun at you or anything like that and say, I want you to stab Larry and Maurice. Did that happen? Yes or no? I'm sorry?
No.
Your interview on May 24th, you told detectives with the Louisville Metro Police Department that there were 3 other people at the home on Hyde Avenue. Who were those people?
I don't know.
Hey, Moni.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
You don't know who they were? There were 3 other people present, is what you're telling this jury, at Hyde Avenue that weren't charged with anything in this case?
No.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
That's correct?
Yeah.
But you don't
In
know who they
Germany?
were. You told the police, I think, that there was, let me make sure I get this right. I believe it was a white woman and 2 other black men that were present there. Is that correct? That showed up at one point. You remember saying that?
You know, 2 black people, 2 black dudes.
You remember, you said, I think you testified also, Mr. Carter, that it was actually Maurice and Jacory who were in an altercation at Haight Avenue.
That's it.
Brice wasn't in an altercation with anyone. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And in fact, you said that Brice even took the knife away from Jacory at one point. Is that correct?
With Maurice.
He took the knife away from Maurice.
That's my opinion. I hate using snitches. It's pisses me off so much.
You admitted to stealing Maurice's shoes after he died, correct? And you admitted to stealing Anwan Carter's phone? I mean, I'm sorry. You admitted to stealing his phone as well. Who all do you remember being in the room at Haight Avenue?
Me, Corey, Maurice, Larry, Rambo, Tyra.
And you had told the police that there was also a light-skinned male there, is that correct?
Probably.
Okay. To your knowledge, was that person ever charged?
No.
How old are Tyron Coleman and the light-skinned man?
That would have been me.
Were they adults?
Yeah, probably.
Well, you're muted.
So there were at least 4 people over
Now you're fine.
the age of 18.
I'm
I'll even say
not
over the
even-
age of 15 in that room.
I'm not even sure,
At the
Peace
time.
Penny.
They may have had some, but they
And
lost
nobody
it.
stood up to Brice.
We lost it.
There really is
Nobody
very little
tried to
evidence.
stop
Lost it.
this from happening. You didn't try to take him down.
No.
Right, Exclaimer?
You stabbed your best friend. Is that correct?
Hmm. You piece of shit.
Mr. Carter, I want to talk to you now. You told the jury that you are living in the custody of the Florida DOC. Is that what you said? And what is DOC?
Department of Corrections.
Department of Corrections. So are you in prison right now?
I don't think he's nervous.
Where are you in prison?
Hamilton County.
Right?
Hamilton County, Florida? What are you there for?
Burglary.
Sue, I don't think
What
so.
else?
I think the jury's just going to hate the defendant anyway.
Burglaries.
And they're just going to believe
Burglaries.
everything.
More than one.
Because juries in 2023 love to convict.
That is true.
They love to convict.
Were you also charged with being a convicted felon in possession of a gun? You don't remember that?
Shut up, Brenton.
They charged with.
Were you accused of violating the terms of your probation for being a convicted felon in possession of a gun?
Yeah.
You were. And so you admitted to having a gun, correct? Down in Florida? Did the court ever have a hearing about whether you had a gun or not?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And what did the court find? That you did or you didn't?
I didn't.
And what were you being accused of? What kind of gun was it? Do you remember?
Nope. Don't remember.
It was big and black,
It was a big black gun.
scary looking.
Big pew pew.
That it? I'm gonna get through this today.
Oh, he don't getting off the stand today.
I think they're redirect. Oh no.
He'll be on the stand for a while. They've waited 6 years for this, or more than that. 7 years for this. Buddy, shut up. Yeah, okay, we get it. I think one of my cats is antagonizing a bird.
No, it's okay.
That happens.
Oh, look, he's strategizing. Hey, you did great with that question. What about this angle of attack?
Yeah. What if you ask him? Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Yeah.
Hey, how about this? I forgot.
Would you like a bottle of pee thrown at you, ma'am?
It's slightly more yellow today.
I mean, I'm sure he'll be convicted, but it's just like, it's a way better case than I imagined.
Yeah, it is a way better case than I imagined. But
It's not as dramatic. I mean, as long as he doesn't act out, there's a slim chance. Brandon, what about attack strategies?
you were talking. Yeah, just on defense. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Carter, you are a convicted
Totally.
felon, however.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not. I just like to wear this.
Hey, orange is the new black.
Yeah. This is my favorite jumpsuit. What
You
are
said that
talking
you
about?
pled
forgot my
guilty. I'm sorry, you might not have said. Did you go to trial, or you were ultimately convicted of several burglaries? Is that correct? And isn't it also true that down in Florida you were also convicted of dealing in stolen property, providing false information on a pawnbroker form, and multiple counts of thefts from buildings and vehicles? Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm guessing, Brandon, they were talking about how to address certain crimes of his in front of the jury.
Oh. Yeah, that's why she came back and went, but you are a convicted felon, right?
Yeah.
It's like, hang on a minute. Is that not obvious?
Mr.
Right,
Carter,
she was just
in
talking to them about it.
October of 2016,
Duh.
about 5 months after the deaths, maybe not even 5 months after the deaths of Maurice and Larry, do you remember entering into a plea agreement with the state of Kentucky regarding this case?
Plea agreement? I don't recall that.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Right.
Judge, I'm showing the witness what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 1. Mr. Carter, can you take a look at that document and see if you recognize
Oh,
it?
yes. Oh, that. Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
And what
Pesky
does
record.
that appear to be?
Oh, the pesky record.
Plea agreement.
And whose plea agreement is that?
Oh, cat. Meow, meow, meow. Yes, I know.
I'm gonna flip to the second page
He
here.
basically
Whose
got away
signature
with
is
it.
this on this page?
No.
Nah.
Yours truly.
And whose signature is this?
Elizabeth Brown.
Whose?
Elizabeth Brown.
And is she the prosecutor?
Scritch, scritch, scritch.
I'm guessing he'll be at the local jail.
Yeah, all right, all right.
I don't know if the U.S.
What does it
Marshal
say
is
that
with
the
him.
charges were?
Murder.
How many counts?
30.
What does it say is the maximum penalty for those?
Jesus.
20 to 50.
Or
Or life.
life? Is that what you said? What else were you charged with?
Tampering with physical evidence.
What the hell is going on there?
Judge, I'm gonna move to
Enter this as defense exhibit.
Any objection? Admitted.
No?
The dog and the cat
Oh.
in the hallway.
I don't know.
Mr. Carter, I want to talk to you about the details on that plea agreement.
Like there was
You
fur
pled guilty to
flying.
the murder of Christopher Jones. You pled guilty, and you admitted to running him over with your truck. And you pled guilty to the murder of Larry
By
Ordway.
accident.
Yeah.
And you pled
hang
guilty
on.
to the murder of Maurice Gordon.
Come on up.
Not intentional.
Reach around.
You worked that one out, Peace Beauty. He's waiting. He's waiting. What? What more do you want to know? Can I go back to my comfy self?
Oh, can you all come up? I just want to ask you another thing.
I dropped something. What did I drop?
The soap?
No. No.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just talking about timing. We're trying to just finish this witness before we break for the day. We think we can do that by 5:30. Is there anybody who absolutely cannot stay until 5:30?
Oh, me?
Okay, wonderful. I'm sorry for the interruption, Mr. Harsky.
Yeah, fine.
And finally, you pled guilty to tampering. I'm sorry, let me see.
Pled guilty to tampering with what?
Pled guilty to tampering with physical evidence as well.
Okay.
The Commonwealth, the plea agreement says the Commonwealth actually amended the charges.
Oh,
Did they
5:30.
do that
Okay.
as part of your agreement? And it says that it was amended to facilitation to murder
Letting him marinate.
on the 3 original charges. Is that what you pled to?
Yes.
They're on Eastern.
Yeah.
I can't believe I know that. Of all the people in the world to
I'm gonna
ask
read
what time Kentucky is on, I know.
the recommendations by the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth recommends a sentence of 5
No.
years on each count, 3 counts of facilitation to murder, and 1 count of tampering with physical evidence. The Commonwealth recommends a total sentence of 10 years if to serve, or 20 years if probated, with the sentences running concurrently or
No, Sue, I just
consecutively
keep up with these
respectively.
things.
The Commonwealth objects to probation. The defendant agrees to give a full and truthful proffer as to these events and to testify truthfully in any and all proceedings on these events. Any question about the veracity of the testimony will be determined by the judge by preponderance of the evidence. Should the defendant fail to testify truthfully, as determined by the court, the Commonwealth reserves the right to withdraw from the plea and proceed against him on the original charges under the indictment. Any and all statements made by the defendant can be used against him. You understood that when you signed it, right? So you only got the offer if you agreed to testify against Brice. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's why you're here today, to get the benefit of your plea agreement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you told me you remember talking to me on the phone and my investigator? And you told me I don't even want to come. Is that true?
Yeah.
But yet, the Commonwealth made you come, correct?
Yes.
They made you come and testify against Brice. Yes?
Yes.
Did you meet with any members of the prosecution or talk to them prior to today?
Yes.
When did you do that?
This morning.
And you understood that this plea agreement says that the Commonwealth is going to evaluate your testimony here today.
That's not what the agreement says.
You don't want to come up.
I think she said
Uh-huh.
come up.
Oh wait, are they half on Central Time? Interesting. I thought it was just Eastern.
This deal says that the Commonwealth, the prosecution has the right to revoke your offer if you don't testify the way that they want you to today. Is that correct?
The objection's been overruled. You will be able to deal with it on redirect. Go ahead.
And if they're not happy, it says they could reinstate the charges, right? And give you life.
Yes.
So you don't actually get to tell the truth today. You're here to make the Commonwealth happy. Is
Whoa.
that true?
No objection.
Probably.
Thank you.
No objection to that. You don't get to tell the truth. You're here to make
Here,
them
let me give you
happy.
this.
And they don't object to that.
Wow.
They should have objected to that.
That was argumentative.
No, well, I suppose it was argumentative, yeah. They could
I'm
have
just
gone
thinking of the
argumentative on that one.
objection.
Yeah, what would
Alright,
be the proper
few
objection?
questions.
That probably was argumentative, yeah.
Because that'd be something you'd argue.
First
in closing.
incident, you're in the truck. Were you trying to run over Christopher Jones?
Yeah.
That you wanted to hit him?
Wow.
And why do you think you hit him?
I felt the bump under the tire.
Did you, in previous statements, say that it was an accident that you hit him?
Yeah, they said they could redirect it,
But you intended to
still
hit
that
him
question
and
was
felt
out
a
of
bump
order.
under the tire? Do you know what the bump was?
No,
So why do you think you hit him?
because he was the only thing that was in the street that I seen.
You were asked with respect to your role in the stabbing. I think your response to the defense question was, it ain't both. Is that what you said? So by that you mean you stabbed one person?
Yeah.
Who was the one person?
Except Larry.
You stabbed Larry? Was Larry alive when you stabbed him?
What about Mo?
All right. At one point, the defense asked you, they said 3 other people in Brice Rhodes' house.
You know the Three Stooges?
Other people, let's
Yeah.
break that down and
Oh,
make
okay.
sure that we all understand what that means. At the time
Yeah.
that the stabbings were going on, name everybody who was in the house.
It was me, Larry, Maurice, Corey,
Curly,
Rambo,
Shem.
Tyron, and the other dude.
And one other guy that
Another dude.
you don't know who
Mo.
he is. Did that other guy participate in the stabbing?
Yeah.
Did Tyrion participate in the stabbing?
Let's go. I'm pretty sure
Was it
it's some sort of
afterward or before?
brain extract removal.
Kind of lobotomy.
As far
Yeah.
as Florida goes, how long is your sentence?
Hey
in
Mo,
Florida?
don't stab Curly.
4 years.
4 years? And you're serving on that right now?
Also, that
Now-
Band-Aid looks like it's been there a really long time.
On
A really long time. Like it.
Probably from when
Someone
the
the day
cops
that you got
arrested
picked
him.
up by the police, I want
Someone
to talk
needs
just
to
a little bit
tell
about the interview process.
He forgot about it.
Were you surprised
Yeah.
that the police picked you up?
This thing's living in there.
Twice.
I'm surprised. I was panicking.
You were panicking. So you go down to the police station. Was it your plan or your intent at that time to just sit down with the first police officer you saw and tell them that you and your cousin stabbed and killed your two best friends after you saw someone else stab them after seeing that same person shoot and kill someone? Was that your plan?
Judge, I'm going to object to that question. I don't even understand what it was.
Was your
I
plan
don't
just
even
to come in there
understand it.
and just lay everything out on
It's
a
a
platter
tad
for
cumulative.
right at the start, as soon as you sat down?
No.
So
No. So
this guy actually got
Did
probation
you-
to start off with.
did you tell them other things
I
at the
think he
start
And he
of the
violated his
conversation
probation.
that weren't true?
Oh.
Now,
Now
when you
he's got
first
20
showed
years.
up, did the police read you your rights like happens on TV?
Like happens on TV.
They
Can you
never
just say
read you
like
your
happens on
rights?
TV.
They didn't read his rights?
Is
Really?
it possible that in the last 7 years you've forgotten that they did?
Sir, we need a
So-
yes or no answer.
Yeah, you can't just go.
They start talking to you. Did they give you anything to drink? Did they give you any food?
Yeah.
Were
You
they
got me,
were
you got
they
me a
being
Dr. Pibb.
describe how they were, what their demeanor, how were they acting toward you?
Mean.
Were they being mean? Were they pressuring you?
No, that was nice.
Not that nice.
Were they
Yeah.
telling you what to say?
Give me a back rub.
Were they just asking you questions?
He was asking me questions. He said, "Let me use the bathroom."
And at some point, did you ask for a lawyer?
Yeah.
And then, did you have family show up?
Yeah.
I
Who
don't know
showed
if
up?
it was just probation or
My
really
sister.
low.
Your mom and your sister? And did police give you all privacy to talk?
Yeah.
And what happened after you talked with your mom and your sister?
So I'm telling everything.
You went ahead and told everything? And when you told everything, did you tell the police the truth?
Yeah, no,
Somewhat.
this
What'd you
is
leave out?
correct. I've read it twice now, in different places.
I don't remember.
Okay.
Did you tell the police what you told the jury today?
At the first time.
At the end, after
Mm.
you talked with your mom and sister and talked with the police officer came in and talked to you after your mom and sister showed up. Was he a different police officer than the first one?
So I don't remember.
Sir?
Do you remember if the police officer you talked to tried to relate to you?
Judge, objection. That's speculation. Asking whether an officer tried to relate.
Yeah, I'm
Great.
gonna, what is the statement objection?
Okay. But the bottom line is, that same day that you first started talking to police, you told them what you told the jury here today, right? And you didn't have a plea agreement in place at that time, right?
No.
You had no deal at all, right? You just told the truth. How old were you?
15.
All right. Now, your plea agreement, you didn't plead to murder, did you?
Oh, that broke me.
What'd you plead to?
Facilitation.
God.
And what is facilitation?
You got something to do with it.
Oh, you just gave me a nosebleed.
I'll be
God damn it.
Okay.
Lazy disgrace.
And as part of this agreement, the Commonwealth said, if you got probation, it would be 20 years worth of probation. Is that right? And if you had to serve, if you had to go into custody and serve, it was going to be 10 years. Is that right? And the Commonwealth objected to your being probated, right? The Commonwealth wanted you to go in and serve time. Is that right?
Yeah.
So you're 15 and you enter into this agreement. Did you end up getting sentenced to serve time?
Thanks for that.
I did 3 years in DJJ.
For people that don't know,
I'm not Hunter.
DJJ, the juvenile prison system.
Too bad, at least.
And so you did 3 years. Then you came before a judge when you turned 18, and the judge had a chance to re-sentence you.
Yeah.
And the Commonwealth again objected to your probation. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, in this agreement, is it your understanding that the Commonwealth can just anytime we want to walk away from the deal? Does the judge have to determine that you were dishonest here today before the Commonwealth can take your deal away?
Yeah.
So it's the judge that decides what happens to you, not us. And
Not that
we've
judge.
never made any promises beyond what's in this deal, right?
No.
So you got 10 to 20 years. We objected. We sent you through the juvenile system and objected again.
Judge, he's testifying.
Cleaning it up.
This is Doug.
Good life advice.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the transcript where the police went over your
Oh, yeah,
rights with
always.
you, would that maybe refresh your memory?
Sir, that's a question. Sir? Okay.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Back.
So are you able to read okay?
Yeah.
All right. So right here, this is
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
that part is what so at some point in time, did a police officer say to you, you have the right to remain silent, anything you say can be used against you and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I meant by read you your rights. So do you remember a police officer
You didn't know what that
going
was.
through that with you?
Really?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Recross.
Mr. Carter, did you just tell this jury that you served only 3 years for
Yeah.
pleading guilty?
Yeah.
And then you were probated. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Anything else?
One
What?
last reread. Right? So
Hang on. Come on up.
That can't be possibly all she's got to ask him. Yep, you're absolutely right. You're supposed to say, do you They say, do you
Ladies and
understand?
gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and end for the day. Tomorrow we have something that I have something else, another court matter I need to take up in the morning. So
yay.
I'm going to have you come in a little bit later than normal tomorrow. I'm going to have you come in at 10 o'clock a.m.
That's a good news for me.
And so, and also I don't think tomorrow will be as long of a day. So we will
Also
have you
good
come
news.
outside the courtroom doors at 10 a.m. tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm once again going to remind you that you are not to do any research, post information about the case, or discuss the case with anyone. If you accidentally encounter information about the case from any source, it is your duty to bring it to our attention immediately. We will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Cool.
Also, in case it isn't obvious, you all can bring water or whatever you want to drink. in
Really?
with
We're
you.
allowed water? Oh my
Wow, what
God.
a sweetheart.
Oh
don't-
my God.
Wait, they aren't providing water for the jurors?
Really?
Normally they provide water.
Okay, so we've just been the whole day, 8 a bit hours, and now you're telling us we can bring our own water? Well, we've been dying all day, so thank you.
On day 2.
Judge. Oh, yeah. By the way, yeah, it's day 2. It's day 2. Thank you, Judge. What's this? Well, from the way it seems, he never had any sort of parenting. Yeah, that's actually really true.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, as much as
do.
we like to sit here and go, well, I mean, these people are horrible people.
He didn't have a chance, really.
And this, honestly, as much as we like to sit here and just go, how horrible is this Brice person? He's probably the same.
Yeah.
Like, probably all of these people are the same. I mean, even like the neighbor, whatever his name is, or the guy
All
who.
right. I want to thank you
hot mic.
all for staying on task today. I know that it's stressful, but I really appreciate everything you all are doing to move the case along and stay on point. Is there anything we need to deal with before we come back tomorrow? Yeah.
No, maybe.
9:15.
Can we
If you're
get
here
the
by
defendant
9:15,
to
we'll be
change the
fine.
Band-Aid because
I assume he's still in the jail as far as you know. Okay. All right. So he should be here tomorrow at 9 and we'll be good to go.
Well, it doesn't start till 10. We get it. Okay. God.
Oh, he's
Whoa.
got family supporting him.
Does he?
Yeah, he just nodded to somebody in the gallery and kind of like touched his chest.
That'd be his hoe.
Yeah.
Um,
His woman.
Yeah. Okay. So, guys, the link for tomorrow is in chat.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. The link is in chat. Hang on. Let's just make sure he doesn't like bite anyone or anything.
Well, you're not supposed to communicate with anybody in the gallery if you're in
No.
custody.
That's true. Yeah, so the link's in chat. So tomorrow we're going to start at 1 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so that means that I sleep a little bit through the night. We miss out on lunch. They're not starting till 10 a.m. anyway. So 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12. So 2 hours of testimony. We're going to run through on quicker speed. And we'll miss out all the breaks and things, and we'll run a little bit later than today, and we'll catch up on all of tomorrow. And yeah, that's pretty much how it's going to work. So 1 p.m. Eastern, everybody.
Yeah, so
Be
please
here.
subscribe and come back tomorrow because it was a lot of fun today.
Today was good. And yeah, so there's about 40 of you guys here.
Yeah.
Promise me you'll come back tomorrow.
Yes.
1 p.m. Come back tomorrow. Pretty please. Yes? Yes? Only place to watch it is nice and relaxed here. We like it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, nice and fun. And yeah, I'm sure David will come back, and we might even have some more different people around tomorrow. So yes, thank you everybody for being here. Make sure that you are subscribed to Dali Talk. Dali Talk, Dali Talk, Dali Talk. Bloop, 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 bloop. There he is.
Thank you for staying up all night.
Thank you, me, for staying up. No problem. No worries. It's been really, really fun. Maybe. That's fine. You do whatever you like, but it's been lovely having you here.
Yes.
Lovely having you
It's
here.
been a
I
lot
need
of
to
fun.
thank everybody for coming. It's worth it to me to have one person here, 2 people here, 3 people here, every single person that bothers to spend their time with me here, and especially you, Dali, my
Yes.
bestie, my co-host. I love having you around. So at some point in time, we've decided not tomorrow, but at some point in time, Dali will do the stream. We'll start swapping who's taking the stream for the day, or perhaps I will do the morning and Dali will do the afternoon if I decide to stay up through the night, or maybe I'll stay up for half the night and then Dali will do the afternoon and I'll go to sleep in the morning, something like that. But we're tag teaming.
We'll let you know.
Yeah, but whilst I'm trying to get my my watch hours up, Dali is graciously letting me do it on my channel. But as far as we're concerned, my channel is his channel and his channel is my channel. So we are family.
I am ready on.
Yeah. So thank you, everybody. I really need to get to sleep. But yes, I'll see you all tomorrow. Dali, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
And hasn't it been a fantastic trial so far?
Yeah.
It's been really
Really
great to
great.
watch. It is really interesting.
Yeah.
Bye, guys. Have a great one.